The story began with our MC named Zukian, who had been navigating the streets of his city, phone clutched tightly in his hand, and was visibly agitated because some idiot had made the absurd request of printing a GIF. But little did he know, his day was about to take a turn for the worse. As Shu Qian grumbled under his breath, the universe decided to intervene in the most unexpected way, rather than the traditional truck-kun intervention. Because this piece of metal is famous now, and is evidently beyond the budget of this universe, and so fate chose the next stupidest way to cancel the life of a main character, and that is to drop a massive dead fish from the sky right onto his effing skull, instantly unaliving him on the spot. Passers-by screamed and scattered, unable to comprehend the bizarre scene. With his life abruptly cut short, Shu Qian was ready for an isekai adventure. His soul floated in a void, his consciousness barely hanging on. Meanwhile, the system's power began merging with his phone. Suddenly, a mystical beast appeared before him. Driven by curiosity, it approached Shu Qian and accidentally touched the magical phone imbued with the system, triggering something within the void. The beast realized it had messed with something it shouldn't have, but it was too late. The cracks grew larger, and they were sucked out by a powerful force. Moments later, in the middle of nowhere, where strong winds and snow filled the air, a crack suddenly materialized, breaking the fabric of space and time. It spat out the unconscious Shu Qian. Meanwhile, inside the Snowfield Disaster Relief Command Center, chaos erupted. The northern part of the snowfield showed abnormal energy readings that exceeded A-rank standards. Alarms blared, and reports flooded in, prompting Lord Zhu to dispatch a battle team to the site immediately. Back where Shu Qian lay, a group of wolves began gathering around him. The mystical beast saw this as a chance to study them more closely, and copied their appearances, completely shocking the wolves and causing them to scatter. Meanwhile, the disaster relief team was quickly searching for any other victims. Soon, their search hounds led them to where Shu Qian was lying. Seeing that there was a survivor, they immediately checked if he was still alive. They were relieved to find that he was, though badly hurt. They treated him on the spot to stabilize him. Despite his severe injuries, they noted how lucky he was not to have been eaten by the centipedes in the area. They assumed the snow-dire wolf beside him was his contract spirit beast, and marveled at how it had protected him. Meanwhile, the mystical beast acted dumb to avoid blowing its cover. Soon after, Shu Qian finally woke up. As he opened his eyes, he noticed he was in a different place. Before he could ask any questions, his head suddenly ached due to a surge of memories flooding his brain. These memories merged his past life with those of his current body. After the merging, he realized he had been transmigrated to another world. Now that his mind was clear, he was ecstatic, shouting that it was finally his turn to be isekai'd and demanding to know where his cheat ability was. Hearing Shu Qian suddenly start talking nonsense, the team assumed he must have injured his brain, and so they decided to quicken things up to get this dude some formal medical help. After confirming his identity, they discovered that he was now an orphan attending Snowfield Academy as a first-year freshman and a famous top student. This realization pressured the disaster relief team to protect him at all costs. They added Shu Qian to the list of accident victims, completing their mission. Before they left, one team member who's curious about how Shu Qian survived had asked him directly, but Shu Qian couldn't answer, as he was mystified by the sight of a towering mystical beast behind them. The team leader explained that it was the nightmare witch Barris, and assured Shu Qian that it wouldn't attack them without reason. With that reassurance, they safely sent him back to Linjiang City. In a change of scene, Zhusin returned to his home, now fully bandaged up. He still couldn't believe he had just been transmigrated, but he was relieved to find he still had his handsome face. As he looked around, he noticed his identity card from Snowfield Academy among the memories he had inherited. It seemed to be a famous school in the northern region. His attention was then caught by a news broadcast covering the accident he was in. He saw the mystical beast from earlier, but to his surprise, there was also a human beside it. This reminded him that he was now in a world where people had professions like spirit tamer. Humans could form contracts with special and unique spirit beasts, taming them to fight, explore, and do other activities. Shu Qian had never successfully tamed a beast before, but now, he might have a chance to be as excellent as the man he saw on the news. As he daydreamed about his potential future, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts, informing him that it had confirmed the identity of the corrector. This immediately confused him, and he even recognized the voice but couldn't place it. And since the wolf is the only creature he is with, he accused it of learning to talk without permission, and the wolf, thinking Shu Qian was praising it, just acted as if it had indeed spoken. Luckily, Shu Qian's confusion was cleared up when his phone fell out of his pocket. Picking it up, he was surprised to see it informing him about his identity as a corrector. With this revelation, he gained a passive ability called beast language, allowing him to communicate with spirit beasts. Additionally, he received an active ability named Good Hand, which enabled him to pat and touch a contracted spirit beast and transfer his soul energy to increase its quality and soul energy limit. This immediately excites him, but even before he could react, a new mission suddenly popped up, requiring him to tame a beast to activate the camera function in the system. Seeing all this unfold, Shuen was ecstatic. He knew this system was his cheat to become powerful in this world, but before he could fully celebrate, he wondered what a traditional skill like Good Hand entailed. Did he really have to play with the dog to make it stronger? Determined to find out, he decided to go for it. Carrying the dog with all the excitement he could muster, the system suddenly interpreted his actions as making a contract with a beast. With that, he completed the mission and unlocked the camera function, and Shuen was stunned at how easily he had become a spirit Tamer, while the dog was internally traumatized by the sudden turn of events. And now that his information had changed, Shuen noticed the new camera function the system had given him, which made him curious, so he quickly took a picture of the dog beside him. The image revealed the dog's true identity, which surprised Shuen, as it was the mystical beast from before, and no wonder it had been following him. And from what he could recall in his inherited memories, he remembered that in order to contract a spirit beast, mutual acknowledgement was required. But since there wasn't any blockage or resistance, he assumed the mystical beast had truly acknowledged him, and the dog howled in confirmation. But Shuen quickly bonked it on the head to keep it from disturbing the neighbors. After that, Shuen asked why it kept following him. The dog replied that it didn't know how to go back home and wished for Shuen to help it return. Now he understood why it hadn't resisted the contract. He was also amazed that he could now understand the beast language, but he soon realized that he doesn't really have any clue on how to send it back home. But since they had made a contract, it is just right to do everything he can to find a way. Hearing Shuchen's compassionate words, the dog approached to bond with him. Seizing the moment, Shuen decided to try his Good Hand skill. As he patted Doggo, deep in thought, he remembered that spirit beasts were ranked into 5 levels of quality, starting with bad, to average, good, excellent, and finally, perfect. This was similar to how humans had varying levels of IQ. High-quality spirit beasts could learn and awaken skills more efficiently. With this in mind, it was even more unbelievable to him that he had gained such an overpowered skill from the start, one that allowed him to increase a spirit beast's quality just by petting it. But what's even more surprising is that the dog he was holding was of perfect quality, despite its simple and ordinary appearance. But he enjoyed the feel of his dog's fluffy fur way too much. He hadn't noticed how tired he was becoming, and forgotten he was even using his Good Hand skill, and with this he completely depleted his soul energy, leading him to collapse on the spot. Meanwhile, at the abnormality entrance where Shuen had emerged, 2 mystical beasts stood guard, conversing with their master. They spoke about a sinister presence deep within the crack, something terrible that seemed to be coming to life. From the deepest part of the dimensional rift, an ominous entity began to emerge. The next day, Shuen found himself walking towards Frostfield Academy. As he strolled, a new mission notification appeared on his phone. The task required him to level up his contracted spirit beast to a 2-star average rank. Upon completion, this would unlock a new skill named Speed Absorb, allowing the spirit beast to gain more EXP after battles, which made him curious, and so Shuen quickly checked his phone. To his surprise, his contract beast's information had become an app. It displayed the evolution materials required to evolve his beast, including the familiar ice crystal and the mysterious void crystal he had never heard of before. Moreover, this soul energy that was displayed is only at 110, but he remembered clearly that he had lost consciousness the previous night after using his skill. He had been sucked dry, but his spirit beast, which he had named Erha, had only increased its soul energy limit by 10. So it seems like increasing soul limits would be more difficult than he initially thought. But as he pondered all this, someone he knew suddenly popped up from behind him, startling him out of his thoughts. Quickly hiding his phone, Shuen turned to see Yun Yao, the daughter of his parents' comrade, but because of his suspicious behavior, her curiosity piqued, prompting Yun Yao to snatch the phone from his hand and examined it closely. And she was shocked to discover that Shuen had started liking dogs and jumping to conclusions. She assumed he was a beast-con pervert, and ain't no way he is gonna let anyone label him as a furry. And so Shuen hurriedly tried to clarify the situation by showing her the dog in the picture in person. As he did so, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, as he realized that the system's special panel could only be seen by him, and it is likely due to his corrector identity. Now that Yun Yao saw the snow dire wolf with Shuen, she remembered the incident he had been involved in, and so she asked if he was okay. Shuen reassured her that he was fine, and it was all thanks to his doggo, which had chased away all the other snow dire wolves while he was unconscious. And Yun Yao was grateful. In turn, she thanked the dog and promised to buy it some yummy food next time. And as they bond, Zhu Qian had an idea and asked Yun Yao if he could take a picture of her spirit beast. She agreed, but not before teasingly asking if he had any perverted hobbies, which Zhu Qian quickly denied it. After that was cleared up, he took a picture and the system revealed the information about the Snow Night Star Fox. But he then noticed something odd about this pet, prompting him to ask Yun Yao how her family had trained her spirit beast, as it seems like to enjoy posing for the picture, and it even brought out its swimwear, which immediately embarrassed Yun Yao, as it unintentionally revealed her secret. Still, she tries to downplay it by explaining that her star fox had a quirky personality, and then divert the subject by asking Zhu Qian what he was thinking right now, which was effective, as Zhu Qian explained that the previous night he had made a contract with the dog and was now wondering how to upgrade it to 2 stars. This surprised her, as she never thought he would contract a spirit beast, especially a snow dire wolf, which few people chose. But Zhu Qian didn't mind because he found it cute, and besides, it had saved his life. Yun Yao, on the other hand, pointed out that a snow dire wolf's personality was not suitable for a contract, and its quality was slightly lower, meaning its soul energy limit wasn't high either, and she was disheartened that he had contracted what she considered a useless dire wolf. This made Zhu Qian contemplate about telling her that his doggo was special, but before he could, Yun Yao decided to support her friend's choice. She encouraged him not to give up, mentioning that it was said a snow dire wolf could awaken a strong companion skill, even though it was rare. This intrigued the Zhu Qian, so he asked about the companion beast skill, and Yun Yao explained that it was a skill that appeared only on contracted beasts. Her star fox, for instance, had a chance to awaken the companion skill called Snow Dance. This skill uses the soul energy of a tamer to enable her spirit beast to gain fast speed in a snowy environment. Even though a new tamer's soul energy was weak, if the spirit beast's quality was high, it could awaken a companion skill. But tamers had to be cautious. Overusing the skill could exhaust them, and in severe cases, cause them to lose consciousness. And just the thought of it sends shivers down to Zhu Qian's spine, leading him to ask if the soul energy can recover after reaching that point, and she assured him not to worry, as soul energy is like mana points to a game, which was a relief, and so he went ahead and asked how he could increase it. To which Yun Yao explained that when a contracted spirit beast broke through to a new level, it would provide additional soul energy to the tamer. This was a win-win situation, allowing both the tamer and the beast to grow stronger together. But for Zhu Qian, who have a rare skill, this isn't enough, and so he inquired if there were any treasures or items that could increase a tamer's soul energy, and if such items could also affect the beast's soul energy simultaneously. And Yun Yao answered that there were such items, but they couldn't affect the spirit beast in the same way, as the spirit beast's soul energy limit was tied to its race and level. Once it broke through to a new level, its soul energy would naturally increase. The same race and quality gap also played a role, with perfect quality beasts being stronger than poor quality ones. Strong race spirit beasts were naturally born with high soul energy limits, and this limit was typically used to differentiate power levels. Receiving all this information firsthand, Zhu Qian realized his skill was truly a cheat, as it could increase a spirit beast's soul energy limit with just a touch. But as he was deep in thought, Yun Yao remembered Zhu Qian's desire to upgrade Doggo to 2 stars, so she suggested a spar between her spirit beast and Doggo, and Zhu Qian acted as if he doesn't want to. But deep inside, he was ecstatic, because he saw it as an easy win and a chance to gain a lot of EXP by defeating a 4-star spirit beast. And because of his display, Yun Yao confidently reassured him that she would go easy on him, which was enough for Zhu Qian, and so he agrees to fight. But little did Zhu Qian knew, his friend was just as cunning as him, as Yun Yao isn't really planning to go easy, as she was well aware. Although her star fox was agile and fast, its endurance was weaker than a snow dire wolf's. Despite her beast's higher level, she knew an attack-type spirit beast couldn't handle a few well-placed tear claw attacks, so she will fight with caution. With this in mind, she ordered her spirit beast to use its snow burst skill, hurling a massive amount of snow to block Doggo's vision. And Zhu Qian quickly realized what was happening, and ordered Doggo to dodge the attack and use ice breath to force the opponent out of hiding. But the attempt was ineffective, and they even received damage from Yun Yao's retaliation. With this, Zhu Qian realized they might lose the battle due to her superior strategy. And since Yun Yao sees she had the upper hand and her friend is being a complete idiot, she ordered her spirit beast to end the battle with another snowburst. But Zhu Qian's cowering was all an act once again, and as the snow fox released its skill, they seized the opportunity to dodge the attack perfectly this time, and used Tear Claw to force the opponent to retreat. But the level gap was too significant, and their attempts were just nullified by another snowburst. And this Doggo was irritated as his opponent kept on spamming the same move, and so it was about to use its true strength. Thankfully, Shu Qian quickly realized what was about to go down, and therefore interrupted and admitted defeat to avoid exposing Doggo's real identity. But Doggo didn't like losing, so it barked in frustration, and it even acted that it calmed down so it could be free and give the smoke to that snow fox. But seeing that its master isn't letting go, it continued to bark again, and again to the point that Yun Yao realized that this Doggo is a sore loser. A few moments later, now that Doggo had truly calmed down, they continued to walk, and Shu Qian was deep in thought as he noticed that the system had many locked features, making him wonder if he had to upgrade Doggo to unlock them. To answer this question, he needed to get there himself, and so he resolved to quickly let Doggo reach 2 stars and upgrade faster to uncover more about his identity as a corrector, and what it truly meant. A few moments later, Shu Qian and Yun Yao entered their classroom, where they were greeted by their designated teacher for the class. He welcomed them and quickly got down to business. He assumed that all of them must have seen the news about a new dungeon that had appeared in the northern part of the snowfield. Under Snowfield University's request, the freshmen's military training would be held in the outer area of this dungeon. The teacher explained that this time, their military training performance would be added to the semester's results and would affect next semester's profession distribution. So it is advised to take this seriously. And this announcement startled the students, as they had heard rumors about dangerous monsters inside the dungeon, but they remained confident, believing that the school wouldn't send them into a dangerous situation without ensuring their safety. On the other hand, Shu Qian felt dejected. Even after being transmigrated to a different world, he couldn't escape military training. Meanwhile, the teacher noticed the worried expressions on the students' faces, so he reassured them, explaining that the surroundings had been cleared and only low-level beasts remained. This would be their first lesson, and it would begin in 1 week. He advised them to prepare beforehand and find a group to join, as each group could have up to 3 people, and since their grades would be based on group performance, he emphasized the importance of taking care of each other. Hearing all this made Shu Qian ecstatic. This was his chance to find someone strong to team up with. He went over to Yun Yao first and begged her to group with him, explaining that he needed someone to carry him. She accepted, and since they needed 1 more member, he eagerly set out to find another person to join their group, even if he had to drag someone into it. He approached the nearest person he could find and kindly asked if they would join their group. The guy agreed, but before committing, he showed his 2-star normal rank ice snake and asked Shu Qian what his spirit beast was, and Shu Qian proudly revealed his cool-looking doggo. But seeing that Shu Qian had a low-ranking spirit beast, just disheartened the guy and backed out of the offer, giving a lame excuse, knowing the guy was just bullshitting. Shu Qian expressed his scorn and moved on to his next potential recruit. But word had spread that no one wanted to team up with Shu Qian because they believed a Snowdire wolf's ability and quality were terrible, and its obedience probability was low. Despite Shu Qian's friendly approach, everyone quickly declined his offer, leaving him to question why no one liked his doggo. Unexpectedly, some douchebag started running his mouth, loudly criticizing the Snowdire wolf. He couldn't believe someone was stupid enough to make a contract with it, wondering if that person was dumb or just poor. Hearing all this disrespect, Shu Qian knew he couldn't let it slide. He was about to throw hands when the cowardly douchebag retracted his statement, claiming he wasn't talking about Shu Qian and apologizing if he offended him. Realizing this scum knew how to use his mouth but not his hands, Shu Qian decided to let it go to avoid causing problems for himself and Yun Yao. He returned to Yun Yao, irritated that no one would team up with him. She responded that it was to be expected because everyone else wanted someone to carry them too. That was why everyone was flocking to the guy with the rank 5 ice spirit. Even the douchebag envied him. Seeing all this, Shu Qian became more determined than ever to prove them wrong. He knew that once he unlocked the ability called Speed Absorb, he would shock everyone during the military training. With newfound determination, he asked Yun Yao if there was any place in their city suitable for a newbie to train, and she told him about the Tamer Hall, where she and her spirit beast trained for 2 months during the holiday, and they even leveled up to rank 4-star normal grade. If she had known he would also choose to be a tamer, she would have invited him to join her, especially since the Tamer Hall was free for them as martyr orphans but limited to tamer newbies. And since he wanted to level up Doggo to 2 stars, she believes that 1 week there would be enough. This excites Zuqian and therefore decided to go to the Tamer Hall the next day, in which Doggo barked in approval. But Shu Qian quickly bonked him on the head to stop him from barking inside the classroom. But this just irritated Doggo, because it seems like his partner is getting a little too comfortable with this physical abuse. The next day, Shu Qian and Yun Yao found themselves inside the Tamer Hall. Upon showing their identification cards, the attendants recognized them as children of martyrs and bowed in respect to their fallen parents, which surprised Shu Qian, but his attention was quickly diverted to the variety of spirit beasts that other tamers had, and was immediately amazed. Seeing his reaction, Yun Yao informed him that there were even more impressive beasts on the upper floors, as the first floor was specifically for newbies. And this made him even more curious, and so Shuqian asked why he hadn't come with her before, to which Yun Yao explained that during that period, he had been busy doing research in the snowfield and didn't let her accompany him. But now, he seemed more normal, and this prompted Shuqian to wonder what he had discovered to be so enthralled to do research, and why he remembered nothing about his time in the snowfield. Soon after, they headed to their training area, but Shuqian was still deep in thought, pondering what he might be hiding from himself. And since he was so lost in his thoughts and unaware of where he was going, Yun Yao decided to drag him straight to their destination like how Shuqian would drag his doggo. Opening the door, they were greeted by an employee who recognized Yun Yao and remembered her having a normal 4-star spirit beast, prompting him to ask why she was training at the easy difficulty level, in which Yun Yao clarified that she was just there to accompany a friend. Seeing her star fox now well nurtured, the employee recalled that it still held the 3rd place in the difficulty's pass ranking. Hearing about the pass ranking for the first time, Shuqian asked Yun Yao what it was. She simply pointed at the board to answer his question. Even though he didn't fully understand it, he was amazed. She explained that it was indeed impressive because the easy difficulty arena contained 200 2-star pigs. Ordinary people couldn't even clear it. If he managed to clear it and enter the ranking, he could earn rewards. It was because of those rewards that her spirit beast had become a 4-star. This intrigued him, prompting him to ask what rewards were available, and the employee informed him that getting on the ranking would earn him an eternal VIP status, allowing him to use the entire facility at a discount. As for the other rewards, he assured that it would not disappoint, and that a newbie tamer like him would definitely benefit from them. And seeing that Shuqian was excited to take the trial, the employee asked him about his contract beast. Shuqian gladly showed his snow dire wolf, and the employee assumed he was joking at first, but soon realized Shuqian was serious. With good intentions, he advised Shuqian to give up to avoid making his contract beast suffer. But Shuqian knew Doggo was special, and believed they would only know for sure after they tried. So he brushed off the employee's concerns and asked to start the trial immediately. And the employee appreciated Shuqian's determination, and therefore permitted him to proceed, but not before he asked Yun Yao if she was going to stop him, in which she responded confidently that she wouldn't because she believed in Shuqian. With that, Zukian and his pet had entered the trial, and the simulation began. Immediately, a pig appeared in front of them. Shuqian advised Doggo to use its claw to attack the pig's neck after charging, reminding him not to show his true form and just hang in there, because after upgrading to 2 stars, this trial would be easy for them. And with their strategy finalized, Doggo faced the pig head-on, executing their plan perfectly. Doggo's claw slashed at the pig's neck, but the attack did not kill the pig instantly, so it got the chance to counterattack. But before Doggo could react, a few more pigs appeared, instantly surrounding him, and Shuqian quickly informed Doggo about the situation. And understanding the urgency, Doggo took the initiative to kill the first pig, trying to reduce their numbers. But as Doggo focused on one pig, another launched a surprise attack from the side, and the impact was strong, dealing significant damage and making it difficult for Doggo to stay upright. Still, the employee was astonished to see a 1-star snow dire wolf take such damage and still have the will to stand, while Yun Yao, although worried, continued to believe in Shuqian and Doggo, confident they could overcome this challenge together. Now injured, Doggo looks at Shuqian, and seeing that his partner still believes in him, Doggo was more determined than ever. But the number of pigs kept increasing, and they soon cornered him on all sides. And it was only a matter of time before another pig landed a hit from the side. But this time it was different. Their attack didn't faze him at all. Instead, it just fueled his anger, causing Doggo to let out a menacing blood-red aura around its body. This aura was unlike anything they had seen before from a wolf. It was raw power and rage, coalescing into a deadly force, and its eyes narrowed, dripping with spite and determination as it was about to unleash the sickest fade ever. Meanwhile, in the control room, Yun Yao was shocked to see such a skill. She wondered if a snow dire wolf could even do that, as it was her first time witnessing this type of situation. The employee, equally stunned, mentioned he was familiar with the skill but couldn't quite recall where he had seen it before. Soon after, Doggo entered a full-blown rage. He howled at the pigs to assert his dominance before deciding to obliterate them. Hearing this howl, the employee's eyes widened in realization. This was a lord's pressure skill, something only a king beast among races could possess. Normally, pigs would have fainted or run away, but these were just virtual pigs without consciousness, so the pressure was ineffective. But to the employee's surprise, the howl wasn't a threat but a promise, as what came next was the execution. Doggo tore through the pigs with ease, one after another, leaving everyone watching in shock. Even though they say the awakened pressure skill is strong, It shouldn't let it defeat the pigs so easily. It even made them skeptical if this was a snow dire wolf at all, as it kept displaying again and again how it surpassed its limits and killed its opponents with one slash of its claw. This was so unheard of that even Shu Qian was no exception. He didn't even know his dog could be this savage, and so he quickly pulled out his phone to check Doggo's stats. To his astonishment, Doggo had unlocked a new skill called Unknown Blessing, allowing him to enter his true beast state. This made Shu Qian wonder when his dog even received such a skill, but finding when wasn't really important right now. The only thing that mattered was that this skill proved to be a significant addition to his dog's overall power, as it could now tear through these pigs like they weren't even there to begin with. Its speed seemed to have doubled as well, allowing it to create such an amazing sight, with snow swirling around and a red fog filling the simulation arena. And the employee recognized this red aura as it resembled the Qimu wolf's aura, the legendary ancestor of the wolf tribe. This kind of power awakening in a normal snow dire wolf was unheard of even in the entire world. Usually, such an awakening only happened with excellent quality beasts, and even then, only with a slight chance. But here was a wolf defying all odds and expectations. With this, excitement bubbled up in the employee as he realized he was witnessing something legendary. And as he looked at the records, he noted that Doggo had already defeated 44 two-star pigs. And Yun Yao's eyes widened with excitement, and she asked if this meant Shu Qian might pass the trial. The employee nodded, and if the snow dire wolf's blood awakening state could last longer, they could even take first place in the rankings. If such a thing happened, he must inform the curator of this extraordinary event. But before that, his attention was diverted to Yun Yao as her excitement grew, and she cheered even louder for Shu Qian and Doggo. But he just reminded her that it was useless, since Shu Qian wouldn't be able to hear her, making it awkward for her. Back to the fight. Shu Qian guided Doggo to dodge any unseen attacks. After a few tense moments, they realized there were no more pigs in sight. They wondered if the trial was over. To their surprise, Doggo suddenly leveled up to rank 2. With this level up, Doggo gained new skills like fast absorbing and a passive companion skill called eating habit. This skill allowed Doggo to steal portions of an opponent's soul energy. This was so perfect that Shu Qian felt it awakened for this exact situation. Even Doggo seemed to understand this, as it was now smiling menacingly, and when another pig appeared, Doggo swiftly killed it and absorbed a portion of its soul energy. With this, Shu Qian and Doggo's eyes lit up with excitement, knowing that without this new skill, Doggo's soul energy wouldn't have lasted. Ice breath wasn't effective against these thick-furred pigs either, so it was the best skill they had ever received. If Doggo could take the initiative to activate that unknown skill with the speed absorb before the training, Doggo might even rank up to a normal 3-star. With this realization, Shu Qian instructed Doggo to stick with Tear Claw. And Doggo did just that, dogging on these pigs left and right like they were nothing. He even choked one of them. Talk about disrespect. And you could tell that Doggo was really feeling himself right now. Even the employee was speechless, as the dog he initially assumed was weak had just done the impossible, as it killed more than half of the monsters already. But thinking about it thoroughly, he realized that this was indeed an impossible feat. Although the time intervals between attacks were getting longer, and the snow dire wolf's speed was slowing down, the wolf should have depleted its soul energy by now. It was a miracle to see it could still use the Tear Claw skill. And this loud thinking struck an idea in Yun Yao, prompting her to speculate that Doggo might have gained an awakened companion skill after leveling up that allows it to recover soul energy. The employee initially doubted it, as he had never seen a spirit beast rank up from 1 to 2 stars and awaken a companion beast skill. But this changed when Yun Yao revealed that Doggo had perfect quality. Now he realized that this snow dire wolf was truly magnificent. But deep inside, he remained skeptical, as it was still a snow dire wolf after all. Back to the fight. Doggo continued his rampage, chomping on these pigs like they were bite-sized. Doggo even had the audacity to give that bombastic side-eye, which effectively taunted them. With this, it was easier for Doggo to deal with them. They were like moths attracted to light, rushing towards him just to get killed. He showed no signs of stopping soon. He really wanted to get that bag, even deciding to camp at one point to make things faster and mock them with random emotes while he was at it. A true menace to society. But with that, they had finally decreased the number of monsters to 0. You could see they were proud of what they had done. Even the employee's opinion about snow dire wolves changed entirely, and he was now thinking of going to the wild to make a contract with a snow dire wolf. Even Yun Yao couldn't help but join in feeling proud of his homie. But their attention was soon diverted to the rankings, as they changed to accommodate Shu Qian's score. This wasn't a small thing since everyone in the facility could see the rankings shift in real time. They were in awe at how Shu Qian had easily overtaken Zhu Weixue, who had taken nearly a week to achieve first place. Not only that, Zhu Qian's clearance speed was almost an hour faster, leading everyone to wonder when their Linjiang city had a genius of this caliber, and what spirit beast he had contracted with. Meanwhile, Shu Qian was ecstatic about their success. He asked the employee how long it took them to clear it, and the employee answered that they had made an amazing record of 2 hours and 53 minutes. This delighted them, and Shu Qian wondered aloud what reward he might receive. It would be good if he could get some money, though Yun Yao was enraged by how brain-dead he was to even wish for that, as there were tons of things she could think of more valuable than any money could buy. The employee backed this up, assuring Shu Qian that the things they would give him definitely weren't common. This immediately excited him, leading him to ask what they were. The employee admitted he didn't know as it depended on the curator, but of course, he wouldn't be disappointed, because last time, the curator gave Zuowei a precious fire crystal stone, a material for evolution that can't be bought with money alone. But since he wasn't the curator, Shu Qian and Yun Yao left without notice, heading to the lobby, eager to find the curator themselves to collect their reward. But the employee couldn't have that. He still needed to recommend them to the curator to be credited with finding such talents, so he chased after them. But to his dismay, someone more powerful had already reached Shu Qian, as he had accomplished an amazing feat with a rather weak pet. After all, and the bloodline awakening is not something that could be easily ignored. This old Ji had high expectations for these two. They could even surpass Zhu Weishui in the future. With this in mind, the old Ji asked Shu Qian what he wanted for his reward. Just like before, this cunning Shu Qian tried to hustle his way through, questioning the man's authority, if he even had the power to ask such questions. This made the employee face-palm at how disrespectful he was for not knowing who he was talking to. But luckily for him, the old Ji respected the hustle, assuring him that he would give him what he desired, as he casually revealed to them that he was the owner of the Tamer Hall. This immediately shocked both Shu Qian and Yun Yao. The old man then asked again about the reward. Shu Qian was about to ask for money, but luckily Yun Yao was there to stop him. This made the old Ji realize that this youngling was too stupid to know what he truly wanted, so he decided to offer something special tailored for them. Other than the normal rewards, for his contracted snowdire wolf, he would give them all the materials required for its first evolution. This was more than they could expect based on their reaction. This was indeed more valuable than money, which made Shu Qian happy. These items would be a great help to him, as the competition was coming soon. With this, he could definitely show off by representing Linjiang City. But this favoritism had really garnered the unwanted attention of the salty and envious mofos present in the training hall. They couldn't comprehend someone being better than Zhu Weishui, especially if that someone had a snowdire wolf as his companion, and they even felt it was such a waste to give him that much. Talk about the jealousy in their veins. Nevertheless, Shu Qian didn't care about what others thought and just expressed his gratitude, and was about to leave when the old man stopped him, as he had another proposition in mind. He asked Shu Qian if he wanted to try a harder and more challenging trial than the normal one. But Shu Qian outright refused because he didn't think he could challenge the normal difficulty yet. The old Ji turned away with a chuckle and reassured Shu Qian that he was too humble, while adding that there was no need to worry about offending him since he was only joking. And with that settled, old Ji mentioned he had other matters to attend to, but promised to come and watch Shu Qian's trial when he had free time. Shu Qian simply agreed as he was feeling embarrassed. Unbeknownst to others, Shu Qian had another reason for not accepting the challenge, and that he was still uncertain about Erha's situation, and thought it best to stay low-key. But it seems like his attempt was a little too late. As he glanced around, he noticed the attention he was already attracting based on the looks from others. With this, he realized that it might be best to leave immediately. But before they could depart, old Ji reminded Shu Qian to make an appointment in advance for the normal difficulty trial, as he can't let such an opportunity to see a wolf with a bloodline awakened slip by. The next day, inside the training palace, the room buzzed with a palpable tension. People clustered in small groups, gathered in front of the screen and looking at it intently. Their expressions were anything but friendly as they discussed about Shu Qian, the kid who had astonishingly secured first place. They struggled to comprehend how this boy, with his seemingly weak snowdire wolf, could have achieved such a feat, so they were easily convinced he must have cheated, which made them determined to expose him no matter what. But their skepticism stemmed from a deeper insecurity. If Zhu Qian truly was talented enough to win with a weak pet, it meant they were inferior despite having stronger companions. Meanwhile, Shu Qian focused on his training inside the room, alongside his loyal snowdire wolf. They systematically defeated the 2-star pigs in one swing. This fighting flow continued for a few consecutive days. By the third day, the atmosphere among the spectators began to shift. The initial hostility had waned as they observed Zhu Qian and his snowdire wolf working tirelessly. Their relentless dedication to training over the past 3 days began to earn them a grudging respect. Some spectators, once vehemently against him, now viewed his efforts with neutrality, acknowledging the hard work and perseverance that drove his success. Meanwhile, Shuen remained focused, seeing clear progress with his Snowdire wolf, even without using the Awaken skill. Their clear time improved, and this was all thanks to Doggo's eating habit skill, which made it easier to kill the enemies without worrying about their energy reserves. And they continued this enthusiasm without stopping. And by the fourth day, the opinions of those watching began to change. They now admitted that Zukian and his pet were quite capable. Even the guy who had been insisting he could do what Zukian did conceded that he couldn't. Surprisingly, the girl who had been equally angry before had done a complete 180, as she was now admiring Zukian for his handsomeness and how cool his wolf was. This left the two guys she was with stunned in disbelief. Back in the training room, Zukian continued to focus. He sat looking intently at his phone, noting that with the help of the speed absorb skill, his Snowdire wolf could probably reach 3 stars soon, and he was confident with it, as he could see how his wolf enthusiastically defeated the pigs like they are its plaything. By the 5th day, everyone in the training palace had completely changed their perspective on Zukian. Now they were excited to see him train, feeling their days wouldn't be complete without watching Zukian and his Snowdire wolf in action. Many even considered making a contract with a Snowdire wolf, impressed by the abilities of Zukian's companion, and the enthusiasm in the hall was palpable, but none matched the girl's devotion. As she arrived at the training palace fully attired from head to toe, showing her support for Zukian and his wolf, which surprised the two, but decided to join her as they felt the same, uniting to cheer on him from the outside. The once skeptical crowd had now become his biggest supporters, eagerly anticipating each new achievement from Zukian and his impressive Snowdire wolf. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Zukian had undergone a transformation. The once focused and intense Zukian from before is now chilling, wearing those shades and sipped a drinks like he owns the place, taking his sweet time to relax, and he felt carefree knowing that Yun Yao had mentioned she had grinded for 2 months to reach 4 stars, while he was almost at 3 stars after only a week. His speed was impressive compared to hers, and with the strongest in his class at 5 stars, he was confident he would overtake them quickly, and Zukian's progress would just drastically get faster as they rank up. As the Tamer Hall trial's difficulty was divided into 3 tiers, 1 to 3 stars being easy, 4 to 6 stars being normal, and 7 to 9 stars being hard. With his Snowdire wolf approaching 3 stars, they could soon attempt the normal difficulty trials and increase their rate of progress. But the current trials had become increasingly easy as they had memorized the hologram's patterns. He considered exploring the snowfields or dungeons to further his wolf's growth. Although dungeons were more dangerous compared to the trials, they also offered greater benefits. And it was just right that the upcoming military training presented an opportunity to explore these dungeons, which he plans to seize it when the time came. But as he glanced at his Snowdire wolf, he was shocked to see it was still tormenting the virtual pigs, chasing them around without actually finishing them off. And this immediately irritated him. So he reminded Doggo that they were here to rank up and not to play pretend like a shepherd dog. Meanwhile, inside the Luliang's manor, Luliang was having a human experience right now. He was enthralled by the sight he was seeing on the screen, as he was also part of a cultured society who enjoys dating Sims. But just like any kid, his experience was cut short by his secretary, who just burst through the door without knocking. And it didn't help that he sprinted towards him to report something, leading him to panically cover the screen to hide the crime scene. But there was no hiding now, so he accepted his fate and just told his subordinates to remember to knock next time around, even if the news is urgent. And now that was dealt with, he looks at what is so important this guy was talking about, and much to his surprise, this was indeed such an unexpected thing, as the Tamer who had broken a 10-year-old record was the same guy no one wanted to team up with. This intriguing revelation completely changed his mind about going to the military training solo. Now he was determined to team up with this mysterious Tamer to see just how strong he really was. A few days later, the gathering day of the military training arrived, and everyone was in high spirits, as this was their chance to experience what it was like to be a Tamer while also growing stronger in the process. But no one was more excited than Shuchen. As he had been training so much, his doggo was about to reach 3-star status, so he believed that with a little extra effort during this training, they could hit 3-star quickly, which would allow them to try the normal difficulty challenge in the hall when they returned. But as they were about to board the bus, their advisor stopped them and demanded to know why they didn't form a 3-man team like he suggested. Was it because they are too confident? And looking at his angry face made it clear he was not pleased. And so Shu Qian and his teammate tried to clarify that it wasn't by choice. But before they could respond, the advisor turned his attention to Lu Liang, who also didn't listen as he was planning to go solo. But to everyone's surprise, Lu Liang had changed his mind, explaining to his teacher that they had simply forgotten to hand in the new group list. And this confused the other students until Lu Liang approached Shu Qian. while extending his arm with a smirk, and then asked to join Zuqian's team. But Shu Qian stared him dead in the eyes, trying to figure him out, and Lu Liang felt a bit taken aback, as this was the first time someone hadn't instantly accepted his offer. So to convince Shu Qian further, he decided to reveal his contract beast. With a swift motion, a 5-star snow elf emerged from his pocket. Shu Qian's reaction was one of surprise, and so Lu Liang thought he had this in the bag and looked forward to seeing the strength of the top lister of the training palace. He was eager to find out if Shu Qian was stronger than him, and he saw this as the perfect opportunity to gauge his own strength as well, as he have been training at home without the chance to challenge the training palace himself. So if this Zuqian doesn't meet expectations, he might have the chance to break the record in the training palace as well. But little did he knew, this display only made him seem arrogant in Shu Qian's eyes, and so he was about to decline Lu Liang's offer. But before Shu Qian could say anything, one of Lu Liang's admirers angrily interrupted, demanding to know why he was teaming up with a low-level team like theirs. And this made Shu Qian glare at her with malicious intent. But she didn't seem to care, as she was more concerned about not being in Lu Liang's team, especially after he had told her he couldn't team up because he stated that he had already formed a group. And this is a troublesome fate for a popular kid like him. Still, Lu Liang tries to de-escalate the situation, politely explained what had happened and expressed his desire to temporarily team up with Shu Qian. But the girl wasn't having it, so she attempted to convince him not to join Shu Qian's group, citing that he had only contracted with a 1-star snowdire wolf, and Shu Qian is not about to let be hit by stray insults without clapping back. So he was tempted to slap her audacity out of that rotten head of hers. And Lu Liang noticed his irritated expressions as well, so he tries his best to calm her down, while explaining that he didn't mind the team composition, and that Shu Qian's team was the only one left with an open spot. But them girls are persistent. Without hesitation, they offered to trade one of their members, just to have Lu Liang join them, even though their teammate was clearly unwilling, and this blatant shallowness didn't sit well with Shu Qian, fueling his own pettiness. And he knew the best way to hurt this girl was to claim Lu Liang for himself, and so Shu Qian mocked her stupidity, and turned to Yun Yao to share his plan, which she was on board immediately. He then turned back to the girl and clarified that they were officially a team since they had already handed the list to the advisor. Lu Liang was already their team member, leaving her with no chance, and this enraged the girl. She couldn't believe her chance to team up with Lu Liang was thwarted by a low-level tamer. Meanwhile, the girl who was being traded stood there smiling, relieved to be out of the drama, and with no other choice, the persistent girls retreated, pretending nothing had happened. And with that out of the way, Lu Liang apologized for what had happened, but Shu Qian and Yun Yao assured him it wasn't his fault. In fact, they had to thank him, otherwise, the advisor would have deducted points for their incomplete group. Now that everything was settled, the advisor instructed them to board the bus. As the bus rolled through the streets, the anticipation of the upcoming military training grew. But some eyes couldn't help but glance intently at Shu Qian's group. Among them was the bully who had previously mocked Shu Qian, though his focus was more on Lu Liang, as he was puzzled as to why someone like Lu Liang would team up with low-level tamers. Was it because Lu Liang had a savior complex, trying to paint himself as a good student willing to go above and beyond to help weaker tamers? But the bully brushed this idea, as he found it hard to believe anyone could carry that much weight, no matter how strong they were. So maybe this was Lu Liang's way of showing off his own strength by contrasting it with his teammates' weaknesses. But maybe that wasn't entirely true either, as the girl with them did have a fairly rare pet with her. So could it be because her pet is very strong? But he quickly dismissed that idea as well, knowing it had only recently leveled up its star rating, so that was likely out of the question. And this led him to think that maybe Shu Qian was the strong one. The name did sound familiar, as it was similar to the one who had recently broken the record in the training palace. But the thought of it just made him laugh, as a 2-star snowdire wolf breaking records, let alone clear trials inside the training palace, is totally impossible. And so he figured that it must just be a coincidence, and Shu Qian probably had the same name as someone impressive. Meanwhile, the trio continued their casual conversation, where Lu Liang seized the opportunity to ask Shu Qian if he and his pet were the ones who had made changes inside the training palace. And this question caught Shu Qian by surprise, prompting him to ask how Lu Liang knew about that, to which he explained that Shu Qian had caused such a big ruckus, so how could he possibly not know? But what he did was near impossible, that most of their classmates probably hadn't realized Shu Qian was the one who had broken the record set by Zuo, which is a shame to say the least. And he may not know this, but the Yungling Pavilion in Linjiang City keeps and maintains all records of Zuo, from novice spirit tamer to apprentice tamer, and then professional tamer as a monument. Her 10-year record is one of them, and Shu Qian was the first to break one of Zuo Weishui's records, even if it was only at the easiest difficulty for beginners. This was a significant milestone, and this amount of glazing is a first for Zuqian, and so he really didn't know how to reciprocate, and just smiled and attributed his accomplishment to luck. But Lu Liang had a different perspective. He believed that luck favors the prepared, and his abilities were just sufficient to grasp that fortune. And where they were heading presented a great opportunity for tamers like them. Though might be dangerous, the monsters there could potentially enhance the strength of their contracted beasts. With this in mind, he suggested that if Zukian were up for the challenge like how he thought he would be, they should delve deep and explore these treacherous areas. And his sly smile revealed his true intentions. But this realization only fueled his excitement. So Zukian agreed to Lu Liang's suggestion, seeing it as a dual opportunity. And that is to grow stronger, while also possibly uncovering clues about his fragmented memories. But just as he was getting lost in his thoughts, Yun Yao's abrupt interjection snapped Zukian back to reality. She was clearly annoyed, feeling sidelined as they planned their adventure without even asking her. And this tension prompted Zukian to quickly ask if she wanted to join them, in an attempt to smooth things over, but Yun Yao firmly declined. She insisted they go ahead without her, but reminded them that they couldn't disregard her opinions and make decisions unilaterally, since they were a team. And the boys quickly apologized and agreed. But with that issue settled, Zukian then turned to Yun Yao to address something that had been bothering him for quite some time. He asked her why they hadn't seen other people's contracted beasts with them, which Yun Yao explained that after making a contract, tamers kept their beasts inside the spirit control domain, only summoning them when it was time to fight. And seeing the confusion on Zukian's face, she knew he had no idea what a spirit control domain was, and so she elaborated further, explaining that it was a type of soul contract that allowed contracted beasts to rest and recover in a portable space. As long as one was a spirit controller, the field could be activated. To demonstrate, she flicked her finger, and suddenly, her snow fox transformed into a more spirit-like state, and was transferred directly into Yun Yao, specifically her soul. This was the spirit domain she had been talking about, and Zukian found himself fantasizing about what it looked like inside, imagining it as a claustrophobic space due to his lack of imagination. But he quickly brushed this aside, realizing it wasn't relevant since he wouldn't be the one trapped in that place. Instead, he went ahead to ask Yun Yao how to open a spirit domain, which she gladly explained that it was as simple as putting her beast inside. As long as the tamer guided the perception of soul power and a soul contract existed between the spirit beast, the soul bond within their body could open up the spiritual domain of control. And this was such a helpful thing to discover, leaving him to wonder why he hadn't known about it sooner. But Lu Liang didn't see much need for it in his case, as his spirit beast was very small and didn't take up any space at all. But Zukian, on the other hand, had a large and rather noisy companion, and so he quickly asked Doggo if it could feel the soul bond yet. Though Doggo was clueless about what his partner was trying to achieve, it was clear that Zukian was looking for a way to get some quiet time by temporarily getting rid of his beast, which made Yun Yao smirk, but also clarified that activating the soul bond wasn't an easy process as he think it would be. Especially for a novice spirit, it typically takes more than a week or even longer. Only time would tell if they could manage it. But her eyes widened in disbelief as the impossible happened right before her eyes, as Zukian and his beast formed the bond instantly after learning about the spirit domain. Even Lu Liang was speechless, recognizing that these two were indeed something special. And then Doggo transformed into a more spirit-like state and immediately entered Zukian's spirit domain. This was an entirely new sensation for Zukian, one he couldn't easily put into words. But once the process was complete, he looked at his team as if this accomplishment was a normal feat. And Yun Yao congratulated him, of course, though deep inside, her pride took a hit, as it had taken her 3 days to activate her spirit domain. Even Lu Liang felt the same, recalling the 2 days he had spent opening his spirit domain. Yet Zukian had managed it in under 2 minutes. But instead of feeling down, this put a smile on his face, as it reassured that his decision to form a team with Zukian was indeed the right choice. And after that, their journey to the camp was uneventful, and so some time passed. They arrived at the camp, which, true to its name, it is a military installation complete with watchtowers and military vehicles scattered around. Furthermore, the weather here was extreme, a stark contrast to the city's mild climate. And everyone here is completely busy with their own work at hand, one of which was a truck transporting several monster carcasses they had just killed ready to be examined. And inside the vehicle, the soldiers noticed the bus carrying students from Icefield Academy, a school smart enough to seize the opportunity to join the military training coinciding with the opening of the foreign land. But the other soldier felt salty about the students' presence, thinking they were just privileged kids. He grumbled that they had already worked hard to kill the beasts, so having the students at the camp was useless, as they wouldn't experience the real thing in here, and more likely to be akin to a camp outside the city. But his buddy quickly told him to drop that attitude, reminding him that the students he was dissing now might be his comrades in the future. Besides, they were killing monsters to ensure these students' futures, so he should be proud that they were safe visiting the camp. And with his reasonings, the salty soldier easily conceded. But he won't lie though. The carcass in their truck was a massive one, likely beyond the ordinary level. It appeared to be an elite female worm. Despite its formidable nature, they were the ones who had killed it. But his buddy reminded him to not get carried away, as getting complacent could dull their senses, which the soldier understood and acknowledged this advice. Meanwhile, the students disembarked from the bus and immediately felt the drastic temperature change. However, what truly caught their attention was the enormous centipede atop a truck. Seeing that it appeared to be dead, they quickly approached it to get a closer look. Meanwhile, Sukian was absorbed in his own activities, taking Doggo out from his spirit domain and marveling at the amusing process. Back to where the students approached the monster, they noticed something unsettling. It seemed to be subtly flinching, and they aren't stupid to take a chance, so they wisely stopped short of getting too close and observed it from a safe distance instead. And as the other students were engrossed with the monster, Sukian was discovering the wonders of the spirit domain. He found that he could easily communicate with Doggo through his consciousness. The only problem was that the current domain was rather small. Fortunately, Doggo seemed to enjoy the spirit domain, so it wasn't much of a problem for now. A few moments later, the soldiers were preparing to hand over the centipede's corpse for examination. But as they began processing it, the monster suddenly started twitching. To their horror, cracks began forming in its shell. From these cracks, green liquid burst out, splattering everywhere. What happened next was even more shocking, as newborn centipedes began crawling out en masse, creating a chaotic scene. Immediately, the students were in panic. Most of them dip out as fast as they could, while some had the survival instinct of a rock, standing there all frozen in fear. To their surprise, the newborn centipedes seemed to sense their fear and began chasing the students rather than the soldiers, which the soldiers easily caught on, and so they quickly moved to intercept the monsters, prioritizing the safety of the students above all else. And this chaotic scene was unprecedented at the camp, as it was the first time they had witnessed how centipedes truly gave birth, with living larvae emerging from the corpses. But based on known information they have, even the weakest centipede larvae possessed ordinary 7-star power. So if these creatures managed to break through the crowd, it would undoubtedly result in a one-sided massacre, and the captain was determined to prevent such a catastrophe. So he sprang into action to face the monsters head-on. But despite their best efforts, the soldiers were outnumbered. While some managed to block the centipedes, others continued to prey on the students. Among the terrified students was one who could only scream, frozen in place, and was just awaiting for the impending doom. But just as the monster was inches away from making her a grim memory, Best Boy came in, knocking these bitches out with a full-body slam right into the centipede's gut. Immediately, Prince Charming over here aided the girl and check up on her, while Sukian and Yun Yao faced the beast head-on, which Lu Liang couldn't believe himself, noting that the centipedes appeared to be at least normal grade 6 stars or even higher. But this Zukian guy is just smiling like he wanted this fade from the start. And so Lu Liang couldn't decide whether to call him brave or foolish. But one thing was certain, and that there was no trace of fear in Zukian, and his beast mirrored his fearless resolve. And Yun Yao was no different either, as she didn't hesitate to attack the centipedes with bursts of ice, aiming directly at their eyes to support Doggo from afar. Even though she knew all too well that her snowfox was small and couldn't withstand even a single blow from such powerful centipedes, and Sukian was aware of this as well. So he seized the opportunity Yun Yao created, as efficient as he possibly could, launching their most devastating skills right from the start. They even managed to knock the centipede back a few meters just by raw strength alone. But as the smoke cleared, he didn't like what he saw. It became evident that their attack had only scratched its hard shell. With this, they realized the seriousness of the battle and the strength of their enemies. But even with these odds, they knew they couldn't afford to let even one of these monsters get through, as it would result in a bloodbath, and their conscience wouldn't allow them to live with such a failure. So they stood their ground. And now that Lu Liang escorted the girl to safety, he quickly returned to face the monsters, and summoned his snow fairy and activated its snow song skill, which had an encouraging and soothing effect that temporarily enhanced the combat effectiveness of his team, which he then explained to others that his beast was primarily for support, meaning its attacks weren't strong enough for offense, leaving that task to Yun Yao and Sukian. And so they did just that, attacking these monsters while the snow fairy gave support. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd of panicking students, their advisor took charge. He guided the students while acting as a vanguard against the monsters, summoning his own pet beast, the snow eagle, to protect them at all costs. Back where Zukin was, the centipede quickly rushed in for the kill, but Lu Liang was just in time to activate his companion's skill, the snowstorm. Suddenly, a powerful force pulled everything upwards, surprising even Zukian. And the next thing he knew, a large pile of snow engulfed him, while the centipede was tossed aside like it was nothing. And Zukian was stunned by this, as he hadn't expected such a strong offensive move from a beast Lu Liang had claimed was weak in that area. Still, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, and so Doggo zoomed in and attacked the centipede again, targeting the same spot. And the result was favorable. The once seemingly invincible monster was now bleeding. And this just sealed it. With Doggo's awakening and Lu Liang's buff, they could actually hurt the beast. But just to make sure, Sukin whipped out his phone to check the beast's stats, and as expected, it had taken significant damage. But what surprised him even more was that the monster didn't have any long-distance skills. This meant that as long as they kept their distance, it couldn't hurt them, and so they are free to beat it from the distance. And this is such an amazing discovery, boosting their fighting spirit. But as this happened, the bully from before watched from the sidelines, clenching his fists in frustration, as he couldn't understand why these three could face such a monster without fear, while he who often boasted about his power couldn't even move his feet to join the fight, and his first reaction had been to run away with everyone else, and now his body was shaking with fear, while they showed none. And they continued their barrage of attacks from the distance, which also blocked the centipede's vision, making it easier for Doggo to land its attacks. And they maintained this strategy for a while. But as they did, Lu Liang began to wonder about the Snow Dire Wolf's skill, and how was it so strong that it could damage a beast far stronger than itself? The only possible explanation he could come up with is that it may have a unique skill that is undocumented in the Spirit Beast database. But no matter the reason was, this just explained why Doggo had achieved top rank at the training palace. But as the monster took more damage, it grew more desperate and prepared to retaliate with everything it had, which Zukian took notice of, prompting him to order Doggo to step back as its fangs is now excreting poison. Thankfully, Doggo was fast enough to do just that. And as this unfolded, their advisor couldn't believe his eyes. These freshmen had tricks up their sleeves, managing to damage the monster in ways even he couldn't. With things relatively clear on his side, he unsummoned his beast to let it recover from its injuries, but his complexion remained worried. He knew that if this fight dragged on, the monsters would become riled up and go berserk, endangering the three students. And so he planned to use his beast to sweep them out of danger if things took a turn for the worse, which he hopes doesn't come to that, as doing so would weaken their defenses and may endanger the other students. Meanwhile, inside the bus where the students were hiding, one of the girls noticed Lu Liang on the front line, and the bitch from before reacted all worried thinking he haven't successfully evacuated. But to her surprise, he is actually fighting the monster head-on, and not only that, they were actually damaging the beast, and their attacks came from all angles, making it hard for the monster to counter. But just as the teacher feared, the centipede entered a berserk state. Its speed doubled, and it wriggled frantically to confuse them, rushing towards their ranks. But their pets wouldn't allow such a thing, intercepting it as best as they could. But the centipede was relentless, and its eyes locked onto Yun Yao, and the monster moved so fast that they couldn't react in time. Not even the teacher was fast enough to do as he planned, and so now Yun Yao was at the mercy of the centipede, which was ready to bite her head off. Thankfully, Zukian had a few tricks left, throwing a snowball to divert its attention, then activated Doggo's deterrence skill, which instantly disoriented the centipede, and with Doggo's presence it managed to loosen the centipede's grip on Yun Yao, allowing her to escape. And the advisor was just dumbfounded, as the deterrence skill not only interrupted the monster's berserk state, but also cancelled it out. But what puzzled him even more was how a common-level Snow Dire Wolf could possess such a powerful skill. Meanwhile, the centipede tried to shake off the effects of the deterrence skill, but as soon as it did, Doggo was already in front of it, delivering that one piece it had ordered, completely knocking it to the ground with such force. And now that Fluffy saw that her partner was okay, she went ahead and to do her thing, creating ice spikes to penetrate the centipede, but it wasn't strong enough to get through, and so Doggo made it possible, by beating this bitch down as hard as he could towards the spikes. And if that ain't enough, they doubled down with a barrage of skills. From deterrence to directly throwing hands, they ensured the monster had no chance to counterattack. As the centipede lay on the ground, Lu Liang joined in, hitting it with his Ice Edge ability, attacking from all directions and chipping away at its health. And despite its hard shell, the internal bleeding they caused was significant. And they saw a glimmer of hope when the centipede's abdomen revealed a weak spot. And so they focused their attacks on this vulnerable area, determined to finish the beast once and for all. And their relentless assault continued without pause, even as the centipede remained on the ground bloodied and battered. They didn't stop, and just by the looks of it, this battle would come to an end. And so the centipede lay there all bloodied and broken. But unfortunately for it, this ain't enough for Fluffy and Doggo, and so they continued jumping on this fool, beating it up senseless for the second round. And the only thing it could do is flail around in agony, and they only stopped when they were sure there was no more blood left in its body. Even then, Yun Yao couldn't resist stomping on it, furious that it had dared to attack her. The only way to stop her was for Luliang to tell them that his pet sensed no more vitality in the monster, which brought relief to the group. Meanwhile, back on the bus, the students were in shock, but no one was more affected than the bully. He couldn't understand why these guys did such a thing, and how they weren't afraid to die. But what he didn't realize was that they were afraid. They just chose to protect rather than cower like him. At the same time, Luliang's admirers were both relieved and proud, emphasizing that it was because of him they were safe. And just as things seemed to settle, the soldiers, having dealt with the other centipedes, came running to check on the students. They were surprised to see that the students had actually managed to kill one of the centipedes, and they are even gleefully explaining that they were all right, and that only their pets were tired and needed recovery. But looking at the dog, it didn't seem tired at all, which only confused the soldier. While on the side, the teacher is doing some internal monologuing again, proud to see his students working so well together to defeat the beast. But he won't lie. It was because of the snow wolf that had truly changed the outcome. Shuen then cuddled Doggo to express of how proud he was of him for a job well done. To his surprise, a system window suddenly popped up, rewarding him for the battle. It informed him that his snow dire wolf had broken through to a 3-star ordinary rank, and additionally, the splitting claw skill had evolved to ice shattering claw, which added a freezing effect to the attack. This made him excited and proud of his dog even more. But his train of thought was interrupted as the captain approached to apologize for the oversight on their part, not knowing there were still larvae inside the corpse. But thanks to their bravery, a large number of casualty was avoided, and this was such a commendable feat, which he can be sure that this would be relayed to the university. But he was then interrupted by the teacher, stating that there was no need to do that, as he had witnessed everything and would inform the university himself as soon as they returned. And the commander thanked him, but noted that reporting it twice wouldn't hurt, as the snowfield army wasn't stingy about giving credit where credit is due. And with that cleared up, the commander assured the advisor that another part of the snowfield army would be dispatched to ensure that a similar situation wouldn't happen again, which relieved the teacher, as it seemed they could continue their training. And with that, the soldiers began removing the bodies of the dead centipedes. While they are at it, the advisor told the students that it was safe to come out of hiding now, as the monsters had been cleared, which was a relief to the students. In the previous chapter, Shuen found himself isekai'd to another world where tamers were a common sight. He then met a mythical beast from the void that disguised himself as a low-quality wolf, and he received a system that granted him an overpowered skill, in which he could increase his beast's ranks simply by petting them. And coupled with his unwavering will and determination, he and his pet easily boosted their levels. And so when the time came to protect their class, they were more than prepared. They managed to defeat a centipede witch of a much higher star level, and with this victory, they were able to continue their training camp without any setbacks. Now on to the next part. After the students came out, one of them immediately questioned the teacher about their situation. She asked if their trial involved hunting mutant beasts that were impossible to defeat, and, if so, weren't they just being sent to their deaths? And therefore she asked to go home. And this immediately irritated the advisor. He pointed out that the mutant beasts weren't invincible, as they had just seen. As long as they cooperated, trusted each other, and trusted their spirit beasts, they could achieve great feats. He emphasized that their task as a team would be to kill ordinary high-level monsters, just like Luliang and his team had done. The students immediately protested, arguing that they were different from Luliang. He had a common 5-star spirit beast, whereas the highest rank among their spirit beasts was only 3 stars. However, the bully had a different opinion. After seeing what Luliang and his team had done, he was determined to prove that he could do it as well. If not better, he wouldn't accept being weaker than them. The advisor then revealed the chilling truth. He told them that their reasoning stemmed from fear. When Shuen was fighting the centipede, his snow wolf was only at the 2-star ordinary level. This revelation shocked everyone. They couldn't believe that the incredible combat power they had just witnessed came from a 2-star beast, especially a snow dire wolf. It was unprecedented. And now that they understood this, the advisor proceeded to explain what they would face in the upcoming trials. Since they are at the ordinary level, they would need to confront mid to low-level beasts. However, he reminded them that these were not just ordinary beasts, but categorized as mutant beasts, much like the centipede, albeit at a much lower level. Taking them lightly would still result in injury. This made Shuen ponder the significant difference in strength between mutant beasts and ordinary ones. He asked his teacher if the classifications of these mutant beasts were the same as those of the spirit beasts. The teacher explained that they were indeed the same, but mutant beasts of the same grade were generally stronger than spirit beasts. Although there were differences between individuals and races on the spirit beast side, mutant beasts were naturally more powerful. And everyone should know that the spirit beasts are divided into 7 levels, from ordinary, elite, lord, monarch, legend, and holy disaster. To give such example to the student, he mentioned the Lord of the Snowfield, the demon witch Barris, as well as the contracted spirit beast of Lord Zhu Jin, the Snow Kirin beast. They are both at the monarch level spirit beasts. And as for legendary spirit beasts, he had never seen one, let alone the holy beasts and disaster beasts above them. And he hopes it stayed that way. Because according to legends, the appearance of a natural disaster-level spirit beast was always accompanied by a massive catastrophe, such as tsunamis, droughts, and even volcanic eruptions. But if that natural disaster beast so powerful that it affects the nature around it, the students wondered if it can still be contracted by someone. And this question made the teacher pause to think, but decided to answer by citing the legends he heard. It is said that the human emperor of the ancient spirit beast era unified the planet with a disaster-level spirit beast that he cultivated himself. If this legend were true, then it was possible. To further convince them, he added that based on documented research, the ability to contract a spirit beast relies on the soul contract, which carries the soul. If a person's soul isn't strong enough, it cannot withstand the strength of the soul contract with a high-level spirit beast. This is why individuals usually wait until they reach adulthood, when their souls are stronger, before contracting with a spirit beast. However, if a high-level spirit beast is willing to suppress its power to match the human's soul strength, it is not impossible to successfully tame a monarch-level spirit beast or even higher. Correspondingly, spirit tamers, or formerly known as soul controllers, are also divided into 7 levels according to the classifications of the soul beast, from novice to apprentice, professional, master, grandmaster, glorious legend, and deity. And as spirit tamers, they are required to measure the upper limits of the soul power of the spirit beast and determine its level. To do that, they can use the perception ability of a spirit beast, or their natural sensitivity to soul power, or even instruments. For example, his own spirit beast, the Snow Eagle, is an elite 5-star spiritual beast unique to the snowfield, and the skills it can awaken are mainly related to flying and controlling wind and ice. And the upper limit of its soul power is 5,400. And as for the mutant beast, they randomly appear in the dimensional rifts that opens up randomly, and they can't be tame as they are ferocious and brutal beasts. They are enemies that rob them of their living environment. This is also why they are being asked to come to this trial, as this is their opportunity to adapt in advance of the upcoming challenges this dimensional rifts expose, and these rifts' appearance are getting frequent by the day. So as a future master tamer, they need to learn how to survive when these mutant beasts invade, to protect themselves and other people around them. And just by the looks of it, the advisor's words had moved the heart of the student, which they didn't think they ever even have such expression. With this, the advisor sees the opportunity, explaining to them on what they have to do, and that they will be divided into 3 groups according to the previously designated areas to hunt and kill the mutant beasts. And he will score their team based on the star ratings of the loot they bring back. And unlike before, the student roared with newfound determination. Now they are convinced to get strong and defeat these mutant monsters. Meanwhile, the advisor sighed in relief, seeing that his tactic had finally worked even with the setbacks. He had been delivering this motivational speech to every freshman class he had ever taught. With the students now fired up, Zukian stood to the side, deep in thought. He remembered his own strange journey from Earth, seemingly falling out of the cracks in time and space. Based on what the teacher had said, he began to wonder if he could also be a mutant beast that could potentially eat people. And this disturbing thought nagged at him, so he looked at Yun Yao intently, and in a bizarre attempt to test his theory, decided to take a playful bite out of her, which confused Yun Yao, but just then accepted that her friend is just weird like that. While Doggo, on the other hand, was reminded of food, and was now hungry. And as the students celebrated, fired up as if they had already accomplished something significant, the teacher stepped in to inform them about what lay ahead. He explained that they would be staying in the area designated outside the dimensional rift for a week, and in this strange place full of opportunities and dangers, everyone needed to be extra careful, as the threats were not just from the mutant beasts, but also from the environment itself. But it seems like his inspirational speech had worked a little too well, as the students were now too fired up to pay much attention to the details, and they were just eagerly waiting for the trial to start. And with that, there was nothing the advisor could do but start the trial immediately. Immediately, the students scattered, eager to earn as many points as possible. Even the pink-haired girl from before was enthusiastically rushing toward the forest, deciding to avoid the crowd and find a spot with plenty of low-level monsters. Though the teacher had said that higher star ratings of mutant beasts would yield higher rewards, she figured she could rack up points through quantity and not fall too far behind their one and only Luliang. Meanwhile, Zuqian and Doggo were warming up for the challenge ahead, determined to kill any monster they encountered. Suddenly, Yun Yao returned with a vial in her hands, given by the snowfield army. It was originally 10 recovery potions, but her pet and Luliang's had already drunk theirs, and their soul power had quickly recovered. So she offered Zuqian his share so they could hunt mutant beasts as soon as possible. But as Zuqian started drooling, thinking the potion looked delicious, Yun Yao quickly retracted it, reminding him that this potion was for spirit animal use only. And since they are being goofy as always, Luliang decided to clear things up. Just as they had promised before, they should go deeper and explore the forest. Although the advisor emphasized the dangers of the foreign lands, he did not prohibit exploring outside the prescribed area. And as Yun Yao fed the potion to Doggo, she asked if the school and the army would actually allow this behavior. And Luliang admitted he didn't know the answer, but emphasized that the decision ultimately rested with Zuqian, as he had already made up his mind to travel deep into the forest. So the question was whether he was willing to join him, and Zuqian didn't disappoint, agreeing to go deeper into the forest. But he had something important to share first. He voiced his suspicion that the alien centipede encounter might not have been an accident. Additionally, he noted the small number of soldiers at the camp, and this immediately struck a chord to them, as Zuqian simply suggested that this unusual event might have been planned in advance. But the reaction of the teacher didn't seem like he knew about it in advance, so this led them to speculate that the snowfield army just couldn't stand them coming to the foreign land because of their level and wanted to give them a warning. And if it is really what they assumed, then something definitely bad is going on, that the army is trying their best to scare off anyone without explicitly explaining what was happening. But what he truly fears the most is the black orb brewing in the distance. And what happened there might be related to why the snowfield army couldn't mobilize more manpower. And Zuqian was specifically concerned with this place, as it had appeared when he came to this world, always giving him an uneasy feeling just by looking at it. But Luliang contested this, believing there wouldn't be a problem with that place, as Lord Zhu himself was exploring that strange world. But if even he can't suppress it, then the snowfield... No, the entire northern part of Yunzhou is in deep shit, and it seems like Zuqian's revelation had unexpectedly stirred paranoia within the group. To counter this, he joked around and dismissed their earlier concerns. He assured them not to worry, pointing out that since the army hadn't stopped their trial, the situation must still be under the control of the snowfield army. So it's not something they need to worry about. So they should just stick to their plans, head deep into the cave, and earn some points. And the materials from the beasts in the depths will definitely be worth more. They need to get there fast before anyone else does. His casual tone seemed to work, easing their worries and refocusing them on the task at hand. Meanwhile, the bully and his group were trying to venture deeper into the woods, but suddenly lashed out at them, as he was irritated by how slow his team was moving, thinking that every second wasted was a chance for someone else to kill the beasts first, and this even made him contemplate to leave the group to grind alone, believing it would be more efficient. And so, when his team suggested not to go any deeper than their designated area, he lashed out at them once again. He couldn't let them drag him down, and had already made up his mind to go further for more points, and his angry demeanor easily scared his teammates into following his lead. Unexpectedly, this led to a domino effect, where the competitive students who wants to earn as much points as the other team decided to follow their lead, further than the path they were led to follow. Meanwhile, on Zuqian's side of things, Yun Yao was getting increasingly irritated, as she reminded Zuqian that they had ventured deep into the forest to earn points, and not what he is currently trying to do, trying to make a snowman with Doggo inside of it. But Zuqian seemed quite proud of his creation, as he clarified to Yun Yao that he isn't really playing, but trying to make noise to attract mutant beasts, and this earned him a snowball straight to the face, as Yun Yao wasn't buying his bullshit. Thankfully, before she could throw another one, Luyo intervened, suggesting that there was no need to rush since their spirit beasts still needed time to fully recover. They could do whatever they wanted while waiting. With this, Yun Yao's eyes gleamed, as she happily joined Zuqian in making a snowman out of Doggo. And look at how cute our best boy is behaving. But unexpectedly, Doggo's ears perked up, and he quickly pulled his head out of the snow. Recognizing this behavior, Zuqian immediately signaled Yun Yao to stop, indicating that Doggo had noticed movement nearby. Thinking Zuqian was messing with her again, Yun Yao asked Doggo for confirmation. The dog woofed in response, confirming the presence of something nearby. This alerted the group, shifting their playful mood to one of cautious readiness. And just as Doggo had sensed, something suddenly sprinted out from behind a rock formation. It was a toad-like spirit beast with a pack on its back. This peculiar creature wasn't attacking but seemed to be running away from something or someone. As usual, Zuqian was clueless about what it was, but Yun Yao and Lu Liang were ecstatic, recognizing the value of the creature. With its copper money eyes, they identified it as a snow toad, a spirit beast that only existed in snowfield legends. They never expected to see one with their own eyes in a place like this. Their enthusiasm piqued Zuqian's curiosity, and he quickly asked them to explain further. Lu Liang explained simply that the snow toad is even rarer than his snow elf, a spiritual beast unique to the snowfield. Zuqian assumed it must be powerful, but Lu Liang corrected him, saying that it's not that the snow toad is powerful, but it's just very special. In snowfield legends, the snow toad is also called the treasure toad. It doesn't have a very powerful combat capacity, but it has a magical skill, as it is naturally gifted with a keen sense of perception for rare treasures, precious material and the like. They can also lazily find where the treasure is, although they usually won't pick it up themselves. So much so that they don't have to worry about evolution at all. They can find the materials for evolution themselves. Additionally, they have the innate ability to hide themselves, making them almost impossible to spot in the wild. This reputation solidified their status as precious spirit beasts. A legend told to younglings further cemented this belief. It was said that over 10 years ago, an apprentice spirit controller had just joined the Night Tour Club as a new recruit. He was ordered to lead a small team to the snowfield for a mission. However, they encountered a massive blizzard, and even their contracted spirit beasts couldn't withstand it. Soon they were separated and lost their way. But then, the apprentice stumbled upon a dying snow toad, likely swept by the strong winds. He used a special recovery potion to revive the toad, and the creature led him to a mysterious place. And since Zuqian was so immersed by the story he couldn't help and excitedly asked if the apprentice obtained a super rare material and soared to greatness. And Yun Yao was irritated as the moment was broken, but still confirmed that the apprentice not only found rare treasures, but also reunited with his lost team members. After returning, he used the treasure he acquired to enhance his spirit beast, which suddenly surpassed the Lord level and broke through directly to the Monarch level, the same level as Lord Zuo's spirit beast. And much to her surprise, Lu Liang clarified that this story is not a legend but a true story. Originally they were have a 2-day tour in Shuen, but because the person in the story left Shuen and went to the central part of Yunzhou, leading the tour to be cancelled. And if that was the case, my boy Zuqian had his eyes lighting up with excitement. As the rare spirit beast is now in front of them, he would be a fool to let it get away. And so immediately he started skipping towards it, which made it more embarrassing. Even Yun Yao couldn't help herself but cringe as she looks at her friend. Unbeknownst to them, Zuqian's excitement was justified. One of Doggo's evolution materials included a time-space crystal, something no one had any information on. The snow toad was his ticket to finding it. However, the toad had no intention of being captured easily. It deftly avoided Zuqian's grasp, causing him to plunge face first into the snow. The toad seemed determined to play hard to get. In the previous chapter, the test had begun, and all the students were tasked with slaying as many mutant beasts as they could. Points would be awarded based on the rarity of the items they collected from the beasts. With this, the students ventured deeper than the path marked by the teacher. Unexpectedly, Zuqian's group encountered a rare pet. It wasn't strong, but what made it rare was its ability to find treasures. And just the thought of this made Zuqian's eyes shine with excitement. He didn't hesitate to seize the opportunity to capture the rare beast. However, it wouldn't be that easy, as the beast wasn't willing to be captured so easily. Now on to the next part. To Zuqian's surprise, as he looked ahead, he saw the toad with a worried expression. Thanks to his passive ability to understand pets' language, he realized the toad was asking for help, as it was being chased by someone or something. But before he could get a further explanation, Yun Yao shouted a warning. Raising his head, Zuqian saw a pack of 5-star mutant beasts dashing towards him. But instead of cowering, a smile spread across his face, as this was exactly what he had been looking for, a chance to earn a lot of points. And as a mutant wolf leaped towards him, Lu Liang summoned his beast to buff Doggo's attack. And with it, he easily knocks that son of a bitch back to where it came from. And Doggo wasn't even using his awakened state. So it turns out, just begin 3 stars alone is enough for it to defeat the mutant wolves. And this just excites Doggo further. And so it didn't hesitate to give fade on the unsuspecting enemies. Even the two were speechless about it, especially Lu Liang, who couldn't believe how the Snowdire wolf's fighting power kept growing stronger. And Doggo just violates them so much that he turned these aggressive wolves into traumatized pups. And seeing the faces they make, he decided to take advantage of this. He had a bit of fun by pretending to work under the toad, scaring the wolves away and ensuring they would never target the toad again. And with the mutant wolves gone, Zuqian praised Doggo for his excellent work in protecting their new little friend. But just as he was about to pet him, an ice bullet suddenly shot out from nowhere, aiming directly at Doggo. Fortunately, Doggo's reflexes were sharp, and so he dodged the attack with ease, while also canceling it before anyone could get hurt by stray shards. And the unexpected attack put Zukian on high alert. If this was the work of a mutant, it was a cunning one, capable of launching a sneak attack from a distance. But when he looked in the direction the attack had come from, he saw 3 human silhouettes, and this irritated him even more, knowing it was done by fellow students from his school, and he couldn't let such a disrespectful greeting go unanswered. But before that, he told these fools they ain't ready for the smoke, so they should just step away. But these bitches came in like they were in a boy band or something, acting all smug and shit. They really think they're cool like that. But they totally sell that douchebag aura. As they try to dispel the tension, they attempt to convince Zukian's team that the attack just now was an accident and wasn't meant to be directed at them, so they shouldn't take it to heart. However, in reality, it was actually a little test, since they could easily break the ice bullet at will. But seeing that Zukian's team is more competent than expected, they switch to a diplomatic approach, as they're here for the snow toad, which they originally planned to rescue from a desperate situation to win its favor. Unexpectedly, it met these guys instead, and so they try their best to be all buddy-buddy with Zukian's group. Unfortunately, a sly individual like Zukian can smell his own kind, knowing they are full of shit. Thus, he deflects these guys by telling them not to bother them at all as they are busy building a snowman, which confuses the guys, but they decide not to question it further. Instead, they tell Zukian that they won't bother them any longer as long as they can take the snow toad away, explaining they've been chasing it for a long time. And Zukian responded with a smile, but deep down he knew something was off with this group. So he went ahead and asked the toad if it would like to go with these guys. Just as expected, the toad wasn't willing. As it turns out, the snow toad had already discovered these guys a long time ago. Even the strange beast that was chasing it was lured out by them. He couldn't possibly hand it over to them. As they waited further, tension was rising. With this, the leader of the trio looked at his team, who nodded as a sign that they were ready. After that, he turned to Zukian and asked if he was planning to suddenly attack them. Immediately, Zukian clapped back with a taunt, saying he wouldn't do such a thing as he is not as shameless as them. This was quite effective as one of them was easily pissed off, but the leader stopped him, thinking they still had the upper hand. Zukian just doubled down with his taunt, a true master rage baiter at work. Meanwhile, both Yun Yao and Luliang were locked and loaded with snowballs, as they had assumed what Zukian knew as well. They were just waiting to see what Zukian was about to do. He let the guys near the toad to try and attempt to convince it to join, calling it with a soft voice, just like you would when calling a cat. However, the toad was already scared of them. As soon as they reached to grab it, the toad defended itself by giving the dude a facial. Zukian immediately seized the opportunity to mock him for how stupid he now looked, and this quickly broke their facade. The leader just said, "Fuck it," and tried to take the toad by force. But he was quickly stopped by Zukian, which made the leader snap back at him. But this didn't sit well with him, so he asked them once more if they were sure they wanted this fade. But these guys really wanted that snow toad for themselves, as their rise to success would be sealed with it by their side. He couldn't blame them for retaliating, since taking away someone's future is like killing them. So, they started the fight, releasing their own pet beasts, a 4-star snow ferret, a 5-star ice snake, and a 4-star ice vine wood. Now fully summoned, they went straight on the offensive, attacking with a barrage of strikes. To their surprise, Doggo blocked the attacks quite easily. With their superiority established, Zukian called them out, advising them to stop acting like victims since they were the ones who caused the mutant beasts to chase the snow toad in the first place. This immediately caught the guys off guard, leading them to ask how Zukian could possibly know such a thing. Could it be that they had been secretly following them? This just put a smile on Zukian's face. He asked Doggo to come to him, saying he had a treat for it, which Doggo immediately did, eating the fangs of the mutant gray wolf. Meanwhile, the trio was now on edge as they realized their opponent was not simple. One of them even tried to use their family name to scare Luliang away, suggesting that fighting him would cause a family feud. But Luliang just brushed it off, as he didn't even have a clue who this guy was. Even if it did happen, he knew it wouldn't impact his family. Talk about disrespect. And this immediately pissed off the orange-haired dude. But before he could do anything, my boy Luliang showed them just how cold he truly is. He told them that their family isn't worth a dime to him. Besides, he doesn't like their manipulative approach to getting what they want. So, if they still think he won't join the fight, guess what? He's pleased to give them his fist. Faced with this, the trio had no choice but to attack at full force. But before that, they reminded Zukian and his team that they had attracted those mutant beasts, and naturally had the power to annihilate them. However, if you really think about it, what is bro yapping about? Like, didn't Zukian just single-handedly kill the mutant gray fox all by himself? So, what they're saying isn't really a flex. I guess they're just delusional spoiled brats who think they're worth something. And therefore, they attacked without hesitation, thinking they had the upper hand, launching a frost spear directly toward Zukian. But this was easily blocked, and just pissed Zukian more, as he now realized that Buzzcut is the guy who tried a sneak attack on him. If that's the case, then he'd be glad to teach this fucker a lesson. As another ice spear was hurled toward him, the guy took his chance to sneak in another trick, enlarging the spear in an instant. This caught Zukian off guard, but he still managed to block it. But these guys are truly delusional, acting as if the attack connected. They started talking about how this brown-haired guy is a genius who has awakened with a great companion skill. So they demanded the toad be handed over to them, or else they would face their wrath. But Zukian didn't care about any of that shit. But just then, they used another trick, and fog suddenly erupted, covering their vision. And he quickly noticed that the ice snake was nowhere to be found on the guy's arm. As he was distracted, the two guys went ahead and attacked him simultaneously. Snow blasts came from the left, and ice tentacle whips from the right. With this, there was no chance that Doggo could dodge it. But Doggo wasn't the only one fighting here. His team appeared in time, countering the snow blast with snow blasts of their own and the ice whip with a blizzard. And with that, Zukian took this opportunity to mock these guys again, mimicking how they act, particularly when they were boasting about having geniuses on their team, which definitely made both of his teammates cringe. Meanwhile, the rich kid now understood what it meant to face a talent from a real wealthy family. Still, they composed themselves, clinging to their plans and waiting for their leader to shout "Frost Path." Once it is activated, they will get the upper hand. Zukian then informed everyone about the missing ice snake that had hidden itself after the snowburst, and with Yun Yao's great perception on a snowfield, she easily saw where the snake was hiding. But it was rather too late, as it had fully charged its attack. Soon after, pillars of ice suddenly trapped Doggo, and with this, the rich kid celebrated, while Zukian wasn't fazed at all. He knew this was just a flashy but useless attempt to imprison his dog, as his beast already evolved his claw long ago, and not long after, the ice prison started spewing out red aura and suddenly shattered into pieces, revealing that Doggo was a force not to be messed with. To their surprise, Doggo suddenly felt weakened, making it hard for him to stand up. He lost a great amount of aura, but this wasn't due to Doggo getting weaker. It was because of the slippery ice he was standing on. The rich kid was so proud, thinking their victory was just around the corner, now that Doggo couldn't even stand freely. But to their surprise, instead of getting frustrated, Zukian was simply smiling under his breath, which caught them off guard. They asked if he was crazy, saying this wasn't the attitude of someone who was going to lose, and Zukian agreed, because he wasn't going to lose, as on their side, Luliang wasn't the only one who had awakened a companion skill. This made the guys nervous but not entirely convinced, as a snow dire wolf ever awakening a companion skill was unheard of. Zukian continued, revealing that Doggo had unlocked none other than the legendary Snow Death skill. This immediately scared the group, as this skill could destroy a town. But they wouldn't believe it without seeing it firsthand, so they stood there waiting in anticipation and panic. But as they had feared, Zukian's beast delivered on their threat. Its head glowed with aura, charging up for a devastating attack. Instantly, their pet beasts dipped out of that place as fast as they could. Soon after, Doggo released the devastating attack, but it was actually just a deterrent skill. This left the trio dumbfounded, as it wasn't the legendary skill they had been promised. However, the deterrent skill disoriented their pets. Meanwhile, Luliang couldn't believe Zukian pulled this off so perfectly. Only Zukian could do that. The glowing thing on Doggo's head was just his ice elf charging up. Now that Zukian had fooled them, he seized the opportunity to attack, chipping away at the health of their beasts. The trio couldn't have that, so to counter the deterrent skill, they used hypnotic spores, which snapped their pets out of their disoriented state. This was alarming as Zukian didn't expect them to have a mind control skill as well, making his deterrent skill useless. But it didn't really matter that much anyway, as they had already greatly reduced their opponent's combat effectiveness. But before they could continue to fight, Luliang asked Zukian about something that had been bothering him for quite some time. How on earth did he know that these guys deliberately lured the mutant beast? Zukian casually told him it was simply because he could understand what the snow toad was saying. This surprised Luliang, but it explained a lot. He had been wondering why the snow toad appeared here of all places. Based on their concealment capabilities, they shouldn't be discovered quite easily unless they were about to find a treasure. That's why the toad didn't care about the high risk of exposure. This realization made them more excited to finish this fight as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the trio was in disbelief. Even though it wasn't the snow death skill they expected, the deterrent skill was just as surprising. Fortunately, they had hypnotic spores to barely get rid of its influence. Otherwise, they would have been done for. With them being weakened, they decided to attack one last time with everything they had. As depressing as it may seem, Everyone agreed with the plan. With this, their pets activated their most powerful skills, like enhanced hypnotic spores, to boost the two beasts' overall power for a short amount of time and force them into a berserk-like state. This surprised Yun Yao, as it showed their enemies were truly desperate. But to Shuqian, this was just a joke. Their so-called berserk state was totally incomparable to the beasts they had encountered before. They just looked too cute with their eyes glowing red. Even Doggo thought so, as these guys looked like they would just nibble at him compared to the centipede he had just fought. So he just casually turned his back with a smug, as if they were insignificant, which just fueled the cute little berserk beast's anger even more. And so they zoomed in towards him. But Doggo remained unserious as this was 2 against 3, so even they were in a berserk state. He was confident with his and his team's capabilities, and now that their skill was out to be delivered, they soon clashed. But just as Doggo expected, the fight didn't even last a second. The ferret and the snake were down for the count. The remaining pet took their bodies back to their side, and their respective tamers checked on them, but they were badly injured. So they immediately put them inside their spirit domain while admitting defeat for now, but promised that this wouldn't be the last encounter, and that they would see each other at school, leaving plenty of time to get back at them. But the toad just mocked their salty asses. They couldn't even take the L in peace. And with this, Zukian doubles down on the insult, asking them to try and sway the toad again. Maybe it would be deeply moved by their dramatic attitude, which instantly pulled their strings, leading Zukian to laugh at them for how easily he could manipulate them. But the leader was different, as he stopped the two from responding and just told them to chill. And even though they were unwilling, there wasn't much they could do right now, as their beast's energy had been exhausted. And it was strange that Luliang's rare spirit beast had just been playing support, and they knew how Luliang was. His beast was a monster, so the leader feared that there were more powerful companion skills that hadn't even been used yet. Meanwhile, back with Zukian's group, Zukian wondered if these rich kids had really given up on the snow toad, which Luliang reassured that it should be the case since there was no other way for them to fight, as novice tamers could only contract one spirit beast, and their plans to capture the snow toad had ultimately failed. And if that were the case, the only problem now was that they were novice tamers as well. So they wondered how they could form a contract with this little fellow. Surprisingly, it seemed like they didn't have to make a contract with the toad, as it was willing to go with them voluntarily. It kindly asked Doggo and climbed onto his head for transportation, and then told the group about the treasure it had sensed as a reward. And it explained that it was chased by the trio when it was foraging in a cave, so they should follow it to that place. And this immediately shocked the group, as the treasure this toad sensed was nothing ordinary. So they were in for a treat. Zukian even thought it would be great if he got a disaster-level beast egg, to which Luliang immediately corrected him, explaining that there was no such thing as a beast egg with that caliber. Natural disaster-level beasts were all in adult forms, and no one had ever seen their juvenile form. So maybe they should ground their expectations a little more so they wouldn't be disappointed. In the previous chapter, after defending the toad from the wolves, some group of edgy students appeared claiming the toad for themselves. But Zukian knew instantly that something's wrong with these guys, and so he prevents them from doing so, leading to an intense fight, which they came out victorious in the end, and with the threat gone. The grateful toad decided to join their team and, as a form of thanks, offered to lead them to the treasure it had discovered. Now on to the next part. A few moments later, the group was now up on a hill, traversing near a cliff. With this, Zukian reached out to Doggo, asking him to slow down. But before he could even finish his sentence, Doggo suddenly vanished into thin air, and the next thing he knew, his foot slipped, and he was already falling down the cliff. Luckily, the drop wasn't that far, so his cake was enough to cushion the fall and prevent serious injury. As he opened his eyes, he was shocked to see that he was already inside a cave, and based on what the toad had said, this might just be where the treasure was hidden, which the toad confirmed once more. Meanwhile, his teammates decided to follow as they were worried about him, which only led them to bump into each other. But their attention was soon diverted when they saw the layout of the place, and they hadn't expected to find a huge cave hidden within the snow. This toad was indeed a one-of-a-kind treasure hunter, and so they followed its lead closely. And a few miles later, they arrived at the end of the cave, and they were in shock to see what was in store for them, as a massive crystal, larger than their hands, that had even managed to light up the dark cave. And just like before, as a transmigrator, Zukian was clueless about what it was, and so the others explained it to him. And that thing is an ice energy crystal, said to be the energy crystal left behind by a powerful spirit beast after death. Inside it is a skill mastered during the beast's lifetime would be recorded, and spirit beasts that use ice energy crystals would be able to learn this skill. But Zukian think this wasn't impressive at all, as he believed that as long as a spirit beast broke through, it would naturally awaken a skill. Not to mention, The companion skills that could only be used by the spirit tamer were all dependent on the tamer himself. To which Yun Yao immediately corrected, explaining that his belief was wrong. Contrary to companion skills, the skills that a spirit beast could awaken were closely related to its race. For example, both star foxes and ferrets could awaken the snow explosion skill, but doggo could not. Even if doggo were upgraded to the sovereign level, it could not awaken that said skill. So this is where the ice energy crystal came in clutch, as it could break this limitation. If doggo was given an ice crystal that had snow blast recorded in it, he could also learn snow blasts. If that were the case, Zuqian asked how he would know what skills the ice energy crystal recorded. But Yun Yao revealed that she didn't have a way to know either. But since the snow toad was guarding this crystal, she can be sure that the skills recorded in it must be powerful. And luckily for them, Luliang came prepared. He took out a device from his inventory just for this occasion. It was a detector that could analyze what skill was recorded in the crystal, which immediately delighted the group. Surprisingly, this crystal didn't contain the snow blast skill, but its evolved form, the avalanche skill. As a non-companion skill, the total destructive power of this skill was only inferior to the companion skill Snowfall, which Luliang already had. And since it was the evolved form of Yun Yao's pet skill, Zuqian didn't think twice about giving it to her, which really surprised her, and she was greatly thankful for his generosity. But she couldn't accept it and gave it back to Zuqian, as her beast could awaken the avalanche skill on its own, so it would be a waste for her to use the crystal. So it was more cost-effective to let Doggo learn this powerful skill. Unexpectedly, Zuqian then decided to offer the crystal to Luliang as well, since his beast relies on long-range skills. But Luliang kindly refused as well, stating that the skills and companion skills that the snow elves could awaken were far stronger than this. And although this level of ice crystal was indeed precious, he also had some at home. Zuqian then pointed out how weird it was that he was giving his team good things, but they didn't want them. This just made him think it was a rubbish skill that no one wanted. But it wouldn't hurt to use it for himself. So he gave it to Doggo to eat, which Doggo excitedly tried to do. But Doggo was unable to even close his mouth because the crystal was so hard. Quickly, Zuqian inquired about instructions, which Luliang gladly gave, telling him to let Doggo use his soul power to slowly absorb the energy from the crystal. And so Doggo did just that, removing the crystal from his mouth, placing it on a rock, and using his soul power to connect with the crystal, starting the absorbing process. And it seems like it would be taking much longer than Zuqian had expected, leading him to ask how long this process usually took, which Luliang answered that, based on his snow elf's experience, it took about an hour. With that in mind, Yun Yao decided to sit back and relax, knowing things would get sweaty once they left the cave and tried to earn points. But her sweet time was abruptly interrupted by Zuqian suddenly realizing something, which concerned her. But her stupid friend was just getting furious as he realized they were falling behind in points due to taking the treasure. So he thought they should have let those 3 bastards keep the exotic beast instead, which just dumbfounded his 2 teammates, as it takes talent to be this dumb. But in the end, he also understood what the teacher said about dangers not only coming from mutant beasts. Having the exotic beast with them also made them a target, and they wouldn't be able to keep the points they earned if they lose. While this was a possibility, they were more than confident that only a few of the students could pose a challenge to them, and even if they were robbed, they would just rob it back. They were down to get dirty with it. Half an hour later, the crystal crumbled, signifying that Doggo had fully absorbed the skill, which made them all delighted. But no one was more delighted than Doggo himself, as he had also upgraded his star level to 4, increasing his soul energy to 450. And this earned him a pet for a job well done. And with that settled, they definitely needed to find some mutant beasts to try out this newfound power. Meanwhile, Yun Yao was in shock to realize Doggo was already at 4 stars. When he fought her Fluffy a week ago, he was only at 1 star. This progress was so fast it was unbelievable. But before they could leave, the toad frantically waved its hand, requesting something from Zuqian. Surprisingly, it just wanted to follow Doggo, and Doggo appreciated this. But as a novice tamer, they could only contract 1 beast at most, so Luliang thought this would be impossible. But Yun Yao contested this, as she pointed out that Doggo had only been around for a week and was already at 4 stars, so she believed contracting another beast wasn't impossible. But this didn't convince Luliang. He argued that no matter if it was in legend or ancient books, he had never heard of anyone being able to break this rule. It was said that this limitation had existed since the soul contract was first known. But Zuqian wasn't afraid to try, and he was confident with it, as his contracts usually turned into an app on his system phone, and he could see on his phone that there were still vacancies for another spirit beast. And with that belief, magic circles formed under their feet, and a sudden burst of yellow aura illuminated the cave. This was a sign that a contract was already in process, which immediately shocked Luliang. Just seconds before, He thought this was impossible, but what he was seeing now proved him completely wrong. Even Yun Yao, who believed Zuqian could do it, couldn't help but be surprised. With that, Zuqian successfully contracted with the toad. Naturally, as a good-natured guy, Luliang suggested hiding this special feature, otherwise Zuqian might become a target, which Yun Yao agreed, prompting Zuqian to assure them not to worry, as there is no possibility anyone other than them can know, and they are his friends, so he is confident it will remain a secret. And this made Luliang smile, as he never had experienced such kind of connection before. And as he was cherishing the bond, Zuqian went ahead and used his phone to check the toad's stats. Surprisingly, this toad was already at 3-star ordinary rank, with good quality, and had 2 skills in its arsenal. The first was the hide ability, and the second was the 8-direction treasure, which made the toad randomly choose a direction to move forward, and would not return to its tamer until it found something it liked. It would then give the thing it found to its tamer. As if on cue, the toad was suddenly invigorated with newfound energy, and started using the 8-direction treasure ability, completely ignoring its tamer to do its thing, which made Zuqian feel that even they made a contract. It is as if there was no contract at all, and Luliang just suggested looking on the bright side of things. This way, no one could find out that he had actually contracted 2 spirit beasts, while Yun Yao just hoped that it wouldn't bring them another ice energy crystal with the same skill. Meanwhile, Doggo was just confused, as he couldn't see his little friend anymore. But since there was nothing they could do about it, they decided to go out for now and try Doggo's new skill. As they neared the top, Luliang noticed something different. He immediately went in close to investigate, and just as he expected, there were fresh footprints at the entrance of the cave. This meant there was definitely something nearby, and what do you know? These beasts appeared as if on cue, ready to jump them. It seemed they were attracted by the noise Doggo made when he absorbed the energy crystal. But just like before, instead of cowering, this put a smile on Zuqian's face. They had arrived at the perfect time to try out their new skills. Based on their level, these black wolves weren't to be messed with. They even had a black wolf king with them, whose oppression level was close to the mutant centipede they first encountered. But this only added to Zuqian's excitement, and so he told everyone to stay back as he would deal with them all on his own. With that, Zuqian activated their avalanche skill. Then an extreme glow appeared on top of Doggo's head, powering him up to collect a great amount of energy from within and the nature around him. With this, the black wolves easily sensed that this wasn't an ordinary attack, so they instinctively ran for their lives. But it was a little too late for that. Doggo had collected enough energy and quickly unleashed it all in one go. It was indeed an avalanche-like skill, quickly catching up to the wolves and burying them alive in the deep, cold snow. Although this skill fully drained Doggo's soul power, it managed to kill a great number of mutant beasts in one fell swoop. One of these beasts had a power level similar to the centipede they had taken a while to kill. This demonstrated the sheer strength of this skill, though due to their low soul energy reserves, it could only be used as a trump card. Yun Yao reminded them that the points were also buried, so they couldn't just leave them, especially since the Wolf King's points would definitely not be low. The only option was to dig them out with sticks, which made Yun Yao lash out at Zuqian for how absurd their situation was. And so he immediately tries to calm her down by suggesting she rest while he and Luliang did the digging. But their attention was diverted when they saw the exhausted Doggo stand up from his rest, as if he had noticed something. And naturally they turned to where Doggo was looking. To their surprise, another set of monsters appeared. Since Doggo had emptied his energy, Zuqian decided to sit this one out, making Yun Yao smirk. She left the task of retrieving the points buried in the snow to him, while she and Luliang dealt with the upcoming horde of monsters. This was perfect timing, as Fluffy and the Snow Elf were due to upgrade soon, making this fight all the more exciting for them. And with that, Zuqian realized how foolish it was to dig for the monsters he had accidentally buried, especially with a stick. And so he asked Doggo for assistance, in which Doggo was glad to help dig, being a dog after all. But Zuqian soon realized he must let Doggo hold back a little to avoid repeating this strenuous task. A few moments passed, and Yun Yao and Luliang were not prepared for what greeted them. Zuqian's eyes were practically non-existent from the size of his bags, and he put all the blame on Doggo, explaining that he couldn't sleep because of the noise he made, which quickly pissed off Doggo. But he kept a straight face, knowing that in reality, Zuqian had been using his good hand skills, which is why he looked like this. And this earned a pat in the back by Luliang, while Yun Yao comforted Doggo, assuring him that it was thanks to him they were able to clear out monsters and earn points so quickly these days, so he should just take a good rest. And as the next day arrived, Zuqian and his group encountered a horde of centipedes. Unlike before, they were more than ready to face them head-on, as all of their beasts had upgraded, and Zuqian was really feeling this moment, as they would settle the score once and for all. And with Zuqian's avalanche skill, It didn't even take them a second to finish off the centipedes, but this time, they were prepared for the aftermath, as they now have a shovel to make things easier, which they took turns using it as they only had one. Furthermore, the avalanche skill was so efficient at clearing out mutant beasts that they couldn't even count the points they were making anymore. And this avalanche spree continued for quite a while, with Doggo unleashing it left and right between rests, but the ruckus they made caught the attention of tons of mutant beasts, in which they realized that even with the avalanche skill, they were no match for such numbers, and so they immediately dipped out of the place as fast as they could. Meanwhile, in another part of the foreign land, Redhead was all smiles. After upgrading his own beast, he could now kill an ordinary 7-star monster. But the battle hadn't been won unscathed. They were roughed up from just battling a single one, and Redhead's teammates were more battered than he was. But, given they had already gathered so much material, they were confident their points were higher than anyone in their class. So they then suggested heading back to camp because if they ventured further, they might not be able to return. Luckily for them, this was enough to convince Redhead, and is confident with their progress, having spent the past few days hunting mutant beasts almost non-stop. Additionally, he doesn't believe that Luliang had accumulated more points than he had. Meanwhile, the trio stared at the big bag of materials in front of them, troubled as they tried to figure out how to carry so much back to camp without breaking their spines. They even had gathered enough high-level materials to warrant a separate bag. After some thought, they concluded that they should borrow a cart from the snowfield army tomorrow. The next day arrived, and the students returned to camp. The teacher had set up a scale to calculate the students' points accurately, and a large TV to display the scores. As most of the students had already gathered, the teacher explained what was happening and what was in store for them. The points they acquired could be redeemed for materials and medicines through the school's internal system, and those ranking high would be rewarded with additional points. Immediately, many students felt regretful. If they had known these points were so valuable, they would have killed more monsters. But it seems that this was the teacher's intention. If you weren't determined to get points in the first place, you didn't deserve the benefits that followed. Now that was cleared up. The teacher began calling out the names of the groups to submit their materials, which sent a wave of nervous anticipation through the crowd, each student anxiously wondering who would rank the lowest and who would come out on top. And the prevailing assumption was that Luliang's team would claim the highest points, given the formidable strength of his beast and the powerful snowfox. And as the process continued, it was surprising to see that the students had almost the same number of points, and most of the groups had fairly low scores, with none surpassing 1,000 points. This made the Redheads group smile with anticipation, confident that the top spot was within their grasp. It was a reasonable assumption since they had killed so many mid-level monsters, and just by looking at the bag of what Luliang is holding, only reinforced their belief, which of course, made the Redheads smirk as though victory was already his. While Luliang didn't even know they have some kind of beef going on, but he just let it be. Though he won't lie, his small bag did make him look bad, which left him wondering why on earth the two who had gone to borrow a cart hadn't returned yet. And with that, everyone's attention was now on the Redhead's team, as they couldn't believe that not only had he killed a fair number of mid-level beasts, but he also killed 2 high-level ones as well, earning them almost 6,000 points. This was the first group to surpass the 1,000 mark, and with the crowd's reaction, the Redhead named Zhang couldn't help but feel himself as he finally got the spotlight he desperately wanted. And this just boosted his ego more as Luliang's group was called out next. And with the small bag in his hand, even the pink-haired girl was nervous about what their scores is going to be. But as he put all the materials down, their advisor was surprised to see 5 high-level mutant beast materials. But although this was an impressive feat, it wasn't enough for them to get the #1 spot, as it only counted for 5,000 points. And Luliang was sweating bullets and asked the teacher to wait for a moment, buying time for Zuqian to come back. And fortunately for him, Zuqian and Yun Yao came in clutch, arriving just in the nick of time with a large crate full of mutant beast materials. And the crate was so big that the students couldn't wrap their heads around the idea that it was all points, as finding this much material seemed impossible for them to do. Even Zhang started tweaking and was at the denial stage of grief. Even the teacher was equally astonished, and therefore asked if the bag was indeed filled with mutant beast materials, which they confirmed. And this was so massive it made it difficult for them to bring it to the counter. And just as they put it all on the table, Zhang was in shock to see that they were actually all materials. This meant that in addition to killing 5 high-level mutant beasts, they were also able to clear out so many low to mid-level mutant beasts, which he found impossible for novice tamers like them, as he couldn't do it himself, leading him to wonder if their spirit beasts recovered their soul power without resting, or if they even cheated to get that many materials. But he quickly brushed it off. Knowing Luliang's character, he wouldn't do such a thing, and stealing others' points was even harder. And it couldn't possibly be because of the snow elf and snow fox either, as he had seen their attack methods before. So they couldn't have killed so many strange beasts. And this left him with one answer. And this was all because of this Zukian guy and his weird snow dire wolf. A few moments later, the teacher had done counting the materials, earning them a total of 23,000 points, which made the teacher smile hesitantly as this amount, even if he were to kill them all himself, he might not be able to kill enough. And with the score now displayed on the TV, everyone was in shock at the staggering total. This even made them think what Jiang had thought before, wondering if they had stolen points from others. But just like Jiang, they quickly dismissed such thoughts, as Luliang had a well-known good nature. Surprisingly, the teacher hadn't even finished counting all the students' points, yet he already decided they deserved the top spot. And according to the rules, they would receive an additional 50% in points, which would be divided evenly among their group, which delighted them, as this meant that each of them get 1,000 on average, and with this amount, it is more than enough for Doggo to upgrade to 5 stars, which made it all the more exciting. But just when it seemed the event was about to close on a high note, a scandal erupted, as someone had robbed a student of their points, shocking everyone present. And this incident occurred when a team split up to search for strange beasts. One girl was mugged by a group who stole her team's points that she had been carrying. Immediately, the pink-haired girl rushed to her, concerned more about her well-being than the points, which the girl assured that it was only minor injury, but she couldn't help but feel sorry about what happened. And as the leader, she reassured the girl that everything was fine as long as she was okay. The pressing question now was whether she remembered what the assailants looked like. If she did, she was encouraged to remember their faces well, as she promised to give them fade if she ever encountered them at school. While the teacher took this opportunity to make everyone realize that dangers in the wild come not only from mutant beasts but also from other groups, such as terrorist organizations or rogue tamers, so he hoped this incident would serve as a warning. But this triggered a domino effect, with other victims stepping forward to share similar experiences. Despite the growing number of reports, the teacher decided not to count the lost points, explaining that this was also part of the test, which forced the students to confront the harsh reality of the world they live in. Meanwhile, Zukian's group had a strong suspicion about the identity of the thieves, and that it was the trio they had encountered before, which led them to consider the possibility that the school knew about the incident, but chose not to intervene. But Luliang disagreed, believing the school wouldn't tolerate such misconduct just to deliver a lesson. But given the small number of freshmen, there was a high chance they would meet the trio during the freshman tryouts on campus. This event is, to prepare for the annual Yun Yao Northern League, the school would hold a freshman selection competition to choose potential reserve players for the league. And with the event just around the corner, they have to use their points wisely to upgrade their spirit beasts, and teach those thieves a lesson during the competition. And with that, the trial ended on a rather tense moment, but nothing can bring Zukian's mood down, knowing that they each received nearly 12,000 points after the school added a 50% bonus to their overall score. In the previous chapter, Zukian had found an ice crystal with an avalanche skill stored in it. After absorbing it, they immediately tried using the skill, and it was so effective that they couldn't even count the materials they collected anymore. With this newfound power, they took first place in the trials with an overwhelming amount. But just when they thought the trials were ending on a high note, a scandal came to light, as one of the students had been robbed of her points, and by the descriptions given, Zukian's group immediately realized the identity of the perpetrator. They decided the best way to teach them a proper lesson was to humiliate them in the upcoming freshman selection competition. With this resolve, they made up their minds to use their accumulated points as efficiently as possible to increase their level. Now on to the next part. The students had gotten home safely, and 2 days later, at Icefield University, Zukian was walking down the campus with a smile on his face. He was delighted to see that Doggo was nearing 5 stars, and with what Luliang had said, he could use his points at the school logistics department to upgrade his beast. So, he decided to head there immediately. And he was quite excited, since Doggo would be awakening another companion skill when he reaches 5 stars. On his way, though, he encountered Jiang but was too busy to notice. But because his beast had a surprising rate of progress, Jiang had also made him one of his rivals, fueling his determination to do his best to try and surpass him. And you know what? This Jiang guy is growing on me. Despite not having money like Luliang or a cheat ability like Zukian, Jiang had that indomitable spirit, and so I hope to see him grow more. But I digress. Shu Qian arrived at the logistics department, where a teacher greeted him, asking for his student card, which he gladly provided. Seeing that Zukian was a freshman, the teacher suggested he choose a few white pills, as they are very effective for ordinary and low-level spiritual beasts. Looking at the menu of pills, Zukian noticed that the white ones were the cheapest, while the black ones were the most expensive. This led him to ask if the black pills were the best ones available. The teacher replied that they were not, of course, but generally freshmen didn't have many points, so they typically showed this option. But since Zuqian kept asking about it, the teacher assumed that he might have more than 1,000 points like the student before him. If that were the case, he would gladly change the menu to a mid-level store for him, which obviously had more powerful things, which made Zuqian smile. But he clarified to the teacher that he didn't need an intermediate store, but a higher-level store with a 10,000-point level. And this made the teacher smirk. Not because he was amused, but because he thought this guy was just straight-up capping. Still, he decided to do what the student asked, and see his reaction to the prices of the pills, which weren't cheap. These were things that even apprentice spirit tamers might not be able to afford. And he was right. The prices ranged from 10,000 to 500,000 points. There was even an ice crystal with an avalanche skill ready to be sold for 300,000 points. Zuqian was surprised, never expecting things to be that expensive, but the item that caught his attention the most had wolf in its name. He promptly asked the teacher about it, who gladly explained that the true wolf marrow was a diluted marrow fluid obtained from a lord-level wolf-shaped monster. It was very useful for wolf-shaped spirit beasts, as it could upgrade them naturally and even increase the upper limit of soul power. The teacher advised buying it as soon as possible since they didn't have many in stock. On the other hand, the true wild blood was much more powerful than the wolf marrow. It was concentrated blood extracted from a lord-level wolf-shaped beast. There is even a chance that the wolf-shaped spirit beast can awaken some powerful skills that have been lost through time, once the beast consumes it. From Zuqian's questions, the teacher gathered that this student had a wolf-shaped beast, but he suggested not paying much attention to these items, which only professional tamers could exchange for, and just focus on what he could realistically get. But if Zuqian really wanted to collect a lot of points, the teacher mentioned that winning the freshman selection competition would earn him plenty of points, and this brought a smile to Zuqian's face and made him look forward to the competition even more. But his points were already enough, so he showed the teacher his credit and decided to buy the true wolf marrow and 3 black spirit pills, and this surprised the teacher. But since Zuqian was just a freshman, he decided to check the school database just to be sure, which offended Zuqian, but he decided to let it slide, understanding it was natural to be skeptical. After all, no ordinary freshman could accomplish such a feat. After getting the items, Zuqian left with a smile on his face, while the teacher was still in shock, trying to wrap his mind around how a freshman had managed to get that many points. A few moments later, at Zuqian's residence, he took out the things he had bought. He was surprised by how small the 10,000-point item was, but as long as it did the job, size wouldn't matter. He went ahead and fed Doggo the black pills first, to help him reach the 5-star ordinary rank before using the wolf marrow. Just after Doggo had eaten the pills, Zuqian couldn't wait and started pestering him to upgrade, which pissed off Doggo, making him glare and ready to bite. But then, a black aura started materializing around him, and just like that, he upgraded to a 5-star ordinary rank, increasing his overall soul power to 620. And since Zuqian believes in the saying that it's best to strike while the iron was hot, Zuqian didn't waste any time in giving Doggo the wolf marrow. Not even a moment passed before a large amount of aura suddenly surged around him, which concerned Zuqian. It was obvious that this process could make or break his beast. The amount of aura, if not contained, might backfire on his beast's health. Luckily, Doggo was not an ordinary breed. Even though he now faced a much larger beast within his consciousness, he wasn't fazed at all, and just booked that flight directly towards his opponent. Meanwhile, back in the outside world, Zuqian's concern was ever growing, as his dog had been concentrating for nearly an hour, almost longer than when he was absorbing the ice energy crystal. Thankfully, after a few more moments, Doggo regained consciousness and instantly rose to the 6-star ordinary rank, which also increased his overall soul power to 800. This delighted Zuqian, as he never expected such rapid progress. But Doggo's level was not the highlight of this training, as the real question was whether he had awakened a new skill. Checking his stats, Zuqian saw that Doggo had indeed been successful, unlocking a new companion ability called Night Fight, which enhances the user's eyes, making them more adept in dark environments. It could be actively used to increase the Snow Wolf's combat effectiveness in the dark. The only downside was that during the activation period, it would continue to consume the Soul Tamer's soul power, meaning Zuqian couldn't use all his soul energy for other skills just to keep a trump card. With this skill in mind, he remembered that Training Palace can adjust the combat environment, so he decided it was best to go there and try out Doggo's new skill when they had time. Now that they were at 6 stars, they could also challenge a much more difficult trial, which made Doggo sweat a bit. But the grind doesn't stop, so he accepted his fate and prepared for the challenge. After that was done, Zuqian decided to check out the site where they would battle in the upcoming competition, which was the Icefield University Battle Hall. To his surprise, Luliang was also there, and he assumed that Luliang was looking for someone to fight. Their conversation was interrupted by a redhead from behind, asking Luliang if he was there to watch him fight, or if he wanted to fight him. Luliang immediately clarified that he wouldn't think of fighting him. He already knew he was at a disadvantage in a one-on-one battle. His snow elf was just a support beast, so fighting another elemental elf, especially a fire one, wouldn't be wise. Meanwhile, Zuqian took some interest in this guy's spirit beast, as it was his first time seeing a fire type in person. He asked Luliang who this guy was, and Luliang answered that he was Gao Zhenghao, also a freshman, but a battle maniac who hung out in the battle hall every day looking for people to fight with. Moreover, Gao's mischievous spirit was a very powerful fire spirit, which could restrain the traditional snowfield ice and snow element spirit beasts. Because of this, not many people in the battle hall could beat him, but Zhenghao couldn't let Luliang just glaze over him like that, so he interrupted and called him out, saying that Luliang also had a strong pet. He pointed out that Luliang's snow elf's full combat form was incredibly powerful, which made Luliang smile, but Luliang just noted that his beast still wasn't on equal ground with Zhenghao's mischievous beast, as it should be at 7 stars by now. And he ain't wrong about that. So he again challenged Luliang to a fight. Meanwhile, Zuqian pressed Luliang, realizing that Luliang had been hiding his spirit beast's combat form. Luliang clarified that it was because he couldn't use it freely, as it was his elf's companion skill, the Ice Weapon Awakening. With his current soul power, he could only maintain it for 5 minutes at most. Furthermore, his beast would fall into a long period of weakness afterward, so he never dared to use his companion skill again. But if Zuqian really wanted to see it, it wasn't impossible, provided they fought it out in the arena. When it came to fighting, Zhenghao didn't want to be left out. He stepped between the two and asked them both to fight him, catching Zuqian off guard, and that this guy was a battle maniac. Zuqian hadn't really fought a spirit tamer in an all-out battle before, so this might be his best opportunity to do so. With this in mind, he accepted Zhenghao's proposal, which surprised the two, but as they entered the arena, Zhenghao was dumbfounded by what he saw. He asked Zuqian if he was really serious about fighting him with a snow-dire wolf. If so, he told his mischievous beast to take it easy, as they didn't want to beat the opponent too badly, which fired up Zuqian and Doggo even more, determined to prove that underestimating them was the worst choice anyone could make. Knowing they were up against a 7-star ordinary rank, they immediately went all out, launching countless ice spikes towards the fire elf. But the fire elf wasn't fazed at all, effortlessly dodging the ice spikes with ultra-instinct-like movements. Once it stopped, the fire elf clapped its hands together and used its fire trick ability to create its own familiar, launching it towards Doggo. Doggo initially prepared to fight head-on, but quickly realized he was at a disadvantage and tried to outrun the familiar. But this little fire creature was fast, leaving Doggo no choice but to use his ice breath. But this just showed how naive they were to even attempt this kind of move against his fire elf, which only prompted the fire elf to summon countless familiars with a wave of its hand. They were so fast and numerous that Doggo couldn't keep up, and they grinned as if mocking him. Doggo couldn't let such disrespect go unanswered, so he used his snow blast combined with his true beast, awakened to create a cyclone that erased those mocking familiars from existence. But this didn't sit well with the fire elf. The one who had been grinning before was now serious, summoning another familiar, the burning oxen, to deliver judgment to Doggo. But Doggo was in the zone and zoomed in to meet this challenge halfway. Meanwhile, Zuqian thought this was a reckless move since the familiar was a long-range attacker. If Doggo couldn't touch the main body, his eating habits passive couldn't restore his soul energy. So, Zuqian commanded him to calm down and remember the ice snake they had encountered in the snowfield, instructing Doggo to mimic its tactics. With that in mind, they put their plan into motion, zooming through the battlefield and inching closer to the elf. But as Doggo got near, he was caught off guard by a wolf made of fire. Its appearance made him curious enough to touch its head, but he got burned instead, which the elf found ridiculous of how stupid this dog was. But the elf didn't realize it was all an act. As soon as they let their guard down, Doggo zoomed towards the elf, catching it by surprise and forcing it to take a step back. The elf was suddenly tripped in the process, which surprised Zhenghao. He knew his beast wasn't this clumsy, so he looked around and was surprised once more. He realized it was all because of the water that Doggo had set up around the arena. With this realization, Zhenghao understood that Zuqian and Doggo were a real threat. He commanded his beast to stop holding back, prompting it to use its clone skill, creating a physical clone that inherited half of the original body's combat power, which would only disappear after taking a certain degree of damage. If that wasn't enough, they used a flying familiar that made the fire elf hover in the air, putting Doggo at a total disadvantage since he couldn't fly. It looked like Zhenghao's victory was assured as the fire elf attacked from a distance, with no way for Doggo to retaliate, which extremely irritated Doggo. But as a D1 crash out, he decided to end it all with an avalanche skill. He didn't even care if this move killed that damn elf. He just wanted to win. And this move caught both Jung Hao and the fire elf off guard since it was a skill only a lord-level beast could have. But they weren't about to lose without a fight. So they prepared their own special skill, the fire giant. The only problem was that using this skill could wreak havoc on the surrounding area as the beast transformed. But there was no time to hesitate, as Doggo was about to release the avalanche skill. Luckily, before things got messy, a teacher stepped between the two beasts and took the avalanche skill head-on, shocking both sides. What was more surprising was that the teacher wasn't fazed at all, as if nothing had happened. He casually told the students to save this energy for the competition, as he couldn't have them damaging the school grounds. Others would need them. But, of course, they were free to continue if they wanted to pay for the damages they caused. With this, Zuqian complied and agreed to stop. And Jung Hao wasn't any different. The teacher decided to leave, but not before giving them a warning, telling them not to attempt such destructive skills again, or he definitely wouldn't be kind like today. After that, both guys shook hands as a sign of respect and rivalry, setting their minds to settle the score in the upcoming trial, as both of their beast is already at the highest level of ordinary rank, or at least, that was what Jung Hao believed, as Zuqian clarified to him that his dog is only at 6 stars, which shocked Jung Hao, as he didn't expect to be pressed by someone with a lower-level beast. This meant that his wolf would be stronger once they meet at the tournament. Even Lu Liang found himself looking forward to having a one-on-one battle with Zuqian, seeing how strong he had become. After everything was settled, Zuqian turned to Doggo and got through to his head that they were still weak. There was still a considerable gap between them and other beasts, so they should go for special training. With that in mind, they immediately went to the training palace, where they were greeted by a lovely assistant. Because of the reputation he had built in this place, she thought he was going to challenge the easy difficulty yet again. To her surprise, he was actually there to challenge a much more difficult trial, as his wolf had upgraded to 6 stars, which caught her off guard, as such a rate of progress had never been seen before. Even Zuo hadn't been this fast. A few moments later, Zuqian arrived at room 3105, where he greeted the same worker who had assisted them before. Upon hearing his voice, the worker immediately recognized it and turned around, surprised to see it was indeed Zuqian. The worker asked if he was seriously challenging the hard difficulty this time around, to which Zuqian confidently replied that he should believe it. He and his beast were going to undergo special training to win the championship of the freshman selection competition. Seeing they were serious, the worker took this seriously as well, which Zuqian appreciated. After the environment had been fully generated, they went inside the simulation. Meanwhile, the worker decided to inform the owner immediately about Zuqian's rapid progress. In the previous chapter, after exchanging his points for upgrade materials, Zuqian upgraded his beast to a 6-star ordinary rank. Additionally, he unlocked a new companion skill called Night Fight, which piqued his interest and made him consider heading to the training palace to practice it. However, before doing so, he decided to visit the university's battle hall first, in which he encountered Lu Liang and a new guy named Jung Hao who was a battle maniac. But since Zuqian doesn't want peace and just wants problem always, he accepted to fight this guy, and the battle was evenly matched until Jung Hao's fire elf decided to take to the skies, attacking Doggo from a distance. And this quickly irritated Doggo, prompting him to use his avalanche skill in an attempt to secure a victory. Luckily, a teacher intervened, bringing the battle to an abrupt end. But with this fight, the two realized that their current power wasn't enough, and therefore, they headed straight to the training palace to hone their skills further, now challenging the hard difficulty trial. Now on to the next part. Upon entering the simulation, they were greeted by an endless darkness, almost as if they were standing in the middle of a snowfield on a pitch-black night. Within that darkness, several glowing eyes stared back at them, making Zuqian's blood boil with excitement. But as they drew closer, they finally saw what they were up against, and things weren't looking great on their side, as these frost tyrannosauruses were no joke, with an average level of 9 stars in the ordinary rank. So naturally, their excitement quickly turned to caution as they realized they had truly effed up. But they're fighters, not cowards. So even with the terrifying sight of those dinosaurs baring their teeth, ready to maw at them, they decided to go all out and welcome these mofos with open arms. When Doggo got close, Zuqian activated the night battle skill, greatly enhancing Doggo's battle power. This boost allowed him to easily reach his desired destination and make his avalanche skill as effective as possible, wiping out a good number of enemies in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the worker had finally decided it was time to report to the owner unlike before. Hoping to score some credits, he informed the owner that Zuqian was now challenging the hard difficulty, which shocked the owner enough to make him head to the training palace to see it for himself. Unexpectedly, Zuqian returned from the simulation much faster than anyone anticipated. But it wasn't because he was victorious. Nope, they were heavily overwhelmed by the monsters. And they admitted that, while the experience gained from fighting these high-level opponents was manageable, but the extra difficulty made the spawn rate rapid, leaving no room for rest. And although Doggo had been upgraded to 7 stars, the 9-star ice dino that appeared had such thick skin and flesh that it was nearly impossible for them to defeat. But even with this loss, the worker was left speechless, utterly impressed by their performance. Despite the overwhelming odds, they had still managed to kill more than a dozen of those ice dinosaurs, leaving only 188 survivors from their encounter. And as Zuqian and Doggo took a much-needed rest inside the facility, Zuqian noticed a new system task displayed on his phone. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the quest required him to upgrade his beast to 9 stars in order to unlock the Snow Toad's exclusive binding skill named Turning Stone into Gold. This Midas-like ability could strengthen the treasures found by the Snow Toad, leading Zuqian to assume that his toad might soon make a comeback. The pressing question now, however, was how he could quickly upgrade Doggo to 9 stars. But Zuqian's train of thought was abruptly disrupted when someone entered the room. To his surprise, it was none other than the owner himself. With this, Zuqian immediately asked why the owner was there of all places, to which the owner explained his reason and then casually inquired how many monsters Zuqian had managed to kill, which Zuqian embarrassingly admitted that he had only taken down a little more than a dozen, as it is still too much effort for a 7 stars to beat a 9-star monster. But just then, Zuqian recalled that the owner had promised him some evolution materials. Maybe, just maybe, he could upgrade Doggo to 9 stars after all. So while the owner was still puzzled by why on earth a 7-star beast would attempt a trial that even low-level elites struggle to complete, Zuqian took the opportunity to ask about those materials. And the owner's surprise was evident, because if Zuqian chose to use the materials for upgrading, he'd have to figure out how to evolve his beast on his own. But that was fine by Zuqian, which the owner fully understood. And not only he sees the boy's resilience, but he himself also felt a growing curiosity about what this wolf was truly capable of. But before proceeding, the owner asked about Doggo's upper limit of soul power, which Zuqian revealed that it currently stood at 900, which once again took the owner by surprise. In all his years in the city, the highest soul power he had ever seen from an ordinary Snowdire wolf was 800, and that was at the 9-star level. This revelation suggested that Zuqian might have discovered a way, or had the opportunity to increase the upper limit of his beast's soul power, hinting at even greater potential. And he was right on the money with his observation, which made Zuqian awkwardly smile, and just tried to divert the conversation, quickly asking about how Zuo managed to pass the hard-level trial. And the perceptive old man immediately saw through Zuqian's intentions but decided to play along, answering his question anyway. He explained that Zuo had brought an ordinary 8-star fire spirit beast to challenge the trial. At first, she struggled just like Zuqian did, failing and leaving the stage halfway through. But she was determined and stayed in the simulation for a whole week. On the 7th day, when her spirit beast broke through to the 9-star level, its soul power surged to 1200. With this newfound strength, she cleared the hard-level trial in one fell swoop, setting a record that remains unbroken to this day. The owner then added, with a hint of challenge in his voice, that if Zuqian could break Zuo's record this time, he would prepare another special gift for him. And this offer quickly fueled Zuqian's determination, reigniting his drive to push forward. A few moments later, Zuqian had returned home and was using his good hand to skillfully pet Doggo while he stared intently at the huge crystal in front of him. And just like its appearance suggested, this crystal was far from ordinary. It was one of the essential materials needed for a snow or ice spirit beast to evolve, and it had been generously given to him by the owner himself. From what Zuqian could recall, this item was worth a whopping 250,000 points, but with the help of the quick absorption skill, it should be enough to directly upgrade Doggo to 9 stars, or even beyond. That said, it felt almost wasteful to use such a valuable material solely for ranking up. Yet to unlock the Midas touch skill and strengthen the materials his toad would bring back in the future, Zuqian knew he had no choice but to use it now to upgrade Doggo. He couldn't help but think that they were probably the only ones at the university extravagant enough to do such a thing. But this time, something unexpected happened. As Doggo put the crystal in his mouth, it suddenly shattered into pieces, showing clear signs that he was almost done fully absorbing it. This unexpected development surprised Zuqian, leading him to suspect that Doggo might have awakened a new skill. But before he could even contemplate what it might be, Doggo suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, indicating that he had completed absorbing the material and had finally reached the 9-star ordinary rank, with an overwhelming soul power of 1300. And just as Zuqian had suspected, Doggo's ice breath had evolved into ice mist, allowing him to emit a bone-chilling fog that could obscure the enemy's vision and slow their movements. This development delighted Sukian, as they finally had a control skill in their arsenal. Meanwhile, Doggo was feeling fresh and satisfied with his transformation. But before Doggo could howl in celebration, Zukian stopped him, realizing they had also completed their system task. Not only had they unlocked the new skill, the Midas Touch, but they had also gained a new feature that allowed Zukian to view the location of his toad. Furthermore, a new task had appeared, requiring Zukian to guide his snow wolf through its first evolution, and clear the hard difficulty of the training palace, which he can then unlock a powerful host skill upon completion, and it's called the Eye of True Vision. But since finding his toad was a more pressing matter, Zukian set aside the new task and used the tracking feature. To his surprise, the toad was close by. As a matter of fact, it is just right outside the front door, and so he quickly opened the door and was greeted by the gleeful smile of his pet toad, which then excitedly showed off the treasure it had found. And just by looking at it, Zuxian could tell that this item was rare. It was a rock crystal shaped like a blooming flower, and is faintly glowing with an eye-catching red hue. But without any prior knowledge of what it was, and unable to recall seeing anything like it in the School Point store, he decided it would be wise to consult someone knowledgeable, like the owner of the training palace. Without wasting any time, Zukian messaged the owner, sending a picture of the item and asking what it was. The owner's response was immediate and surprised. He identified it as a magma flower, a rare evolution material for fire-type spirit beasts. This was even rarer than the half-piece of the extremely cold ice crystal the owner had previously given him. And so the old man curiously asked where Zukian had found it. But knowing that this boy was stupid, the owner quickly warned him that the magma flower might not be suitable for his snow-dire wolf. So he advised Zukian not to do anything reckless, and suggested he exchange the flower for materials more suitable for his beast's evolution. But he cared none about that shit, especially now that he had the Midas Touch skill. So naturally he wanted to see what this magma flower could be enhanced into. So without a second thought, he activated the skill, and immediately, a blinding glow illuminated the room as the magma flower underwent an extreme transformation. Meanwhile, the owner was growing increasingly restless, and with no response from Zukian, his mind wandered to what the foolish boy might be up to. And his concern was heightened, as he realized that Zukian's beast had already reached the 9-star level, meaning it could be guided to evolve through the soul contract already. And naturally, after such an evolution, the beast could potentially break through to the next rank. But Old G also knew that the type of evolutionary material used would significantly influence the evolution path of the contracted beast. For instance, a normal slime could evolve into an ice crystal slime or a lava firework slime, depending on whether the tamer used ice or fire materials. The quality of the materials not only affected the success rate of the evolution, but also determined the resulting strength and abilities of the spirit beast. But this kind of versatility was limited to certain spirit beasts with multiple evolutionary paths. And the snow wolf, unfortunately, did not belong to that category. As a natural ice and snow race, the snow wolf had only one evolutionary path. From ancient times to the present, this remained that way. But it's not like no one has ever tried to evolve their contracted beast to other types. But all such efforts had ended in failure, often with the beast severely injured and nearly dying in the process. And judging by just how stupid this boy was, Old G didn't need to be a mental gymnastics professional to figure out that Zukian might be attempting something incredibly reckless at that very moment, and he couldn't let such potential go to waste. He was determined to stop Zukian from doing something that could get him killed. So he quickly accessed Zukian's address information from the Training Palace library and set off to intervene before it was too late. But just as they had feared, after enhancing the magma flower, transforming it back to its original state from where it had first fully bloomed and full of energy, he excitedly instructed Doggo to use it as evolution material. Despite knowing the significant risks associated with cross-evolution, Zukian was determined to see this through. But he wasn't going into this completely blind. The system had released an evolution task just in time, which made him believe that the system might have sensed that his beast could successfully undertake this challenge. And to mitigate the risks, Zukian explicitly commanded Doggo to retreat at the first sign of trouble. He also reminded him that he could guide Doggo through the soul contract, giving them an additional safety net as long as they knew when to quit. And with this cautious yet determined mindset, they began the process immediately. Meanwhile, Old G was racing toward Zukian's location on his mystical beast, hoping desperately that he wasn't too late. But unfortunately for him, the two idiots had already started the evolution ritual. The magma flower was being consumed by Doggo, and a powerful aura resembling a wolf had formed behind him, demonstrating just how serious and focused they were on the task at hand. So even when Old G finally burst through the door, intending to stop them, he froze midway as soon as he saw Doggo's posture. This struck a chord deep within him. It reminded him of something Zuo Jin had once told him, about spirit beasts that evolved across categories and awakened new skills. A phenomenon he called super-category evolution. And from what old G was witnessing, it seemed that very anomaly was now unfolding before his eyes in real time. And not long after, Doggo successfully completed its cross-evolution, gaining a new fire companion skill called Flame Vortex, which allowed it to generate a vortex of flames with powerful suction, capable of devouring enemies. But before they could celebrate this achievement, they noticed old G's presence, catching them off guard. They knew what they had done was risky, but thankfully, all seemed to be well, and Zukian had even hidden the toad in his spirit domain, hoping to avoid suspicion. But old G, with his years of experience, quickly caught onto something. He immediately questioned why Doggo had evolved, but hadn't broken through to the elite level. And this sharp observation shook Doggo, fearing their cover might be blown. But with Zukian's fast thinking, he managed to come up with an explanation. He told old G that Doggo had deliberately stayed at the 9th star because they wanted another shot at the hard difficulty trial, seeking revenge on those ice tyrannosaurs. And old G was amused by this reasoning, and just laughed heartily, as it reminded him of his own youthful days when he might have done the same in their position. With this, he decided to let the matter rest, and expressed his anticipation for their performance in the upcoming trial. And with such support, Zukian and Doggo were more fired up than ever to prove themselves. After that, old man left and the coast was clear. Zukian summoned his toad back, sharing a moment of bonding as they reflected on how close they had come to having their secret exposed, where he has the ability to have 2 beasts despite being just a novice tamer. But their sweet moment was short-lived, as the toad's natural instinct soon called it to seek out more treasures. And since he can't do nothing about it, Zukian simply asked the toad to take care and reminded it to also find materials for its own upgrade and evolution. The toad appreciated this, hopping off Zukian's head and waved goodbye. But before it left, Zukian called it back, cuddling his toad to show affection while using his good hand skill to increase its soul power. And with that, the busy day finally came to an end, and another dawn arrived. And now the two were back inside the hard difficulty trial, ready to challenge the ice tyrannosaurs once again. But with their newfound power, Zukian and Doggo were more than excited to test their limits. Meanwhile, outside the trial, the worker asked the owner what he would award Zukian if he managed to take the top spot again. The owner paused to consider, realizing that with Zukin's beast now being significantly different from yesterday, the reward would also need to be adjusted accordingly. Back in the trial, the ice tyrannosaurs charged in groups, ready to overwhelm Zukian once more. But unlike before, when uncertainty and fear plagued them, this time they were determined to go all out without hesitation, activating the night battle skill. Doggo skillfully positioned himself to make the most of his new ice mist ability. The mist not only concealed his movements, but also slowed down all the enemies in the vicinity. And using this tactic, Doggo easily weaved through the beasts, and was about to deliver his final fade. But like before, the tyrannosaurs once again relied on their ice armor, thinking it would be enough to negate Doggo's attack. But unfortunately for it, Doggo now had an ace up his sleeve. All he needed was to immobilize the beasts for his plan to work. So with precise timing, Doggo completely dogged on them, smacking them to the ground, and then unleashed the newly acquired Flame Vortex skill. And the pull of the vortex was so powerful that the tyrannosaurs couldn't escape once they were caught inside, and the intense heat quickly melted their precious ice armor, which they had been so proud of, and obliterated them in the process. And this immediately shocked the worker. Judging from the combat power displayed by Zukian and his snow wolf, it was clear that their soul power upper limit was at least above 1500, surpassing even many elite 1-star spirit beasts. But what was even more surprising was that a snow wolf, typically associated with ice, could actually conjure a fire skill, while the owner pretended like he was unfazed at all, acting as if he hadn't been panicking just the day before. And he even had the audacity to nonchalantly suggest to the worker that he should read more books about super evolution, implying that ignorance was the only reason for his surprise, despite having made the same shocked face himself not too long ago. But the fight wasn't over yet. There were still 162 beasts remaining before Zukian could clear the trial, and only an hour left to take the #1 spot from Wake-Shu. The stakes were high, and there was no room for error. A single mistake could mean that the stolen soul energy wouldn't be enough to sustain the flame vortex, leading to a disastrous outcome. Luckily, they were a duo of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will. With these qualities driving them, they successfully completed the challenge and emerged from the trial proud of their accomplishment. With this, they eagerly asked the old man how long it had taken them to clear the trial and whether they had secured the top spot. And just as Zukian had hoped, they had indeed claimed first place, and with almost half an hour to spare. And this greatly impressed the owner, who now believed that if Zukian were to participate in the league, he could finally fulfill their long-cherished wish that had been held for 10 years. In the previous chapter, Zuqian failed conquering the hard difficulty trial, but after the owner hooked him up with the good stuff, and his plug, which I mean the toad, coming back with the high-grade evolution material, his wolf had a rush of a lifetime and quickly shot up to rank 9 and gained a fire-type skill. With this, they had easily defeated the hard difficulty and took the #1 spot. Now on to the next part. The owner asked what Shu Qian wanted as a reward, to which Shu Qian shyly replied that he would accept whatever was given. After all, the owner was still in charge. Seeing this, the owner thought it best to gift him a rare spiritual beast, especially since Shu Qian's wolf was on the verge of breaking through to the elite level. With that milestone, Zhugen would soon become an apprentice tamer, opening up the opportunity to tame another beast. But no such spirit beast could be found inside the training palace because, let's face it, they couldn't possibly keep a rare spirit beast without a contract. It's just not happening. But the palace had prepared a special gift for him, though the big reveal would only happen once he was officially promoted to apprentice tamer. So Shu Qian was told to come back when the time was right. This news just tugged at Shu Qian's strings, as the owner seemed intent on keeping him in suspense. But since there wasn't much he could do about it, he simply promised to return after the selection competition, confident that he would be an apprentice tamer by then. As he was about to leave, Zhu Qian suddenly remembered that he had also completed a system task. He whipped out his phone and confirmed that he had indeed finished it, which unlocked the Eye of True Vision, allowing him to see the basic information of spirit beasts and items without even needing to use the system phone. Naturally, he tried out this new skill immediately and was thrilled when he could directly view Doggo's information. It was a game changer, making everything so much easier and more convenient for him. Meanwhile, the trio who had recently become Shu Qian's biggest fans were shocked to see that the hard difficulty trial list had been updated, and at the top was none other than Shu Qian and Doggo themselves. But this just bummed the girl out big time, as she didn't even get to see Doggo in action. But they ain't gonna lie, this was an incredible feat. It hadn't been that long since Shu Qian had taken the top spot at the easy difficulty level, and now here he was, claiming the top spot in the hard difficulty without them even noticing. This just solidified why they were such big fans of Shu Qian, and with this, the girl was more determined than ever not to miss out next time. 10 days later, the freshman tryouts day had finally arrived, and now every freshman was gathered in one spot. Yun Yao was explaining the overall rules of the competition, which used a challenge system. Basically, if someone could hold a training ground and defeat all challengers, they'd have a shot at being selected to participate in the Yunzhou Northern League. But before diving into the details, she mentioned hearing about what Shu Qian recently pulled off at the training hall. Apparently, he'd taken the top spot in the hard difficulty, which was impressive on its own. But then she learned that he immediately used the evolution material the owner gave him as an upgrade material. That totally shocked her because honestly, that was a stupid move. But Shu Qian wasn't done surprising her. He casually revealed that his toad came back with an even better evolution material, the lava flower. This left Yun Yao dumbfounded since it was a different element than his dog, and he couldn't be that stupid to use it, right? But Shu Qian just grinned and showed her that it worked. And hey, if it's stupid but works, then it's not stupid. Now, Doggo can breathe fire. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was feeling himself, standing on top of the arena with a solid win streak. With no one challenging him, the top spot was practically his for the taking. Most of the students weren't even trying because his mischievous beast was not only strong, but also a fire element, which put all the ice pet owners at a serious disadvantage. So they were just idling around, hoping someone strong enough would take down this arrogant guy. But it seemed like their wishful thinking might come true, as Zhang Hao had noticed Shu Qian's presence and proposed that he come into the ring and fight him. This left Shu Qian speechless. This guy was still the same battle maniac as before, but Shu Qian wasn't backing down. Not after powering up and gaining a new skill. With the freedom to use everything they've got this time, the two were more than excited to face off. Meanwhile, the other students watched Zuqian with skepticism, wondering how he even dared to challenge someone like Zhang Hao, especially with a snow dire wolf as his pet. One of them even advised him to step down before embarrassing himself. But this was to be expected from filthy casuals who don't know any better, and were just stuck in the current meta, as they never bothered to explore other options or strategies. While Zheng Hao, on the other hand, viewed Zuqian as a worthy rival, but he was confident in his ability to defeat Zuqian this time. Having spent the past days honing his skills, his pet had also been promoted to 9 stars, and Zheng Hao was eager to test its strength against Zuqian's wolf once more, which made Zuqian smirk a little bit, as he knew he got this on the bag, as he too had been improving and had completely revamped his tactics. But rather than keep his strategy in the shadows, he decided to reveal it proudly. Activating the flaming vortex, Doggo's entire body became engulfed in intense flames that shot up to the very top of the arena, greatly intimidating Jung Hao and his beast, as this was Zukian's way of saying their fire skills ain't shit compared to his. And Jung Hao wouldn't just take that taunt lightly, and so he decided to counter with his flame giant skill, hoping to match Doggo's flaming vortex, as his mischievous beast transformed into a fire giant. Zheng Hao and the onlookers were shocked to realize they had made a grave mistake. The suction power of Doggo's flaming vortex was so intense that it began pulling in the fire giant, proving its limitless sucking ability. And this display left the audience completely stunned, and the sheer power of the flaming vortex was evident as its heat waves reached the spectators' seats. And just within moments, Zheng Hao's fire elf was completely drawn into the vortex, with no chance of escape. And just seconds later, it emerged, exhausted and defeated, which Zheng Hao found himself in disbelief, as he never expected to be bested by another fire-type skill. And the students who had been mocking Zukian weren't different either, as they were unable to comprehend how a snow wolf could wield such a powerful fire skill. As for Zukian, he calmly stepped down from the arena as if nothing had happened, already accustomed to the astonished reactions of those around him. But their attention was quickly diverted to another platform that is getting heated up with the battle, and it seems like this involved the pink-haired girl, facing off against a member of the notorious trio who had stolen other groups' points in the snowy plains. Unfortunately for the girl, her plan for revenge wasn't going as she had hoped. Her beast was being completely overpowered by this smug opponent. The guy, just like the others in his group, wore a self-satisfied smirk, acting as if he was untouchable, while his pet mirrored his arrogance, as it has a fierce-looking mix of bear and pit bull, who is likely named Cupcake, and this brunette felt no remorse for stealing points from others. In fact, he believed it was justified, citing the wilderness as a place where the strong prey on the weak, which is a viable excuse if you are really, the strongest. But like they say, there's always a bigger fish, so keep yourself humble, alright? But this little shit doesn't know that concept. He even had the nerve to suggest that the girl should be grateful, after all. They only wanted some points, unlike the evil organizations or poachers who would take everything, including her life. But the pink-haired girl wasn't about to let that slide, and so she clapped back, pointing out how he had just admitted to being no better than those same evil organizations he claimed to be different from, which quickly stung the douche where it hurts. And he won't lie. If her spirit beast was half as strong as her sharp tongue, they wouldn't be stuck here trading insults. And just right after, the brunette ordered his beast to finish off the girl's creature once and for all. And instantly, the furball was smacked to the ground and was quickly defeated. But it seemed that wasn't enough for him, as they were about to deliver a final blow, sending the pet to the afterlife before the girl could even unsummon it. And this extreme cruelty infuriated Yun Yao, who was ready to step in, confident that her own beast would win as it had risen to 9 stars. But before she could act, Zukin stepped in first, knowing that her beast wouldn't be enough, as in front of them is already a 1-star elite rank beast. So just as the leopard was about to finish the job, Doggo intervened at the last possible second, saving the pink-haired girl's beast from certain doom, which completely shocked the girl, as she never had expected to see the guy she'd been dissing since day 1 was the first to rush in and save her beast, and therefore she saw Zukian in a new light. But just like before, the brunette was too full of himself. After seeing that he was just up against a snow wolf, he dismissed Doggo as unworthy of his time and let his leopard do whatever it wanted while he turned away to rest. But as soon as he did, Doggo unleashed his fire vortex once more, instantly proving that he was not to be disrespected. And the sheer power of the vortex put the brunette on high alert as he realized to his disbelief that a 9-star beast could exude an aura with stronger oppressive power than his 1-star elite leopard. Still, like other filthy casuals, the brunette clung to his belief that he was superior simply because his beast was 1 rank above Doggo. So he quickly regained his composure, but Zukian could easily see through his facade. The brunette was nothing more than a coward who liked to bully weaker tamers to compensate for his insecurities. This observation cut deep, enraging both the brunette and his leopard, prompting them to unleash their best skills, such as primitive hunting and ice armor. And upon seeing this, the pink-haired girl was quickly taken aback, realizing she truly hadn't stood a chance earlier. The leopard hadn't even bothered to use its skills against her. Meanwhile, Zukian just laughed maniacally, as he recognized how favorable these skills were for him, as dealing with opponents like this was right up his alley, especially since he had enough soul power to use his flame vortex a few more times. And so this ice leopard was nothing more than a rabid kitten. He unleashed the flame vortex once more, halting the leopard in its tracks. But the brunette was too stupid enough to believe that his ice armor could withstand the flames and pressed forward, urging his leopard to attack Doggo at the center of the vortex. Even Zukian was momentarily stunned by the sheer stupidity of the move, while Zheng Hao, watching from the sidelines, couldn't believe his eyes as well. Even his own fire beast wouldn't dare enter that vortex again, knowing the danger it posed. As this flame vortex was a companion skill, meaning that even though it came from a 9-star ordinary rank beast, it was far more powerful than most 1-star elite rank spirit beast skills. And with that, the leopard ended up completely barbecued from head to toe, leaving the brunette in utter shock. However, this fool wasn't ready to give up just yet, believing that Zuqian couldn't possibly use the flame vortex again. So he commanded his leopard to get up, thinking it was their turn to retaliate. But at this point, he was just embarrassing himself. With this, another member of the notorious trio decided to jump in. He summoned his 1-star elite rank mud golem, confident that as a rock-type beast, it would be impervious to Zuqian's fire-based skills. So the golem just throws itself towards them. And these dudes just can't stop themselves to act like they are worth shit. All smirking cause they really think his golem's defense would be impenetrable since he can't use his fire skill. Like bitch, he is called a snow wolf for a reason, and so he showed to these fools his ice mist ability, which greatly slowed down the golem's speed, making it easier for the golem to catch these hands. But this guy tries his best to keep his composure, pretending to be unfazed, and just used its companion skill to try and hinder Doggo's speed, which Zuqian found this attempt utterly useless, which also bore him out, leading him to wish it were night so he could use his night battle skill and get this over with. Luckily, he still had enough left for one more use of the flame vortex, so it seems he would just be using that. Meanwhile, in another part of the gym, Zhang and his crew had just arrived, with Zhang all fired up after upgrading his beast to 8 stars. He was thinking of challenging Zuqian, but those plans were quickly shelved as they witnessed what Zuqian was truly capable of, as he was casually activating a flame skill from a snow wolf, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. After that, Zuqian made quick work of the mud golem, hardening its rock-like body with his flame skill and rendering its attacks useless. He then used the golem's now solidified form as a platform to close in and land more blows, which completely broke the stoic act of this bitch, who was baffled as to how Doggo hadn't depleted its soul power after using the flame vortex multiple times, to which Zuqian proudly revealed that it is all because it's a companion skill. Moreover, Doggo has that eating habits passive ability, but that would remain a secret for now. And as Doggo continued throwing haymakers left and right, something odd started happening. He began missing his shots. It didn't take long for Zuqian to realize that these guys were fighting dirty. It was 2 against 1. And the reason Doggo was off target was because of a bell-like spirit beast the other opponent had. This beast could use a mental attack that caused its target to become addicted to the sound, inducing hallucinations. And Yun Yao was immediately pissed. But just as Yun Yao was about to step in and show them what real teamwork looked like, Zuqian stopped her, signaling that they still had a few tricks up their sleeves. He then commanded Doggo to stop holding back, which Doggo understood. Right then and there, Doggo began his evolution, catching everyone off guard. The sudden evolution stunned the entire gym, even surprising the professor who had been observing from the sidelines. It was his first time witnessing a beast evolve after deliberately suppressing itself, and the process was far more flashy and intense than a typical evolution. And with this, Doggo had finally reached the 1-star elite rank, boasting a power limit of 2700. Along with this newfound strength, Doggo also unlocked a new skill called Wolf Dance, which greatly enhanced his limbs and tail, turning them into formidable weapons. Even Zuqian noticed changes within himself, as he was promoted to the apprentice level, further enhancing his good hand skill. As Doggo's evolution completed, the 2 enemy beasts quickly realized they were now facing a completely different opponent. But unfortunately for them, their masters remained oblivious, foolishly believing they still had time to strike, assuming Doggo was unfamiliar with his newfound power since he had just ranked up. But this was nothing more than wishful thinking, as the Cursed Bell's mental attacks were now utterly ineffective, and Zuqian decided to demonstrate what a true mental skill looked like, commanding Doggo to use his deterrence skill, which instantly knocked the bell beast unconscious, dropping it to the floor, completely surprising the guy. But unfortunately for him, Zuqian wasn't done, and just doubles down with the fade. And they could instantly see what he was cooking ain't simple, and just by the looks of it, this wolf is about to launch an avalanche skill, and they could only scream in disbelief. And not long after, they received the full blast of that said skill, which ultimately defeated this group of nobodies, leaving them completely overpowered and humiliated. In the previous chapter, after taking the #1 spot in the hard difficulty trial, the owner promised Zuqian a gift if he reached the apprentice level. Eager to claim his reward, he quickly attended the freshman tryouts, where he overpowered every opponent with his fire vortex skill. Surprisingly, he met the seniors of the trio that had been stealing points from other students. Seeing that they weren't even remorseful for their actions, Zuqian decided to step in and teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. And as expected, these guys didn't plan on fighting fair, turning the battle into a 1v3. Realizing this, Zukian decided not to hold back any longer and allowed Doggo to evolve to the 1-star elite rank. With this power boost, they easily overpowered the trio using their avalanche skill, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Now on to the next part. Everyone was in shock and struggling to process what had just happened right before their eyes. Even Jiang was totally baffled. But with this, he connected the dots and finally understood how Zukian was able to kill so many monsters and rack up so many points, and that it was all thanks to that avalanche skill. But with that realization, a bitter truth hit him, and that he had lost any chance of competing with this Zukian guy. Meanwhile, the trio was barely holding their ground, having also been hit by the skill. It felt like they had been run over by a truck. With this, Yun Yao couldn't help but feel a little smug at seeing their sorry state, while Zheng Hao, on the other hand, had a more sobering realization, as he now fully understood just how terrifying Zukian and his dog were. With that kind of destructive power, even if the dog had some limitations, he knew his own beast wouldn't stand a chance. But with that said, the three hadn't fully given up yet, despite their opponent having two powerful skills with polar opposite elements, and wasn't showing any signs of fatigue even after using them multiple times. They were desperate to salvage any reputation they have, so they still try to figure out a way to defeat Zukian. And it didn't help that the most stupidest of the bunch kept encouraging them to fight. But unfortunately for them, though, the teacher had finally had enough of their audacity for one day. He had let them run wild for a while, just to see what the others were capable of. But now that he was satisfied with what he had observed, he didn't need their tomfoolery anymore. So he gave them a sharp reminder that the school was well aware of their antics, and that there would be appropriate penalties, which quickly shook up the group. And just like before, Zukian, being the master of rage-baiting that he seized the opportunity to mock them for their predicament, which was very effective. But they knew there was nothing they could do, especially with the teacher's eyes on them, and with Zukian still full of energy, they had no choice but to let it slide. And judging from what Zukian had showcased, it seemed like no one would dare challenge him. If that were to continue, Zukian might just be selected as a reserve player for the league. But before things could escalate further, the teacher stepped in to remind everyone about the rules of the battle, and that the freshman selection competition was strictly one-on-one. Anyone who broke the rules would be punished accordingly. But even with that warning, it seemed like no one really had the courage to challenge Zukian anymore, which Zukian quickly seized the moment to troll everyone even harder, taunting them to fight him because he was supposedly very weak after the 3v1 match. But the students knew he was lying, and so his taunts were ridiculously effective, causing everyone's blood pressure to spike as they all wished they could beat Zukian to a pulp. But as the teacher had clearly stated, they could only fight one-on-one, and they knew they didn't stand a chance against him. So they were left with nothing but empty threats and frustrated barking. And to make matters worse, Zukian just kept doubling down on the taunts, driving everyone even more crazy. Even the trio that had faced him earlier were sulking in the corner, fully realizing that Zukian was a monster and that they were lucky enough to survive an encounter with him. And this back and forth went on for a while, with no one willing to step up and challenge Zukian. Finally, the teacher reminded the students that if no one was brave enough to face him, Zukian would be declared the champion of this training ground. And although they were unwilling to accept this, none of them had the guts to do anything about it. So they remained silent, facing the hard truth, and that the skill issue was real. And with that settled, Zukian still had some unfinished business with the owner of the training palace. So he quickly stepped down from the platform and casually asked Yun Yao if she wanted to join him. But she flat out refused, determined to claim a platform for herself and fight for the championship. So it seems like he'd have to meet old G alone. Well, almost alone, as Zheng Hao tried to get his attention, eager to tag along to the training palace. But since they weren't really that close, Zukian pretended not to notice him. A few moments later, Zukian arrived in front of old G's room, and the old man was delighted to see him so quickly, as it confirmed his belief that this boy could truly accomplish what he had in mind. But before they got to the gifts, old G asked if Zukian had won the trials, which Zukian gladly confirmed it, though it was no surprise, after all. His dog was the only snow beast that could use a fire skill, and with that out of the way, old G proceeded to reveal his gift, and he specifically wanted Zukian to reach the apprentice level so he could contract another beast. With this, Zukian could only smile awkwardly, knowing that not only did he already have 2 beasts, but he could also contract 2 more if he wanted to. This was practically unheard of, but as Luliang had advised, no one could know about this, so it remained a closely guarded secret. And since Zukian seemed to have a hunch about what the gift might be, old G went ahead and asked if he knew anything about mechanical intelligent spirit beasts. And judging by Zukian's reaction, it was clear he didn't, so old G explained further, revealing that in some places on Lingsing, There are mechanical creatures that live like spirit beasts. Although they are made of machines, they possess the characteristics of spirit beasts, one of which is that they can be controlled through a spirit contract. People currently speculate that these mechanical spirit beasts were created specifically to serve humans. As a result, when forming a contract with a mechanical spirit beast, the contract is rarely rejected unless there's a massive difference in soul power. Even if the contract is later terminated, there are no side effects. This was pretty shocking news for Zukian. The idea that you could sign a contract at any time and terminate it without consequences seemed almost too good to be true. So naturally, he asked what the catch was, which old G then revealed the only drawback is that the levels and soul powers of mechanical spirit beasts are fixed at birth. Unless they are fused with other mechanical spirit beasts, their levels and soul powers cannot be increased through normal means. And with that said, old G revealed that the box he was giving Zukian contained exactly that kind of mechanical beast. He had specifically wanted to give this to Zukian as soon as he was promoted to apprentice level since he couldn't force him to take away his contract quota. And given that Zukian had come here so quickly, old G was confident that he hadn't contracted a second spirit beast yet. In this case, the mechanical spirit beast was the perfect choice for him, as he could simply cancel the contract if he found a more suitable pet for his second contract. And this made Zukian feel a bit guilty, but he figured that old G wouldn't be hurt by what he didn't know, so he decided to proceed as if everything was normal. And when he opened the box, he was surprised to find a glove inside, and as soon as he put it on, he could sense that it was indeed a mechanical beast, prompting him to use his eye vision to learn more about it. And to his surprise, it had 7,177 soul power, and a unique skill called Protective Shield, which allowed the Tamer to materialize a shield that could absorb damage equal to its soul value. However, the shield would disappear after being broken, or after an hour, and it had a cooldown time of a whole day. Still, this was a really helpful skill, so Zukian formed a contract with the mechanical beast, and just as old G had said, the process was smooth and without any obstacles, which delighted him quite so. And since he was eager to see what the shield could do, he quickly activated it and asked Doggo to attack him. And Doggo was hesitant at first, but eventually agreed. Meanwhile, old G was just too stunned to speak, unable to believe that these two idiots were doing whatever they wanted inside his office without even asking for permission. But since they were just being their usual selves, he decided it was better to just let them be. After a few more hits, Zukian was thrilled with the results. The shield was quite effective in defending as long as he maintained its soul power. With this newfound confidence, he immediately thanked old G for the gift, appreciating how practical it was and how it was exactly what he needed. And old G was pleased by this. But he also reminded Zukian not to use his skills in the office, as he couldn't afford to have them wrecking the place with their almost unlimited soul power. But speaking of soul power, Zukian was reminded of his good hand skill and wondered if he could use it to enhance his gloves. It just so happened that his physique had improved upon ranking up to apprentice Tamer, and even his soul power had increased to 1,000. With this in mind, he decided to put his theory to the test, and just as he had hoped, he managed to expend 500 soul power to enhance his glove, boosting its overall soul limit by 100, completely bypassing its limitation without needing another mechanical beast. And this discovery greatly delighted him, as it opened up a huge opportunity. Perhaps even in the future, they could even upgrade and evolve any mechanical beast they got their hands on. And he fully believed this wasn't a stretch, especially after his good hand skill was enhanced. And coupled with his 1,000 soul power, he could easily increase any beast's soul power by 200 at a time. Unfortunately, he couldn't use all his soul power for this purpose, as he still needed to save some for his companion skills, meaning he couldn't be as free with it as before. Nonetheless, with this glove, he felt much safer when fighting in the wild. Doggo wouldn't need to protect him anymore, allowing him to fully focus on his own fights, which motivated him even more to reach the professional rank as quickly as possible. As Zukian had heard that after reaching that stage, some skills or companion skills from his beasts could be used by the Soul Tamer himself, effectively doubling their overall fighting capabilities. This would allow him to fully support Doggo in battle, making them an even more formidable team. And with this in mind, as soon as the next day arrived, Zukian wasted no time and headed straight back to the university battleground. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the professor, who quickly recognized him and informed him about the points he had earned from defending his title, around 50,000 points. But given the materials Zukian had been using lately, he felt that this amount wasn't quite enough to sustain his extravagant lifestyle. But his train of thought was suddenly interrupted when Yun Yao and Luliang called out his name, and they were brimming with excitement as they shared the news that they, too, had defended titles and were selected as reserve players for the league, just like him. And of course, they credited Zukian for their success, explaining that after he defeated the one-star elite beast, The ones who had 9-star ordinary rank beasts finally had the chance to fight for themselves, and thanks to the points they earned from the championship, they had successfully evolved their spirit beasts and promoted them to elite level. Even Yun Yao was able to catch up thanks to Shuen. Since his beast was defeated by a fire skill, it recovered quickly and managed to secure one of the rings. But they weren't the only ones happy to see Shuen. After witnessing his capabilities, several others quickly jumped at the chance to join him in the upcoming challenge, a stark contrast from when he struggled to find a third member for the training camp. But speaking of the trial, it seemed like they would have to enter a foreign land just like last time, which the teacher confirmed this, but added that this time there would only be 10 participants in total. They would be entering the new world of Snowfield alongside freshmen selected from the other 6 top schools in Snowfield. And this excited Yun Yao, as he was eager to meet new Tamers and face off against them in battle. And so he quickly asked the teacher what their goal would be upon entering the new world, which the teacher explained that the main objective was to train their actual combat abilities, as the mutant beasts inside the new realm were far more challenging than those outside. And of course, as usual, there would be competition between the schools. But this time, 7 universities had joined forces to offer generous rewards to the winning team. And most importantly, the thing they need to compete for this time is mutant spirit crystals. The school and the army have secured an area that hasn't yet been fully cleared, an underground cave that branches off in different directions, and the cave consists of 3 floors, with more powerful mutant beasts appearing the deeper they go. These mutants are entirely different from the ones outside. When defeated, they drop something called a mutant spirit crystal, which is what they need to collect, and the school can easily appraise the crystal's rarity based on their color. In the outermost part of the underground, the crystals are transparent and colorless, but as the level of the defeated monster increases, the crystal's color darkens. Naturally, the darker the crystal, the higher the points it's worth. But that's not all they have to deal with. Upon entering the underground cave, the location of the outer layer is random, so their first challenge is to find the nearest teammate and cooperate from there. But just as the teacher finished explaining, a system task suddenly materialized for Shuen. The task required him to investigate the abnormality within the underground palace and its attendants. Upon completion, he would unlock an exclusive companion skill for his protective gloves called Frame Sync, which would allow the shield to be used by another contracted beast. And this was an incredibly useful skill to have, and since Shuen was already planning to uncover the truth about this new world, this mission felt like a bonus. But he knew his current strength wasn't enough, so his priority would be to power up first. And with that settled, the teacher informed them to gather in 2 days, as he would personally send them to the new land to start the competition, to which the students roared in confirmation, excited to make a name for themselves and uphold the honor of their school. And they were confident, knowing they were the elites of the freshman class, and that everyone here was competent and ready for the challenge. In the previous chapter, after successfully defending his platform, Shuen returned to Old Ji, who, as promised, handed him his gift. It turned out to be a mech spirit beast, a perfect match for Shuen. This new beast allowed him to defend himself without relying solely on doggo for protection. What made it even more impressive was that Shuen could use his good hand ability on it, increasing its soul limit and making the shield even more durable. With this newfound power, Shuen felt more determined than ever to face the challenges ahead. So without wasting any time, he headed back to the university's battleground to claim his reward and prepare for the next trial. To his surprise, 2 of his friends had also been chosen as representatives, and surprisingly, even Yun Yao made the cut. But it seemed that the Yun Yao Northern League, where they were set to compete, would start at a later date. The teacher informed them that they should return in a couple of days, at which point he would take them to the competition site. The students understood and agreed to the plan, readying themselves for what was to come. Now on to the next part. 2 days later, at the entrance of Icefield University, students gathered around just as the teacher had instructed. But it seemed like they had been waiting there for a while, growing increasingly impatient. But as if on cue, the professor finally appeared, all mysterious and shit. What puzzled them even more was the complete lack of any visible vehicle nearby. This, of course, raised the question of how exactly he planned to get them to their destination. And without a word, the professor answered them by summoning a freaking big-ass aircraft out of nowhere. And it turns out that this thing was a mechanical beast, and it's radiating power with an overwhelming soul limit, almost hitting the 100K mark. And just, the sight of such an impressive mech beast only made Shuen more excited, as he wondered if his gloves could be upgraded to something like this in the future. But now that the massive aircraft was fully summoned, the professor didn't waste any time and commanded everyone to get their asses moving and board the mech. And so they did just that. And because this beast was fast, efficient, and surprisingly convenient to ride on, The students were instantly sold on the idea of contracting a mechanical beast like this one day. And before they knew it, the aircraft had effortlessly arrived at their destination inside the void. But as the students stepped out, they were immediately taken aback by the unexpected atmosphere surrounding the place. The air was so dense with pressure that it was hard for them to breathe, and nausea hit them like a truck. Even Yun Yao was off to the side, puking rainbows. And naturally, the teacher explained that this was a common reaction, given the unique characteristics of the new land. With their current physiques, they could only safely stay for 5 days at most. Therefore, after 3 days, the 7-school joint trial would come to an end, and the teachers would send them back to school. But there was no need to worry too much. If they encountered a crisis that couldn't be resolved, they could simply press the call for help button provided to them in advance, and the teachers from each school would then enter the underground palace to rescue them, though at the cost of losing their qualification for the trial. And of course, this made the students wonder what would happen if they stayed beyond the 5-day limit, to which the teacher clarified that it was quite simple, and that they'd lose their minds and go completely crazy. And Zukian immediately believed this, as judging by the emotions coming from his spirit domain, even Doggo wasn't too fond of this place, which then led him to wonder how this strange new world had even formed. But their thoughts were soon interrupted by the appearance of another large beast, signaling the arrival of students from other universities. And as soon as they disembarked, the professors greeted one another, noting how strong each student looked. But one student in particular stood out. They had heard that a student from Icefield University had taken the #1 spot in one of the difficulty levels of the training palace, and they were eager to meet this kid. And it certainly didn't help that Sukian's teacher used this as an opportunity to boast about him and his school, suggesting that Sukian would likely lead their school to victory. Meanwhile, Sukian just stood there, feeling awkward and unsure of what to do. But Sukian couldn't help but think that his teacher Zhang wasn't exactly exaggerating either, as wherever he went, he aimed to be the best and win it all. And that wouldn't change even now. And with everyone now present, the professor agreed to kick off the competition. With this, they formed a mass teleportation spell that quickly enveloped every student in soul energy, and then instantly transporting them into the underground cave. And as expected, they were teleported to random locations, each one alone. Fortunately for Zukian, he quickly ran into one of his schoolmates, who was equally delighted to see a familiar face. And so the student eagerly shook Sukian's hand and introduced himself as Wang Kang. And he proudly mentioned that his spirit beast was also a 1-star elite rank, and it was a ghost type which he believed would play a significant role in a place like this. And since it was a school competition after all, Sukian decided to team up with Wang Kang, and as it turned out, Wang Kang wasn't wrong about his beast's usefulness. The ghost-type spirit beast effortlessly illuminated their path with its mere presence, which made any lone mutant beast think twice before approaching them. But still, Wang Kang was really on edge, as the aura of the mutant beasts in this place was so strong that he couldn't even sense their locations, no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, he was caught off guard as he noticed multiple glowing eyes just beyond the darkness ahead. But with the element of surprise now lost, the beasts revealed themselves, and it was a horde of massive spiders. And just like any normal human faced with such a nightmare, Zukian didn't waste a second before lighting these mofos up, taking them out before they could even get close. And since it was already nighttime, they were able to use the night battle skill, which made the fight even quicker. And soon enough, the spiders were sprawled out lifeless on the ground, while Wang Kang was genuinely surprised by this display, and that Zukian's true strength was even more terrifying than the rumors had suggested. No wonder he could break records in the hard difficulty trial at the training palace. But as they were collecting crystals from the fallen beasts, another creature suddenly emerged from behind, and its intense bloodlust palpable. As this time it was a different kind of spider, more venomous and far stronger, as it was a 2-star elite rank. And this one wasn't playing around, as it was out to kill on sight. Fortunately, Doggo's insane reaction time saved them, diverting the initial attack and killing the spider before it could launch another strike. Afterwards, Zukian reminded Wang Kang to be more careful next time, to which Kang thanked him. But Zukian responded that it was a little too early to be saying thanks, as they still had to deal with the rest of these dark spiders, which completely shocked Kang, as the remaining spiders were far more numerous than the first set. But still, with the combined power of the wolf and the ghost, they managed to defeat the hordes with surprising ease, and the added illumination from Wang Kang's ghost made it easier to see everything, giving them a clear advantage in the dim cave. As a result of their success, both beasts upgraded to elite 2-star ranks. Just as the teacher had mentioned, the crystals they collected were showing signs of getting darker, a clear indication of their growing power. And the amount they had accumulated really set them up well for the early game. But this still wasn't enough for Zukian, so he urged Kang to hurry up as they needed to reach the second floor faster than the other teams if they wanted to stay ahead. And this display of determination inspired Kang and therefore made up his mind to stick with him, confident that Su Xian would lead him to greater heights. But as they ventured deeper into the cave, another problem arose. As the path splits into multiple choices, presenting them with a dilemma, there was a chance that taking one of these paths might lead them away from any other schoolmates. Although everyone's spirit beasts had been upgraded, it was still safer to group together. While the second floor might not pose a significant threat, advancing to the third floor with just the two of them would definitely be dangerous. Faced with this critical decision, they knew they had to think carefully about which path to take. But just then, their attention was abruptly diverted by a noise coming from the other side of the cave. It didn't sound like the dark spiders they had encountered earlier, which meant a new challenge might be looming. And as if that wasn't suspicious enough, the noise suddenly stopped the moment they noticed it, putting them on high alert. And just as they expected, it was indeed different, as a burst of flame came hurtling toward them at top speed. With this, they braced themselves for a fight, only to realize it was just Zheng Hao, using his skill to sprint through the cave like the maniac that he was. And so Zuqian immediately called him out, pointing out how recklessly stupid that move was, as Zuqian could have easily been attacked on sight if he hadn't recognized him in time. Thankfully, he was cautious enough to wait before getting too close, avoiding what could have been a disastrous case of friendly fire. Despite this, they were relieved to have grouped up, as this cave was anything but simple, with paths leading to intersection after intersection, forcing them to circle back repeatedly. Still with determination, they finally arrived at a place where flowers bloomed and glowing with a violet hue, a clear sign that they had successfully entered the second floor. However, the path ahead had become even more complicated, and with no other choice, Zheng Hao was forced to use his Beast Shadow Clone Jutsu to scout and find the best route. Although this consumed a significant amount of soul power, it was the best strategy they had to stay ahead of the other schools. Fortunately, even Kang's Fire Ghost could clone itself, doubling their scouting efficiency. And seeing how effective the clone technique was, Zuqian and Doggo realized they too needed to learn Flame Clone for themselves. It wasn't just strong, it was a versatile and useful skill in almost any circumstance. But just a few moments later, Zheng Hao's mischievous beast returned alone, sporting a worried expression, in which confused Zheng Hao, but it was clear that something had gone wrong. But before he could even fully grasp what his beast was saying, Zuqian stepped in and translated it, and that up ahead of them there was a horde of shadow cat demons chasing it. And Zheng Hao was completely taken aback, wondering how on earth Zuqian could understand his beast better than he could. But it seems like there was no time to dwell on that, as the shadow cat demons were close, and they weren't alone. As it turned out, they were also chasing another group of students who were clearly regretting their life choices leading up to this predicament. But the sight of other people gave those students a glimmer of hope. They knew that banking on Zuqian's group to distract some of the cats and take the heat off them would benefit them. And so without hesitation, they sprinted towards Zuqian and his crew, hoping to share the burden. But these shadow cats were all 4-star demons, far stronger than anything they had faced so far. And it was clear the other students were trying to offload some of the aggro onto them, and so they dipped out of there as fast as they could, doing the only thing their instincts told them to do. Even though they knew outrunning a shadow cat was nearly impossible, they had no choice but to try. But not long after, the other students from the rival school caught up with them, and since Zheng Hao clearly pissed off, he immediately demanded to know which school they belonged to be this inconsiderate for leading the danger straight to them, to which the kid just sneered and told Zheng Hao to F off, refusing to reveal anything that might help them track him down after the competition. But since they were all now in the same predicament, Zuqian gave them a fair warning, and that his group would try to escape first, and the others better not dare outrun them to the exit. Unfortunately for them, there was no exit up ahead, which left them no choice but to stand and fight. And since the demon cats were closing in fast, the students from Icefield University had no time to waste. But since Zuqian needed time to charge his avalanche skill, Zheng Hao and Luliang stepped up to buy him that precious time. But before they could get started, Zheng Hao noticed that the students from the other school were still trying to escape, even though they were the ones who led the demon cats there in the first place, which only fueled Zheng Hao's anger. But with survival on the line, he and Luliang decided to go all out. With this, Luliang's snow elf finally revealed its trump card, the Ice Weapon Awakening. In a transformation that looked straight out from Digimon, the elf went from a cute pet to a godly-looking creature. And the fire elf was no different either, as it activated its fire giant skill, growing into a towering inferno. And together they welcomed the demon cats with open arms. But even with their newfound power, the sheer number of enemies began to overwhelm them. But just as things were looking grim, Doggo finished charging his avalanche skill. And in the confined space of the cave, the avalanche was devastating, its power amplified by the narrow walls. and so the skill wiped out the demon cats up ahead, their bodies crushed under the onslaught of snow and ice. And as if that wasn't enough, Zukian followed up with his fire vortex to ensure every last one was taken care of, melting away the snow and any lingering threats. And the victory came with an unexpected bonus, as Doggo leveled up to 3 stars after taking down such a massive horde of 4-star elites. But this just left Kang utterly shocked. He couldn't believe how fast the wolf was leveling up. It hadn't even been a day, and Doggo had already grown stronger, and so doubts began creeping into Kang's mind, wondering if this wolf was even normal. But as the ashes began to fade, another ominous sound of a meow echoed from deeper within the cave, and it didn't take long for them to realize that they had attracted the attention of the entire cat demon nest. But instead of rushing to attack, the creatures seemed to have a different plan in mind. And the student from the other school, who had been dealing with these freaks a bit longer, recognized the tactic immediately, and that these cats were preparing to unleash a high-frequency roar, a technique known to cause cave collapses through its powerful resonance. Unfortunately, there was little time to brace for impact. The demon cats let out a demonic roar that assaulted their ears and shook the entire cave, and the ground beneath Zukian began to crack, and before he knew it, the floor gave way. It all happened so quickly that Luliang, despite his best efforts, couldn't save Zukian in time, and so Zukian and Doggo plunged into a massive pit, falling into the unknown depths below, with no clue how far or where it would take them. In the previous chapter, 6 schools had gathered for the competition, and once everyone was present, the event began. All the students were teleported inside the first floor of the cave, where the trials would take place. Fortunately, Zukian quickly found a schoolmate, and with the help of his fire ghost, they made short work of the beasts they encountered. As they were searching for the way to the second floor, they stumbled upon Zheng Hao and Luliang, reuniting their team. But as they finally entered the second floor, a new problem emerged. A group of students from another school had managed to bring trouble with them. Demon cats were hot on their trail. Worse yet, these students tried to shift some of the aggro onto Zukian's group, leaving them no choice but to run as well. But when they hit a dead end, there was no option left but to stand and fight. And with their combined efforts, Zukian and his group managed to defeat the demon cats. But the commotion attracted the attention of the entire nest. In retaliation, the demon cats unleashed a high-frequency roar that assaulted their ears and shook the cave violently. The ground beneath Zukian cracked under the strain, and before anyone could react, the floor gave way. Zukian and his companions fell deep into the abyss below, with no idea what awaited them at the bottom. Now on to the next part. Zukian and Doggo had fallen into the depths of a pit, but fortunately, due to Zukian's strengthened body from ranking up and the deep water cushioning their fall, they emerged uninjured. But as Zukian looked up at the crack they had fallen through, the distance was so great that he could no longer see the opening clearly, and it seemed that only he and Doggo had ended up in this mysterious place. But at least his phone was still working, and so they made good use of the phone's light, using it to illuminate the only tunnel they could see. As they cautiously moved forward, it became clear that this place was the habitat of elite high-level flower beasts, and knowing they might not be able to handle such powerful enemies, Zukian and Doggo tread carefully. But what was even more intriguing was that the tunnel walls didn't look natural. The smooth, symmetrical lines made it seem more like a man-made structure. But with no other options, they ventured deeper into the tunnel. But they quickly retreated in terror at what they witnessed at the tunnel's end. But after catching their breath and realizing that whatever they saw wasn't chasing them, they had no choice but to go back. This time they shone their light on the source of their fear. What they found was a large stone statue resembling a flower general, and this sight was puzzling, as it was clearly a statue. Yet Zukian could feel a suffocating pressure emanating from it, as if it were more than just a mere sculpture. And he should be feeling that way, 'cause I have seen this kind of statues before. And what they could do, and this Zukian might just be reborn as a shadow monarch or something like that. But unlike the intimidating stone statue from you-know-who, the source of the suffocating pressure Zukian felt was actually coming from a much smaller grass beast hiding behind it. The creature seemed quite disturbed by the unexpected intrusion into its domain, regarding Zukian and Doggo warily as if they were unwelcome guests in its palace. Meanwhile, back where Luliang and the others were, Zheng Hao and Kang decided to use their fire clone ability to check on Zukian. But the audacity of the students from the other school knew no bounds, as they tried to suggest that what Zheng Hao and Kang were attempting was impossible, claiming that the pit was bottomless. This comment pushed Zheng Hao over the edge, so he grabbed the student by the collar and called him out, reminding him that this entire predicament was their fault, and so they didn't need any more sarcastic remarks from them. And if he doesn't shut up, he would be glad to be the one thrown into the pit next. And this terrified the other students, prompting it to immediately apologize and beg Zheng Hao not to follow through on his threat. explaining that the lowest level of the cave was where the habitat of the elite-level generals resided, and it was a dangerous place for anyone to be. Despite this, the student tried to reassure them that Sukian would likely be fine. If he was smart, he could find a safe place to hide and wait for the others to reach that level and regroup with him. Or he could even press the distress signal if the situation became too dire. But Zheng Hao quickly clarified to the student that he was overestimating Sukian's intelligence, as there was no way Sukian would do something as cautious as hiding or waiting for help. So the only option now was for them to go to the lowest level themselves and find him as fast as possible. And since this mess was entirely their fault, Zheng Hao made it clear that they were coming along for the ride, whether they liked it or not. And unfortunately, their fire clones proved ineffective, unable to make it to the deepest floor as they were easily taken out by the mutant beasts along the way, and with no other options left. Zheng Hao and the others knew they had to gather as many people as possible, find the entrance to the lowest level and go down to meet Zuqian in person. Meanwhile, back where Zuqian was, he had turned to look for an exit when a sudden noise from behind caught his attention. The course of the attack was none other than the grass beast from before. Despite its size compared to the statue, this creature was a 7-star elite, a fact that became all too clear when it began controlling the massive stone statues around them. It was obvious that this was not a fight Zuqian and Doggo could win easily. Still, Zuqian wasn't the type to back down without a fight. Knowing they were up against a formidable foe, he and Doggo braced for the worst, unleashing everything they had right from the start. They were prepared to go all out, hoping that their combined strength could at least buy them some time until help arrived, or with any luck, maybe even turn the tide in their favor. But this boss of a beast wasn't about to give them any head start, as it formed a mini-sun and directed its rays at them with terrifying speed. Fortunately, Zuqian's shield absorbed most of the impact, while Doggo's ice mist cooled them off, minimizing the damage. Leading the flower boss to switch tactics, using its vines to attack from all sides. This, however, was exactly what Zuqian and Doggo had been hoping for. Seizing the opportunity, they unleashed their fire vortex skill, and since flames are super effective against grass, they dealt significant damage to the boss. And seeing the flower boss recoil in fright gave them a boost of confidence. Not wanting to give it any chance to recover or use the giant statues to attack, Zuqian activated the flame vortex again, determined to finish the fight in one decisive blow. But the flower boss had other plans, as it concentrated natural energy into its hand and slammed it into the ground, activating a savage growth that sprouted massive vines to block the flames. It even went so far as to use a large amount of energy to suck the flames away, preventing them from spreading further. But this move just puzzled Zuqian, as the vines weren't part of the flower boss's main body. So why would it waste so much energy to eliminate the flames when it could have simply backed away to create distance? Unless it wasn't able to retreat because it was trying to protect something. And the only thing behind the flower boss was that giant statue. And this realization sparked a new plan in Zuqian's mind. It seemed like the statue was important to the boss. So without hesitation, they shifted their strategy, directing all their attacks toward the statue to see if Zuqian's hunch was correct. And so Doggo zoomed in like a maniac straight toward the statue. And just as Zuqian suspected, the grass boss threw itself between Doggo and the statue, taking the hit directly. And this completely confirmed Zuqian's assumption. The statue was indeed the key and not one it can control. With this, they realized they had a winning chance, so they pressed the advantage, focusing all their attacks on the statue. And as expected, the grass boss desperately tried to shield it, which was exactly what Zuqian and Doggo wanted. And so they doubled down, unleashing a combination of flame vortex and ice mist to prevent the boss from blocking their attacks. But just when they thought they had the upper hand, the boss did something completely unpredictable, as it decided to blow itself up. And the self-destruction was so powerful that it neutralized their attacks, ensuring that none of them could reach the statue. But this did signify that they have defeated it, causing Doggo to rank up to a 4-star elite, which also evolved his Ice Claw into Soul Claw, allowing it to materialize wolf claws made of pure soul energy that coordinated perfectly with his attacks. And normally this would have made Zuqian ecstatic, but his mind was too preoccupied with what the flower boss had just done. Sacrificing itself just to protect a statue seemed like a foolish move, but in this cave nothing was simple or easy. The self-destruct suggested that the battle might only be beginning. But despite his unease, there were no further movements in the cave. The flower boss lay dead before him, and everything was eerily quiet. It seemed, at least for the moment, that the battle was indeed over. But Zuqian couldn't shake the feeling that whatever they had stumbled upon was more significant than they realized, and that the real challenge might still lie ahead. And so Zuqian cautiously approached the fallen flower boss and collected its crystals. The crystals were indeed darker than any he had seen before, a clear sign that this was the boss, and that he had just obtained the highest quality crystals available in this area. But the question still lingered in his mind. Why did the Flower General go to such lengths to protect that statue, even sacrificing its own life? If these statues were truly that important to the Flower Generals, then it might actually save him a lot of time hunting them down, as they would likely come to him drawn to defend these statues. But as he stood there waiting, he couldn't shake the curiosity gnawing at him. What exactly made these statues so important? Could they be the key to the abnormalities that the system had tasked him with investigating? Perhaps the answers he sought lay within these mysterious statues. But before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, another Flower General appeared. But this time, knowing their weakness, Shuen felt more confident than ever. Armed with the knowledge that the statues were their Achilles' heel, and with Doggo's newly enhanced abilities, he was more than ready to face this new threat. Meanwhile, back with the other groups, they were doing their best to push forward, killing every monster they encountered as quickly as possible. They were increasingly concerned that the longer they took, the greater the chances were that Shuen might be found by a Flower General. But the students from the other school who didn't know Shuen at all were beginning to lose their nerve. They started suggesting that they should give up the search, fearing that if they went any deeper, they might not be able to get out. And they speculated that Shuen had probably pressed the SOS button and had already left the cave. But Yun Yao just immediately shot down their assumptions, making it clear that what they were thinking was impossible, as Shuen was not the type of person to back down, no matter how tough the situation. That's also why he had once fought off 3 elite beasts when he was just at the ordinary rank, and was also the one who broke 2 of Zhuo Weixiu's records in the training palace. And if that wasn't enough to convince them, Kang jumped in to brag about how Xuqian's beast had entered the cave as a 1-star elite. But thanks to the powerful enemies he had defeated, including the demon cats that the other students had unwittingly led to them, his wolf had already ranked up to 3 stars in an instant. But even with these, the guy from the other school still tried to convince the group to retreat, arguing that it was too risky to continue. But the rest of their team were resolute, and they didn't care none about the other kids' feelings, as their focus was on finding Xuqian no matter the risks. They knew he would never give up, and neither would they. The only option was to press on, doing whatever it took to reach him before it was too late. Meanwhile, Xuqian's battle with the Flower Generals was growing fiercer by the minute. But with their tactics in place, they managed to break through their enemy's defenses, and Doggo's newly upgraded soul claws made him look more of a boss than the Flower Generals themselves, as his claws were so strong that they could easily crumble any rock they touched, which the Flower General noticed immediately. So they desperately tried to shield the statue with its own body. But Doggo's attack was so powerful that it managed to inflict damage on the statue despite the general's efforts. But this just sent the Flower General into a berserk state, which Xuqian and Doggo quickly realized they had made a critical mistake, as the general began to gather a massive amount of energy, clearly preparing to self-destruct in a last-ditch effort to take them down with it. And the energy buildup was so intense that when the general finally violently, and the shockwave was so powerful that Yun Yao and the others still some distance away felt the tremors, and the student from the other school who were already on edge was now even more terrified. So he tried once again to convince the group to retreat, insisting that continuing any further was madness. But Yun Yao had enough of his bitchery, and so he forced him to go in front, making it clear that they were not backing down. Meanwhile, back where Xuqian was, he quickly realized that even the slightest touch on the statue could drive the Flower Generals into a berserk frenzy. So, he made a mental note to be more careful in the future. No more accidental statue damage. They would need to up their game, trying their best to feign attacks without actually touching the statues. And for a moment, Xuqian and Doggo breathed a sigh of relief. Both of them were okay, and they even managed to snag another high-grade crystal as a bonus. He just hopes that the commotion they had caused wouldn't attract more Flower Generals, as they could only handle outsiders tarnishing their precious statues. Xuqian deliberately baited them into attacking him, and as expected, the Flower Generals furiously launched their attacks, but Xuqian quickly hid behind the statue. And the plan worked perfectly, as the generals were desperate to avoid damaging the statue, and therefore found themselves in an awkward defenseless state. And Xuqian didn't hesitate to take advantage of this, swiftly eliminating them one by one. And with Doggo's passive speed absorption, he instantly rose to a 5-star elite, which greatly delighted Xuqian. Meanwhile, the others felt the cave shake even more violently, causing the skeptical student to doubt that this could possibly be the work of the Xuqian that Yun Yao and the others spoke of so highly, prompting him to question them, hoping that maybe he was right and this wasn't Xuqian's doing. But the three fell silent, knowing all too well that this was exactly the kind of chaos Xuqian would create. And as they had feared, Xuqian was indeed causing havoc, casually creating multiple mini-suns inside the cave, unaware of the massive explosions and the violent tremors they were triggering. and the vibrations were so intense that even the students on the first floor could feel them, leading to widespread confusion. Many students were baffled about who could possibly be responsible for such destruction. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhao remained stoic, determined to keep the truth under wraps, as he knew it had to be Zhu Qian. No other student possessed such destructive power, and causing trouble was practically this boy's specialty. And he was indeed right on the mark. The explosions Zhu Qian created were attracting more and more flower generals. And if it weren't for his protective gloves and the strategies he had developed to restrain these beasts, he and Doggo might not have survived such relentless attacks. But against all odds, they managed to do the impossible. With this, Doggo was able to reach 6 stars, which not only increased Doggo's soul limit, but also restored all the soul power he had expended. This rejuvenation was what had allowed them to hold on for so long. Finally, after what felt like an endless battle, the appearance of flower generals ceased, so it became clear that they had cleared out all the mutant beasts in the area, and the violent vibrations of the cave stopped. And with this moment of peace, Zhu Qian decided it was time to pack up and collect all the crystals from the beasts they had defeated. To his amazement, the sheer number of crystals scattered across the land was staggering. He couldn't even help but wish he had brought a few more bags to carry them all. It was clear that their hard-fought battle had been well worth it. In the previous chapter, after Zhu Qian fell straight to the 3rd floor of the cave, he was stunned to see massive statues resembling the flower generals. Thankfully, these statues were inanimate, but that didn't mean he was safe. Live flower generals were waiting, and they attacked him without hesitation. However, Zhu Qian quickly noticed that these creatures were particularly keen on protecting the statues. Sensing an opportunity, he used this to his advantage, baiting the flower generals into vulnerable positions as they tried to shield the statues. With this strategy, Zhu Qian managed to kill several flower generals, allowing Doggo to level up drastically. Doggo's ice claw evolved into a powerful soul claw, making it even easier for them to deal with the remaining flower generals. Before he knew it, Zhu Qian had successfully defeated all the available flower generals in the cave. Though the battle created a tremendous amount of noise, causing quite a ruckus, the rewards were more than worth it, raking up a large number of high-grade crystals. Now on to the next part. Back where Luliang and the others were, the group was increasingly puzzled by the commotion Zhu Qian was causing throughout the entire cave, as the sheer magnitude of the ruckus made them wonder just what he could possibly be doing down there. But just like before, the ever-nervous student from the other school couldn't help but suggest retreating once again, which was really pushing Zheng Hao's patience to its limits, and so he was now seriously considered to grant the guy's wish to leave by sending him on his way personally to the afterlife. But fortunately for the nervous student, that would have to wait, as Kang had spotted a tunnel that looked different from the others. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be an entrance to another floor, possibly the 3rd. The absence of any shadow cats nearby supported this theory, suggesting that it was indeed the entrance to the 3rd floor. And so without hesitation, the group decided to venture into the tunnel, and Zheng Hao in particular felt reassured, knowing that he had an emergency device that could help them escape if they found themselves in a pinch. Plus, with their combined strength, he was certain they could fight their way out if needed. But as they reached the end of the tunnel, they were shocked to be greeted by towering stone statues that loomed over them like giants. The statues alone were enough to set off their alarms, but what truly unnerved them was the crackling sound they heard behind one of the statues. Instinctively, they prepared for a fight, thinking they were about to face a mutant beast. But as the seconds ticked by in anxious anticipation, they were stunned to see Zhu Qian emerge from behind the statue. But rather than being terrified after being alone in this dangerous place, Zhu Qian seems to be more than delighted to have entered the 3rd floor. In fact, he was celebrating, which only confused them quite so. But they quickly understood when they saw what Zhu Qian was carrying. It was a haul of high-grade crystals that would make anyone's jaw drop. And with such a bounty, it was no wonder why his face was like that. But this begs them to question on how exactly Zhu Qian got these many crystals. There's no way he could have taken down all the flower generals by himself, right? And so Zhu Qian quickly clarified that in fact, he had done exactly that, explaining that by studying the flower generals' patterns and weaknesses, he had been able to exploit them, making it easier to cheese his way through all the flower generals on the 3rd floor. But their relief was short-lived, as a lone flower general emerged, alive and furious, and this one was far larger than the others, its vines several times thicker and more imposing than any Zhu Qian had encountered before. The sheer size and strength of this new opponent immediately put Zhu Qian on edge. With this, he quickly realized that this flower general was unlike the rest, and its sole focus seemed to be on him, who couldn't help but grin involuntarily, as he knew this fight wouldn't be easy, and that this was likely the true boss of the cave. And with a quick glance at its stats, he confirmed his suspicions. This flower general was already at a 1-star lord rank, radiating an overwhelming pressure that made it difficult for them to breathe just by standing near it. With this, he immediately told everyone to run as fast as they could, prompting the other student to waste not even a second in pressing the SOS button, signaling the mentors to come and rescue them, which can increase their chances of survival significantly. And the mentors did not disappoint. As soon as they received the distress signal, they sprang into action without hesitation, using everything at their disposal to reach the group as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, back where the students were, Suqian's flame vortex seemed to be losing its effectiveness. The boss's massive vines easily suppressed the flames, forcing them to rethink their strategy, which Zuqian quickly adjusted, ordering Doggo to use his powerful soul claw to engage the boss directly. While the others focused their attacks on the statue, the boss was desperately trying to protect. And with skills being thrown from all directions, the boss had difficulties in blocking every attack, leading it to use even its main body as a shield, which was a good sign, as it meant they were getting closer to defeating the boss. But then, as Doggo prepared to unleash his devastating avalanche skill, the boss seemed to realize it couldn't survive another round of defending the statue, and desperation set in. And like the flower generals before it, the boss decided to gather all its remaining energy for a final catastrophic self-destruct, which Zuqian immediately recognized, so he quickly signaled for everyone to run as fast as they could. He knew there was no way they could defend themselves against a blast from a lord-level beast. Even his shield wouldn't stand a chance against such an explosion. Predictably, the first to bolt was the nervous student from the other school dipping out at top speed. But just as the situation seemed dire, Teacher Zhang appeared out of nowhere like a mother-freaking G, standing there like he had Gojo's limitless technique, fully receiving the blast without it ever reaching him at all. And damn, he looked cool doing it. And as if he had all the time in the world. He even took a moment to commend the students for their incredible feat. He was genuinely impressed that they had forced a lord-level boss to self-destruct, and so he assured them that they deserved every bit of the loot that the boss had dropped. But his surprise deepened when he saw the sheer number of high-grade crystals Zuqian had managed to collect. It was the first time he had ever seen a student accomplish such a feat. With this, he was confident that Icefield University would undoubtedly take first place in the competition. But it seems like there was no time to celebrate, as the cave was starting to collapse, and even the students on the upper floors were experiencing severe tremors. It became clear that the entire cave system, and not just the third floor, was on the verge of collapsing. With this, the mentors quickly called in the army for assistance, realizing that this situation had spiraled far beyond anything they had anticipated. The mentors were baffled. Despite thorough investigations, there had been no signs that the cave was unstable. They couldn't help but wonder what on earth the freshmen had done to cause such a catastrophic reaction. Meanwhile, Yun Yao, who had been doing a solo round in the cave, had no idea what was happening. But as soon as she received the teacher's urgent messages instructing all students to evacuate, she didn't hesitate to dip out of the place. But as she got out, she noticed that Zuqian and the others were nowhere to be found, causing her to worry. But before she could attempt to head back into the collapsing cave to find them, a mysterious figure appeared, stopping her in her tracks. And this mysterious person calmly told Yun Yao not to do anything reckless, and just urged her to retreat to a safe area immediately, promising that everyone, including Zuqian and the others, would be safely evacuated. Though concerned, Yun Yao knew she had no choice but to trust this person and follow their instructions, hoping for the best as the situation continued to unfold. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhao and the students finally made it out of the inner layers of the cave, so he instructed the students to continue on their own to find the exit while he went back to search for the others. And he was confident they would make it out safely, especially with Zuqian among them. With that assurance, the students immediately rushed toward the exit, eager to escape the increasingly unstable cave system. But the cave wasn't just shaking because of the explosion that had taken place. Actually, something far more sinister was happening. After the defeat of the boss, and with no one left to protect them, the statues within the cave began to awaken from their deep slumber. These statues were not mere decorations, they were guardians with one singular purpose, and that is to protect the princess at all costs. And to fulfill such mission, they would stop at nothing to eliminate all the invaders who had disrespected their sacred resting place. And as the students fled to safety, the mysterious lady from the Night Corps clan made her way into the cave, determined to fulfill her promise of bringing all the students out safely. Meanwhile, Yun Yao grew increasingly concerned, still not having seen any sign of Zuqian or the others. But it seemed she wouldn't have to worry much longer, as Zuqian and his group were getting closer to the exit. But as they ran for their lives, they noticed something alarming. Countless beasts were also fleeing alongside them, leading Zuqian to realize that this wasn't just a normal cave collapse, and that something far more powerful had awakened. With this, he quickly connected the dots, the suffocating pressure he had felt while standing in front of the statues, and why the flower generals and the boss had been so fiercely guarding the statues, as these statues weren't mere decorations but mutant beasts in hibernation. Even the Lord-level boss had risked its life to protect these statues, which meant that whatever was awakening was likely at least Lord-level or even stronger. This was not something they could handle right now, so running was the only viable option. With this sudden realization, he wasted no time in alerting Teacher Zhao, and seeing that the system interface popped up, notifying that he completed the mission, only confirmed his assumptions. But as if on cue, something shot up through the ground with incredible force, breaking through as if the earth itself was mere paper, and though its appearance was obscured by the dust and debris, the group immediately sensed that this was no ordinary beast. And when the dust finally settled, the beast that emerged was indeed a formidable opponent, as it was a 5-star Lord-rank creature, radiating an overwhelming soul power of 57,000. Its eyes locked onto their group, brimming with a predatory intent that sent chills down their spines. And the beast was clearly preparing to attack, and the situation seemed dire. But just when things were about to take a turn for the worst, the mysterious woman appeared at the perfect moment, and her presence was immediately recognizable to the students, and that she belonged to the Night Corps, the special unit of the army known for handling the most dangerous threats. And she quickly demonstrated why she belonged to such an elite group by summoning her beast, a demon bull of the 7-star Lord rank, with an overall power nearing a staggering 77,000. And the sheer presence of this beast left everyone including Zukian in awe. And the fight between this Lord-rank beast is what he has never seen before. It is as if it came straight out of an anime. And not only that, the Tamer just withstands a direct hit from the boss like it was nothing, which opened up an opportunity for her beast to retaliate from above. However, the Thorn General was no fool, as it used its vines to push itself away and evade the Demon Bull's strike, and just redirected its focus and launching an all-out assault on the woman. But the Demon Bull wouldn't let such thing happen, not as long as it was still around, slicing the vines up like it was nothing. And with that, the Thorn General made a desperate move. It detached all of its vines, and just transformed both of its arms into sharp blades for one final all-out attack. But the Demon Bull, despite its massive size, was incredibly fast, and therefore met the Thorn General halfway, pushing it onto the defensive. But the sheer force of the bull's attack was just so overwhelming that it quickly folded the once terrifying beast like it was nothing more than a minor obstacle, ending the fight as quickly as it had begun. And with the immediate threat neutralized, the Night Corps member didn't waste any time ordering her demon bull to take care of the remaining thorn beasts in the vicinity, while she focused on guiding the students to safety. But suddenly, a massive boulder just decided to dislodge from the cave ceiling and came hurtling down towards her, readying her up for an isekai. But she wasn't having any of it, so she caught the boulder with ease and casually tossed it aside, demonstrating once again why she was part of the elite unit. However, the risk of the underground cave collapsing was still imminent, so she urgently urged the students to follow her without delay, while reassuring them that they didn't need to worry about the others, as her team and the mentors were already handling the remaining awakened beasts and working to rescue any students still trapped inside. With this, the students followed her lead without hesitation, and in just a few moments, they successfully regrouped with the rest of the survivors. And so the students immediately expressed their gratitude by bowing their heads, relieved and thankful for their rescue. While Yun Yao noticed Zhu Qian and his group, and immediately demanded to know why it had taken them so long to return. They had made her worry to death, so they better have a good explanation for it. And seeing that this was a conversation they couldn't avoid, Lu Liang left the explanation all to him. After all, everything had started with him. And Zukian just decided that the best way to explain everything was by showing what he had gathered in the cave. And knowing Doggo's abilities, she expected a decent haul of crystals, but nothing could have prepared her for what she saw when she opened the bag. Not only there were high-grade crystals, but also a particularly rare crystal with a mesmerizing rainbow-like glow. Even her beast couldn't help but be stunned by the sheer rarity and brilliance of the crystal. And the amount and quality of these crystals were truly astonishing. And so she couldn't help but wonder where and how on earth Zukian had acquired this, to which Zukian just casually explained that it came from a lord-level beast as if it were no big deal, while Doggo was clearly enjoying the bragging rights, looking all smug and proud of his accomplishment. But before they could even continue with their conversation, their attention was quickly diverted by a bulbs of light shining like the sun from a platform above. But seriously, what the fuck is this POV? But it turns out it was just the blonde mentor, making an announcement to all the students, informing them that the sudden awakening of the lord-level beasts had forced the competition to end abruptly. However, she reassured everyone that their efforts were not in vain, as the crystals they collected would still be counted, then distribute rewards based on rankings. And given the sheer amount of crystals they had, Yun Yao was confident that their school had this in the bag. But before she could say anything, Zheng Hao, who was feeling especially proud, stepped forward eagerly and excitedly asked the mentor to count the crystals collected by Zuqian first, believing they would blow everyone else out of the water. And since the mentor had recognized Zuqian's name from his previous exploits in the training palace, she was equally curious and so agreed to the request. But just like Yun Yao, the mentor was utterly shocked when she saw the Lord-level crystal among the collection. The presence of such a high-grade, rare crystal was beyond anything she had expected. In the previous chapter, after defeating the Lord-level general, the statue suddenly awakened, causing the cave to shake violently. With this, the competition was abruptly halted, and the teachers, along with the Academy's army, rushed inside to rescue the students. Fortunately, they arrived just in time to ward off any emerging threats and ensure everyone's safety. With all the students accounted for and no injuries or casualties, the competition resumed. As they prepared to count the crystals, Zheng Hao took the opportunity to proudly suggest checking Shu Chen's bag first. But as soon as the teacher opened the bag, she was stunned to find a Lord-level crystal inside. Now on to the next part. With this shocking revelation, the blonde teacher asked Shu Qian to wait while she discussed the situation with the other teachers, to which Shu Qian agreed. The blonde teacher, who we will be calling Grace, then approached Teacher Chen and showed him the crystal. Initially, Chen was confused, thinking that Grace had sneaked into the underground cave herself, killed a Lord-level beast and was now bragging about it to him, which she quickly clarified that this wasn't the case. The crystal actually came from one of the students. And naturally, Chen assumed that the students hadn't acquired the crystal through legitimate means, and it was a reasonable assumption, given that all the students participating were barely at the elite level. So there was no way someone at that level could have killed a Lord-level beast. It seemed more likely that a teacher or a member of the Night Corps had slain the beast during the chaos, and the student had just stumbled upon the crystal by chance. Therefore, Chen concluded the crystal shouldn't be counted in the competition, and if this colored crystal were taken into account, it would give Shu Chen's school an overwhelming and unfair advantage, making it nearly impossible for other schools to compete. But they couldn't make a decision based purely on assumptions, so Grace decided to ask the student directly about where they had obtained the crystal, which Shu Qian explained that they had taken it from the corpse of the leader of the Inner Flower General Attendants. But the other students weren't buying into this as well. How could a newbie like him possibly defeat such a powerful beast? And it didn't help that Teacher Chen bluntly asked if a member of the Night Corps had been with them when they got the crystal, implying that it wasn't their kill to begin with. Because if the spiritual crystal hadn't been obtained by personally killing the monster, it wouldn't be included in the data for the joint trial. And this seriously grinds Shu Qian's gears, but he admitted somewhat grudgingly that they hadn't killed the Lord-level monster by conventional means. But before he could explain further, Teacher Chen delivered the verdict, and that the colored gem wouldn't be counted, which infuriated Zheng Hao, who immediately lashed out, explaining what Shu Qian had meant. He clarified that while they hadn't killed the Lord-level beast through normal combat, they had driven it mad and caused it to self-destruct, and the two teachers had arrived just in time to save them from the aftermath. And Grace, who listening to this explanation, was somewhat convinced. Their story was plausible. If they had understood the beast's weaknesses well enough to trigger a self-destruction, then it was possible for them to defeat a creature much stronger than themselves. This level of strategy suggested they might have earned that crystal after all. But even before Grace could react, it became clear that Shu Qian had decided to give up on defending themselves. While Zheng Hao wasn't willing to back down at first, especially after they had nearly been wiped out to obtain that crystal, but Shu Qian convinced him not to worry too much. After all, even without the colored crystal, they wouldn't lose to the others. With this in mind, Shu Qian used the setback to force the teachers into a predicament, suggesting they have to count the other crystals since they already proved they were honest students. But before they could proceed, Teacher Zhang returned with the other teachers and claimed that the colored crystal rightfully belonged to his students, as they had earned it through their own efforts. He vouched for what had happened, but Teacher Chen immediately accused him of being biased since Zhao was Shu Qian's teacher, while Grace quickly defended Zhang, stating that she knew him well enough to trust he wouldn't lie. Even the teacher from another school who had accompanied Zhang vouched that the Lord-level monster had indeed exploded when they arrived. Despite this, Zhang realized that no matter what they said, someone like Chen would still accuse them of lying. But with his students' capabilities, Zhang was confident and therefore decided to let the matter drop, which delighted Teacher Chen, who believed that as long as the colored crystal wasn't counted, their school would be on equal footing with Icefield University. And he was confident that his students were just as capable as those from Icefield, dismissing any notion that they were inherently better. But everything changed when they finally saw the contents of Shu Qian's bag. All of the crystals were black. Even the students who had been with Shu Qian were still stunned to see it with their own eyes again, while the others began to realize that Shu Qian and his team hadn't been lying. Meanwhile, Teacher Chen stood there in stunned silence, as if he was trying to make sense of what he was seeing, or desperately searching for another excuse not to count these crystals. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with any reason to disqualify them. The sheer number of crystals was undeniable, and even if he wanted to pull the same stunt he did with the colored crystal, he knew no other teacher would back him up this time. And Shuqian was well aware of this, so he slyly asked the teachers if these crystals would now be counted, to which Grace confirmed it, while a member of the night corps stood to the side, smiling, as she couldn't believe she had found a student so talented, and was already thinking that maybe Shuqian would become a member of the night corps in the future as well. But as the counting of the crystals began, something unexpected was happening in the background. The students who had been with Shuqian started plotting something, though it wasn't devious, and they had simply decided to cut their losses. Realizing they didn't stand a chance, with most of them hadn't even made it to the inner layer, the guy stepped forward and asked the teacher to stop counting, and he spoke on behalf of his school, announcing that they were forfeiting, which immediately shocked Grace. So she tried to convince them not to give up, but the student pleaded, saying this was the only way they could at least keep their dignity intact. Seeing this, Teacher Chen thought the decision was appropriate, but he wasn't prepared for the blow when even his own students began to do the same, and soon he found himself gritting his teeth, unwilling to admit defeat. But his inferiority complex couldn't change the reality of the situation. His students had made the decision, and who could blame them? They hadn't even had time to reach the inner trial, and they knew they were so far behind that it was better to bow out now than to be scarred for life by knowing how much Shuqian and Icefield University were ahead of them. Even Teacher Zhang was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, but he fully understood what the students were going through. And with the other schools conceding, the teachers officially declared that Icefield University had won by default. And with Shuqian being the main reason for such a significant turn of events, his name was now more well-known than ever before. Students who once overlooked him now tried to get close, knowing he would likely become a prominent figure in the future. This became even more evident when word spread that he had broken the record in the training palace, a piece of news so shocking that even the woman from the Night Corps was taken aback. With this, she was more than convinced that Shuqian should become a member of the Night Corps. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhang gathered the students and explained that, in addition to the winners' rewards and school points, the spirit crystals they had collected would also belong to them. These crystals could be exchanged for spirit pills, as they were a key material in their production. The school could assist them in processing the crystals into spiritual pills, and seeing the sheer number of black crystals Shuqian had collected, Zheng Hao couldn't help but feel envious, realizing how many high-level crystals Shuqian could produce. But to his surprise, he wouldn't have to be envious for long, as Shuqian offered to share some of the crystals with them, which caught everyone off guard, as Shuqian didn't need to do such a thing. But he insisted, explaining that since they had all traveled through the cave together, and because he had plenty of black crystals, he didn't really need the lower-level ones, which is why he was giving them out. And they were genuinely appreciative of this generosity, knowing that the crystals would definitely help in upgrading their pets, and Shuqian was happy to see their gratitude, and he really didn't need the low and mid-level crystals anyway, as his dog was already at 6 stars. So crystals of that level probably wouldn't have much effect on his doggo anymore. Meanwhile, others noticed Shuqian's generosity, which led them to ask their own leader to do the same. But their situation was different, as their leader didn't have the luxury to be as generous as Shuqian, since the crystals they had collected were just enough for themselves, and so the leader could do nothing but run for his dear crystals. But with that matter settled, the Night Corps member took the opportunity to approach Shuqian, and since he seemed to recognize her, she knew this would make things easier. So after introducing herself as Tang Jing, she asked Shuqian if he would be interested in becoming a Night Corps member, which shocked Shuqian, as he had never expected them to actually approach him in person, and his surprised expression said it all. And Jing could tell that he wanted to know why they were offering him such an opportunity. So she explained that it was all because of his impressive performance. With the number of crystals he collected, it was clear that both his power and his beast were exceptionally strong, and this flustered him, so just like before, he tried to downplay it by attributing his success to luck. And Jing might have believed him, especially after seeing that Shuqian had a snow wolf as his companion. But knowing that he had broken the record set by Sister Wei Shui, she was convinced that this dog must be something special. And the fact that an elite 6-star beast could defeat a Lord-rank monster only solidified her belief. And this was more than enough to consider Shuqian a strong candidate for the Night Corps. And Shuqian was excited by the offer, but he hesitated, thinking that as a freshman, it might not be possible right now. But Jing reassured him that as long as he was willing, the Snowfield army had ways to make it happen. But before their conversation could continue, Teacher Zhang stepped in between them, calling out Jing for trying to poach his student, while sarcastically asking whether the army was so desperate that they had to recruit freshmen, to which Jing quickly clarified that wasn't the case. Still, Zhang pressed on, pointing out that they should at least have the dignity to wait until he becomes a professional. But he knew they wouldn't easily agree, so he turned to Shu Qian and advised him against joining. Although being a Night Corps member could offer many conveniences, it also came with significant dangers. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few people in the Night Corps. While Jing, on the other hand, understood the desires of a young heart, so she countered by promising that joining the Night Corps would allow Shu Qian to explore strange and mysterious places. He would have the convenience of entering and exiting foreign countries without waiting for school approval. They would handle everything for him, so he should think it over carefully, which Shu Qian replied that he would, as the benefits aligned with his goals. He needed to investigate the matter of foreign worlds thoroughly, and being a Night Corps member would certainly help. But as a member of the Snowfield Army, his movements would likely be restricted, and he might not have the free time needed to explore the truth behind the foreign lands. In that case, the benefits would be useless to him. Still, Shu Qian wasn't in a hurry to decide. He knew he could contact Jing and join whenever he wanted. For now, he chose to leave with the school, especially since Teacher Zhang had already summoned a massive freaking aircraft to take them back. So he decided to hold off on the Night Corps for the moment and return with the school. And as they boarded the mech beast, Teacher Zhang approached a Night Corps member to inquire about the situation in the underground, in which they reported that they had encountered countless Lord-level beasts, but fortunately, no Monarch-level creatures had appeared. Otherwise, they would have needed Zuoryu to step in just to clear the underground, and the only thing troubling them was that they hadn't yet discovered the reason why these mutant beasts had gone crazy. Meanwhile, deep within the underground cave, where the leader of the mutant beasts resided, a Thorn general, one of the few who had survived an encounter with the humans, was now reporting to their leader. The general described the grueling fate his men had suffered at the hands of that devilish boy and his demon dog, who not only showed no mercy, but seemed to revel in watching them self-destruct. A few moments later, Shu Qian and his gang were on their way back to their university. While the others rested peacefully, Shu Qian found himself wide awake, his mind racing with thoughts about when he would be able to enter the foreign lands again. He now had a new mission at hand, and that is to investigate the truth about the new world. On top of that, he had a side task requiring him to contract 4 beasts. Completing this task would reward him with a new skill called Fake Beast Body, which would allow him to simulate the breath of a spirit beast, either to confuse enemies or avoid danger. And the potential of this skill excited him. It would likely even allow him to transform into any beast he wanted, depending on the amount of soul power he could use to maintain the disguise. And this ability would be incredibly overpowered for exploring the new world. He could even navigate the underground caves unhindered, making his investigations much easier. With that thought, Shu Qian knew he needed to find his 4th beast as soon as possible. A few moments later, they finally arrived back at their campus. The students quickly disembarked from the carrier and headed home, and Shu Qian was about to do the same, but was stopped by Yun Yao, who informed him that Teacher Zhang had asked them to stay behind to receive the winning award for being one of the top students. And so they made their way to the logistics department, where Teacher Zhang revealed their rewards, and that is energy crystals of their choosing. But since this was Icefield University, Zheng Hao wondered if there were any fire crystals available, as ice crystals wouldn't be much use to him, to which Teacher Zhang assured him that he had nothing to worry about, as they had crystals of all elements. These were treasures collected by the 7 schools specifically to reward the winners of the trial, and the sheer variety and quality of the crystals left the students in awe, their eyes shining with admiration. But it became clear that there were no duplicates among the crystals. So as soon as Zheng Hao spotted a high-level lava eruption skill crystal, he immediately took dibs on it. But unfortunately, Kang had his eye on it as well, leading to a heated argument. Meanwhile, Lu Liang was equally impressed, noting that this collection was even more complete than what he had at home. While Yun Yao, on the other hand, stepped back and allowed Shu Qian to pick first, acknowledging that their victory was largely due to his efforts. And both Kang and Zheng Hao overheard this, so instead of continuing their fight over the lava eruption skill, they urged Shu Qian to take his pick first, knowing that his dog could also use fire skills. And Shu Qian greatly appreciated their gesture, while Teacher Zhang was quietly amazed at how Shu Qian had earned such respect from his peers, enough to make them willingly step aside and let him choose first. It was a clear sign of the influence and respect Shu Qian commanded within the group. But since Shu Qian didn't really have an interest in the lava eruption crystal, the two continued their argument, while he calmly surveyed the other options. And after some consideration, he narrowed it down to 4 choices. The first was Feast of Ice, a crystal that could create a variety of ice weapons for attacking, but this wasn't suitable for his dog, who had paws not hands. The next option was Flame Palm, but it seemed to have a similar effect to Doggo's Soul Claw, so the functions were too similar to be useful. The third choice was a water crystal named Honey Dew, which he assumed was a healing skill, not quite what he needed at the moment, which left him with an electric crystal that offered a chain lightning ability. But as he used his Eye of True Vision to inspect the crystal more closely, he noticed something intriguing. There was another name associated with it, the Raikage incarnation, and this prompted him to take an even closer look, and to his surprise, he discovered that this crystal offered far more energy and potential than he had initially thought. This couldn't be a simple skill like Lightning Chain. That skill only bounces lightning between enemies with decent attack power, while the name Raikage Incarnation suggested something far more powerful. So it seems to be that the school had been unable to fully identify the true potential of this lightning crystal, but he really didn't have a clear idea of what Raikage Incarnation was, so he decided to ask Teacher Zhang about it. To which he explained that it was a skill possessed by only a very rare lightning spirit beast. The skill allowed the beast to use lightning to create a powerful lightning clone, with the clone's characteristics and strength depending on the spirit beast that created it. Moreover, the main body could merge with the clone, enhancing its strength even further, though this would also greatly reduce the skill's duration. And hearing this, Shu Qian realized that this was exactly the kind of skill he had been looking for, especially after seeing how effective fire clone skills could be. It was just a pity that it was a thunder skill. But that wouldn't stop Shu Qian. This simply meant he needed to evolve Doggo to the Lord level using a thunder evolution material, allowing them to learn this powerful skill. So without hesitation, he notified the teacher, the Chain Lightning Crystal, which surprised everyone, prompting the teacher to urge him to reconsider, suggesting he take Feast of Ice or Lava Eruption instead, both of which were more aligned with his dog's current element. But Shu Qian was already dead set on this crystal. Meanwhile, Yun Yao, who had been with Shu Qian the longest, quickly realized what he was planning. Though concerned, she knew that if anyone could succeed in pulling off such a risky move, it was Shu Qian, so she supported his decision wholeheartedly. While Kang and Zheng Hao, on the other hand, completely misinterpreted his choice, thinking Shu Qian had picked the lightning crystal so they could have the good crystals for themselves, which only made Shu Qian smirk at how ridiculous they were being, as this lightning crystal might be the most special one of all. But with this crystal in hand, Shu Qian knew that finding a lightning evolutionary material was now crucial. But he couldn't rely on his toad for this task, leaving him with only one option, and that is to ask Old G himself for help. In the previous chapter, as the crystals were being counted, the students from the other schools realized they had already lost and voluntarily forfeited. This meant that Icefield University had won by default, and because Shu Qian had stood out the most during the competition, he was offered a spot in the Night Corps. But since he was not in a hurry, Shu Qian decided to think about it for now and just return with his class. After their return, they were given the promised rewards. Each student could choose a crystal of their liking. Among the countless choices, Shu Qian stumbled upon a lightning crystal. On paper it was labeled as Chain Lightning, but with his Eye of True Vision, he saw its true nature. It was a skill named Raikage Incarnation, which allowed the user to create a clone made of lightning. Without hesitation, Shu Qian chose this crystal as his reward, but he knew he still needed a lightning evolution material to fully utilize this skill, so he decided to visit Old G for help in acquiring it. Now on to the next part. Zuxian didn't waste any time and headed straight to Old G's place, which immediately put Old G on edge. He knew that whenever Zuxian showed up out of the blue, it usually meant trouble. And sure enough, Zuxian started asking about rare thunder evolution materials, which could only mean he was planning another crazy super evolution. Old G had seen plenty of reckless people in his time, but this kid was on another level. Wanting to make sure Zuxian knew what he was getting into, Old G gave him a heads up about the dangers. But it was clear from the look in Zukian's eyes that he'd already made up his mind. Old G decided not to push it, remembering how he'd watched in disbelief as Zukian's wolf pulled off the impossible last time. Maybe it wasn't so crazy to believe in him again. But before diving into the topic, Old G asked Zukian if he had found and contracted a second spirit beast yet. And since the toad was still a secret, Zukian replied that he hadn't. With that, Old G recommended he visit Thunderstorm Canyon in the south. Not only would he find the lightning evolution materials he needed, but that place was also home to a rare lightning-type beast known as the Star Guardian. These spiritual beasts were known for their close connection to humans. They often guided adventurers who wandered into the canyon to safety, acting as local guardian beasts. They were powerful but low-key, and if the area became dangerous, they would warn people to leave without causing harm. It was even rumored that the Star Guardian had evolved by relying on some special lightning materials, so if Zukian could find one, he was likely to find the other. But Old G cautioned him that making a contract with a Star Guardian was a rare occurrence. Although these creatures were kind to humans, they didn't seem particularly eager to form contracts. perhaps because they preferred to roam freely among the thunderclouds. So if Zukian failed to secure one, he shouldn't be too hard on himself. After all, the protective gloves were still crucial for him at his current rank. With that, Zuchian thanked Old G and headed back home to pack up his things, which he couldn't help but chuckle at his situation. He had just finished the competition, and here he was, already preparing to leave again. But just like a dumbass, he suddenly realized he'd forgotten one crucial detail, and that he hadn't actually asked Old G where Thunderstorm Canyon was located. Since it felt awkward to go back and ask, he decided to reach out to Yun Yao for help. As soon as he asked Yun Yao about it, she didn't hesitate for a second. Instead, she quickly packed up her own things, insisting on joining him for the journey. A short while later, Zuchian and Yun Yao met up and boarded the train together. He then asked Yun Yao why she decided to come along, to which she casually explained that of course she'd join him wherever he wanted to go, and besides, the canyon no longer allowed lone adventurers to enter, which immediately surprised Zukian. But it raised an important question of just how many people were needed in an adventure team to gain entry to the canyon, which Yun Yao laughs it off as she was not sure either. They will only know when they get there. And a few moments later, the train pulled into Bentley City, stopping at the Imperial Spirit Hall on the outskirts of Thunderstorm Canyon, which greatly shocked him, as it strikingly looks similar to the training palace. And of course that is because the same pavilion owns the place, which Yun Yao explains. And that's also why there is a sea of adventurers gathering here, as this spot is where people like them can form a temporary team. Moreover, this practice became popular because the canyon's environment is so dangerous that new regulations have been issued, requiring only a certain number of people to enter. And going to the receptionist, they were informed that they needed at least 4 people, and one of them had to have a healing beast. But that seemed to be a problem, since neither of their beasts knew how to heal. But as if on cue, some suspicious individuals turned up when they overheard the need for a teammate, and luckily enough, they had a healing beast with them. It just so happened that she had recently contracted a water spirit, which was already at 8-star ordinary rank. And not only that, her brother had a Giga-Chad golden turtle that came straight out of the gym, and its eyes red with all the protein it just snorted. And it was already at 9-star normal rank. But their introduction was cut short when the receptionist called them out, baffled to see them again so soon after recovering from injuries. Yet, if they really wanted to enter again, she asked them to fill out some forms first, which they gladly did, rushing to where the forms were. As soon as they left, the receptionist apologized, explaining that the siblings were frequent adventurers who often ventured into the canyon, searching for their father who got lost there. And unfortunately, they always came back injured and unsuccessful. So she suggested that Zukian reconsider teaming up with them. But since the residents here are a bunch of unwilling, heartless sons of bitches, the siblings can only form teams with new adventurers from outside the area. I know, sad, right? But there was one thing they didn't lie about, because they felt guilty about forcing people to join them. They were very caring towards newcomers, which was quite commendable. And Zukian liked that kind of attitude. So even though the siblings were at a lower level, he accepted their offer, which delighted the siblings. And with that, they immediately departed from the spirit hall. And no matter how much the receptionist urged them to reconsider, Zukian just thanked her for her concern. But they had already made up their minds and decided to go with them. But as she looked over their records, the receptionist fully realized why they were so confident in joining the siblings. Because not only were they from a highly regarded university, but their contracted beasts were already at elite rank, especially Zukian's, which was at 6-star elite. A few moments later, they arrived at Thunderstorm Canyon. And just like its name suggested, the sound of thunder echoed all around as endless lightning bolts crashed down. And it was a miracle that there was still a forest in this area, considering how constant the lightning strikes were, which could easily start a forest fire. Zuchian could even feel the raw power just by walking through the forest. And since things looked more dangerous than they had anticipated, Yun Yao asked Zuchian if it was really necessary to team up with the siblings, to which he responded that it was, because they needed a guide familiar with the environment. And the fact that these siblings could frequently enter and exit this canyon at the trainee level meant they were more experienced than they appeared. And since the tension was thick in the air, the guy decided to start some small talk, asking why they had come to this place. And so they explained, which made the girl giggle a little, because every adventurer had the same idea as them. But unfortunately, the Star Guardian was an introverted beast and wouldn't show itself to just anyone. Still, if they were lucky, there was a possibility. But as it seemed like a thunderstorm was approaching, their conversation had to be put on hold. They needed to find shelter first, and they didn't have to worry, as the siblings knew where to find evolution materials. So they planned to wait until the storm was over before going straight to find what they needed. But as they ran with the siblings to find shelter from the lightning, Zukian couldn't help but feel excited, thinking about the possibilities his beast could achieve after gaining lightning skills. With such fast and powerful strikes, they wouldn't have to be afraid of anything. A few moments later, they spotted a cabin in the center of the woods. It turned out this was a cabin that the siblings' father had built when he was a young lad, and since few people knew about this place, there shouldn't be anyone around. And he was right. And now that they were out of danger, Zukian asked if the rumors about the Guardian helping adventurers were true. But it seemed like this just struck a nerve to the guy, as he lashed out, telling Zukian that what he heard was all lies, a fabrication by outsiders who didn't know the truth. But his sister knew that wasn't entirely accurate, as the Guardian had saved them countless times. Yet, it seemed this bitterness stemmed from the fact that their father was still missing in these woods. And it wasn't as if he could have just gotten lost, since his father was one of the locals who made their living in the canyon, known as a hiker, a profession that involved searching for rare materials and medicines in the canyon to sell to the outside world. And before the canyon was even managed, his father would sometimes take on guide work, showing adventurers like Zukian the way. That's also why he and his siblings were so familiar with this place. They often followed their father around, so there was no way he was simply lost in the woods, but rather, they believed he might be trapped or something. After that was out of the way, they apologized for their attitude, which Zukian fully understood, and since they hadn't done anything wrong, he decided to let the matter slide. And this delighted the siblings, and since they had come to an understanding, they finally introduced themselves. The guy was Chen Duoduo, and his sister was Xiao Xiao, a sophomore at Bentley University. With that, Zukian and Yun Yao introduced themselves as well, and after the introductions, it seemed like the thunderstorm had dissipated, which was a good sign. But they reminded Zukian that in this canyon, thunderstorms had random durations. They could last just a few minutes or drag on for several days. But according to what their father had taught them, there was usually at least half a day of safety between two storms. With this information, they decided to press on and resume their journey. And they knew they should use this opportunity as best they could, since the storm had caused many powerful spirit beasts to hide, making the canyon much safer. Their destination was the deep, lightning-struck areas where the lightning evolution materials were supposed to be found. And just like its name suggested, this part of the canyon was a place where thunderstorms frequently appeared. It was originally a forest, but after being repeatedly destroyed by storms, it became littered with materials imbued with lightning properties. But of course, finding the place wasn't easy, so Duoduo urged them to stay close. This made Zukian even more delighted, as it seemed that teaming up with these siblings had been the right choice after all. And just as Duo had said, the area was indeed void of plant life, with nothing but dead trees sprawled across the landscape. But their appearance shouldn't fool anyone, as these trees had absorbed lightning properties and could be used as evolution materials. And because of this, they needed to tread carefully, knowing that spirit beasts on the verge of evolving would naturally be attracted to these materials. But since they only needed a little time to collect them, Duo summoned his beetle-like turtle to help. But as they were extracting the materials, the sudden fluctuation of energy ended up waking a winged tiger that had just been taking a nap. And damn, it looked amazing. But looks can be deceiving. It was only a 9-star ordinary rank, which was far inferior to Zukian's dog. But not knowing this, Duo really thought he was him, and so he asked them to take the opportunity to grab what they needed while he bought them some time. But as Duo looked at the tiger, he realized that it seemed to be close to evolving, which meant it was much stronger than his own beast. Still, he just needed to buy some time, so he moved to meet the tiger halfway. But to his surprise, the tiger suddenly took a strike right to the liver from something, and before it could recover, that something hit it with a 2-piece combo, making the tiger quickly realize it had messed with the wrong group, so it dipped the fuck out. And as it turned out, this was all done by Fluffy, which shocked the siblings and their beasts, making them curious about what level Fluffy was. But as soon as Yun Yao revealed it to them, they were in shock again, as these guys were only freshmen. Even most of the sophomores in Bentley University have not broken through the elite, so now it's no wonder why they have defeated the winged tiger in an instant. With this, they even assumed that Yun Yao must be the best in her university, though they'd be in for a shock if they knew how wrong they were. They might even get a heart attack from it. But thankfully, before they could continue their conversation, the winged tiger, which seemed to be just a pup, was already off telling its mama how they had bullied it. And Mama Tiger couldn't let such things slide, and so it appeared before them ready for some smoke. And since it was already at the elite rank, Duo knew they stood no chance, and so they planned to run away. But the tiger wouldn't let them do just that, firing away its thunder roar towards them. But Zukian just easily blocked it, then summons Doggo out. But they are not so cruel to kill a mother beast like that. So Doggo just used its raw power and showed to the tiger that she doesn't want this smoke, and it was indeed a terrifying aura. So she also dipped out like her cub and smacked the shit out of him instead for even putting her up against a monster like that. After that, Zukian patted Doggo for a job well done, while the siblings just realized they had stumbled someone great. To be able to scare off a low-level elite meant this snow dire wolf is at least mid-level elite. To confirm it, Duo went ahead and asked Zukian, and just as expected, his wolf is at level 6, but they were still surprised to hear it from him, because only the spirit beast of the third-year seniors of their school have beast with levels like that. With this realization, they felt bad for even trying to act tough when they were actually the ones being protected. But Zukian quickly told them not to feel that way, reminding them that he still needed the two of them to help find the lightning evolution materials his dog needed, as the dead branches on the trees were only good for ordinary level beasts evolving to elite. And Duo confirmed this, admitting that he hadn't realized they were dealing with a higher level and needed more advanced evolutionary material, but assured them not to worry, as he knew where to find one. And if their memory served them correctly, the closer they got to the center of the thunderstorm, the easier it would be to find materials that carried strong lightning power, and there was likely a plant called Thunder Mushroom which was exactly the material they needed. And there should be quite some time before the next thunderstorm arrives, and having a tamer with elite-level beasts like them, they now had the ability to head to that place and take a look. And this was also a great opportunity for the siblings, as they hadn't had enough strength to explore there before, and they might even find clues about their father's whereabouts, which excites them. In the previous chapter, to find a lightning evolution material, Zukian and Yun Yao headed to Thunder Canyon, where they met the siblings who became their guides. They quickly set off to locate the materials, but soon realized that the siblings hadn't noticed Zukian's wolf was already at the elite rank. This meant they had to delve even deeper into the canyon to find the elusive thunder mushroom. But with both Zukian and Yun Yao by their side, the siblings felt confident they could handle whatever came their way, so they ventured further into the depths of the canyon. Now on to the next part. The group had now ventured deeper into the woods, and since they were in a good mood, they were feeling all kinds of lucky, even joking that they might catch a glimpse of the Star Guardian. But unexpectedly, a sudden lightning bolt struck nearby, catching them completely off guard, as this wasn't supposed to happen. His father's decades of experience, Duo knew he couldn't have been wrong. But before they could even think further, Zukian noticed lightning rushing toward them, and the next thing they knew, it came crashing down just a few feet away. It was a miracle that no one was hurt, but it seemed like that was because this wasn't ordinary lightning, but it came from the Star Guardian beast herself, and she looked majestic as f***. But it also seemed like she was fighting with another beast, a thunder falcon, and their fight was so intense that it created a thunderstorm with every collision. They were probably fighting for territory. The only good thing about this situation was that these huge beasts had decided to battle up in the skies, bathing in the thunderstorm to regenerate the soul power they lost and continue fighting. With this, they seized the opportunity to head to their destination as fast as they could. But as they brushed through the bushes, Duo couldn't help but feel that something strange was happening, as the Star Guardian usually never fought for territory. So he wondered why she was acting up now, but it seems that the answer to that would have to wait, since they were getting closer to their destination, and finding clues about his father was more important. And with that in mind, he focused and quickly climbed up the cliff. But as they reached the top, the Star Guardian suddenly descended right in front of them, and used her lightning ability to communicate. And if they didn't know any better, it looked like she was attacking Zukian and the others. But in reality, she was just trying to signal them to run to the cave and hide. And thankfully, Zukian could understand beast language, and that was exactly what she said. After that, the Star Guardian immediately flew back to the fight to run some fade, and just as they entered the cave, they were shocked to see a light shining deep within. This couldn't be the doing of any beast, so they grew hopeful that it might be their father. And thankfully their assumptions were right, so tears immediately welled up in their eyes, as they couldn't believe such a miracle had happened. And they quickly attributed their success in finding him to Zukian and Yun Yao, and their father wasted no time in thanking them from the bottom of his heart, which they felt a bit shy, receiving the gratitude, noting that his kids were their friends after all, and hearing that was a good thing. It reassured the father to know his children had strong friends like them. But there was still a problem to solve, so he asked if the Guardian was still fighting the Falcon, which they confirmed, and the father couldn't help but feel saddened, as this was all his fault. If he hadn't been injured, the Star Guardian wouldn't have been struggling against the Wind and Thunder Falcon. And it all happened a month ago. He had ventured into the canyon to look for materials, but unlike before, he got into an accident. He encountered a special spirit beast, but with the ominous feeling he had, it seemed more like a mutant or something that had escaped from a foreign land, and he was sure of it, as he had never seen a spirit beast in human form in the canyon before. And this mutant attacked him, knocking him off a cliff, leaving him seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even his spirit beast was nearly killed in the battle, and could only sleep and recuperate in the spirit domain. Fortunately, the Star Guardian seemed to have noticed the invasion of the mutant beast and rushed over. Although the mutant beast wasn't found, she did find him, and to treat his injuries, the Star Guardian entered the territory of the Wind and Thunder Falcons and took away the rare fruit, the purple lightning pear that they were guarding. This fruit is anything but ordinary. It has many benefits, and treatment is the simplest way to use it. And the fact that it takes 3 years for it to bear fruit is the very reason why the Thunder Falcon was chasing the Guardian. And while it stands to reason that the Guardian could easily defeat the Falcon, she isn't in the best health right now. And that's because she had just finished feeding the next generation. And damn, it looked hella cute, but interacting with it would have to wait, as the battle outside was getting more intense by the minute. The cave might even collapse, and with no other choice they headed outside. But Zukian wasn't about to just sit still, so he decided to help the Star Guardian, which immediately concerned the father, but Yun Yao assured him not to worry, as this wasn't the first time Zukian had ever taken down a Lord-level monster. Back in the fight, Zukian communicated with the Guardian, asking her to limit the Falcon's ability to fly so they could help out. And since the Guardian needed every bit of help she could get, she didn't think twice, using her lightning net to bring the Falcon crashing down to the ground, and Zukian didn't waste any time, freezing its wings to prevent it from escaping, and then unleashed their avalanche skill to deal a massive impact. And if that wasn't enough, the Guardian joined in with a team attack, frying the Falcon's ass to a crisp. But somehow, the Falcon caught a glimpse of the fruit it had been guarding, and with a sudden surge of energy, it leaped toward that direction. Thankfully, Yun Yao was there, and it was their turn in the spotlight. They made sure to use this screen time wisely, conjuring an ice cage to block the Thunder Falcon's attack. And this was just enough for the Guardian to send the Falcon back to the ground once more, and then used her aura to conjure a rope imbued with soul power, in order to pull it away from her cub with all the strength the Guardian could muster. But the Falcon proved to be relentless, managing to break free from her ropes. However, Zukian was ready to welcome it. As the Falcon got close, he transferred his shield to Doggo, allowing him to meet the Falcon head-on, and then used his soul claw to make sure the Falcon knew its place. Still, the Falcon really thought it could handle Doggo, so it tried to break free from his grasp. But Doggo was just cold with it, and proved to the Falcon that it wasn't worth shit, pushing it down even harder, which shocked the 3 onlookers. And it was reasonable reaction, as they never imagined seeing an elite-level beast overpower a Lord-level so easily. And somehow Doggo just decided to beat the living shit out of the Falcon just for its audacity. And when the Falcon thought it could play dead to escape, the Star Guardian appeared out of nowhere to deliver a double tap. And with that, the Falcon could barely even stand. But unfortunately for it, it was dealing with a true menace to society, as these two weren't about to let it leave to see another day. And with their fused powers, they sent the Falcon straight to meet its maker. Meanwhile, the father and son couldn't believe what they had just witnessed, a situation completely turned around by a Snowdire wolf. And to think that Zukian, who had orchestrated all this, was even younger than their Xiao Xiao, which left them utterly stunned. And just when they thought things couldn't get more surprising, Doggo leveled up again after defeating the Falcon. This upgrade not only enhanced his flame vortex into a flame snake, but also unlocked a new side mission, which required Zukian to reach the professional level, and once completed, it would upgrade his absorption skill to synchronous absorption, which would allow both him and his contracted beasts to gain experience whenever one of them earned combat experience. And even though it hadn't been unlocked yet, Zukian could already feel what it would be like if it is unlocked. He could even sense how the speed absorption worked, which he noticed Doggo still had experience left to absorb. And just as expected, he leveled up yet again, reaching 8 stars. And this development shocked the family even more. At this rate, Zukian would reach the professional level at a young age. Even Duo couldn't believe that he had once said he would protect Zukian. But since they were close to evolving, Zukian couldn't help but hug his dog in excitement. But suddenly, the Star Guardian descended back to them, and so Yun Yao immediately handed back its offspring. But to her surprise, the Star Guardian was expressing gratitude, thanking her for protecting its cub. But what's even more surprisingly is it seemed to offer Yun Yao the chance to make a contract with it. And Yun Yao was immediately taken aback. But just like before, she knew Zukian had done most of the work, and felt he deserved this opportunity. But Zukian had already decided to make Doggo evolve to a lightning element, so he didn't need another beast with the same element. Instead, he encouraged Yun Yao to take this chance, and so she did just that. Calmly approached the little guy and asked to make a contract, which it was more than happy to do. It couldn't even control its excitement as it flapped its wings. And with both parties willing, the ritual was easy to start, and the contract was quick and smoothly made. And this was a cause for celebration, as it was their first time seeing someone successfully contract a Star Guardian. Not only was its soul power high, but it also had perfect quality and was already at a 9-star ordinary rank even as a cub. Still, Yun Yao, being the kind-hearted person she was, couldn't help but feel that the siblings should have had the chance to tame the Star Guardian first. But as amazing as it sounded, they knew it was close to impossible. They were only at the apprentice rank and couldn't make another contract yet. So they assured Yun Yao not to worry about them and encouraged her to just enjoy her new companion. And the father felt the same way, as this was a rare opportunity, especially since the Star Guardian had made enemies with the Thunder Falcon tribe. She may have understood that the best option for her cub was to keep it as far from danger as possible through a contract. So he urged Yun Yao to take on this responsibility and focus on nurturing the cub. Afterwards, the Star Guardian returned with a parting gift. It was an abundance of thunder mushrooms, not only to provide Zukian with what he needed, but also to pave the way for its children. But before they could properly say their thanks and goodbyes, another thunderstorm suddenly emerged. And such unnatural timing could only mean something bad. And just as they feared, they saw several silhouettes of flying beasts rushing toward them on the horizon. It seemed the Thunder Falcon had brought its entire clan, attempting to clap back. And since this was not a battle they could win like before, the Guardian urged them to leave while it called upon its own tribe for an all-out war. With that, Thunder Canyon became a battleground, where lightning and thunder raged more violently than ever before, fueled by the fierce clash between the two clans. A few moments later, they arrived at the Imperial Spirit Hall, where they could finally rest without worry. And with the uncle now safe with his family, he realized he no longer needed the electric pair, and as a token of gratitude for helping his family escape the canyon, he decided to give it to Zukian. But before Zukian could even say his thanks, people around them noticed the Star Guardian that Yun Yao had contracted. Not only were they surprised, but some were also somewhat envious, and just like the beta humans they were, they assumed that being from Benlei City, they had the right to test Yun Yao to see if she was worthy of being with the Star Guardian. So one of them stepped forward and summoned their elite-rank spirit horse. Immediately, the siblings knew these were all bullshit. They clearly just wanted to steal the Star Guardian for themselves, which they didn't have the right to object since the Star Guardian herself had chosen Yun Yao. But no one was more pissed off than Zukian. He wasn't about to let anyone disrespect the best girl, and since this guy cared so much about ability, Zukian decided he would teach him what real ability was. And just like an NPC, the guy commanded his horse to attack Zukian. But to his surprise, his horse was nowhere to be seen, and when he looked around, he saw that Doggo had already put the horse in its place, showing everyone who the real boss was, casually sitting there with his unprovoked menace behavior. With that settled, the staff in the hall quickly arrived to intervene, warning the guy that if he ever pulled a stunt like that again, they would ban his ass, which he fully understood. And now that the drama was out of the way, they could finally relax. And with the purple lightning pair in hand, Doggo's evolution to a lightning type should be stable. The only thing left was to upgrade Doggo to 9 stars, and they'd be all set. But leveling up here wouldn't be possible because of the ongoing war, so it seemed like they'd need to head back to their place first and take a rest as they made their way home. In the previous chapter, the group found the siblings' father, who had been cared for by the Star Guardian after an accident. It even stole a fruit from the Falcon tribe just to heal his wounds. But this enraged the Thunder Falcon, leading to a heated battle. Thankfully, with Doggo's help, they managed to defeat the Falcon, but it just sparked an all-out war between the clans. But before they left the canyon, the Star Guardian entrusted her cub to Yun Yao. But upon returning, others noticed Yun Yao's new beast and attempted to steal it, but Zukian quickly deterred them. And then the uncle gave Zukian the lightning pair as a reward, a perfect evolution material for Doggo. And now they just needed to level him up to 9 stars. But with the ongoing war in the canyon, it was best to return to Linjiang City. Now on to the next part. After reporting the ongoing war inside Thunder Canyon, the uncle thanked Zukian once again for everything he had done for his family, and he acknowledged that an outstanding man like Zukian would likely face mysterious and strange environments in the future. With that in mind, he took the opportunity to remind Zukian about the humanoid beast he had encountered. Although the chances of meeting it were slim, the uncle wanted to warn Zukian, as the creature was highly intelligent, extremely powerful, and incredibly hostile towards humans. And the fact that it had managed to escape from the foreign lands and lurk in their world spoke volumes about its capabilities. But now that he thinks of it, he might need to report this to the higher-ups as well, to ensure everyone was warned. But before he leaves, he also predicted that the next time they met, Zukian might already be a professional tamer, and his name would likely be known in Benlei City, so he hopes that he won't forget them. And with the conversation wrapped up, they were now heading back home, chilling on the train. But with the stash they just picked up, they couldn't help but take a quick peek, even out in public. These mushrooms were something else, not your everyday thunder mushrooms. Just holding one, they could feel a buzz like it had a little extra kick. It was clear these had a bit more spark than the usual, and they had a feeling things were about to get real interesting once they got a chance to try them out. Even Zuqian couldn't help but feel a bit envious, as he had never heard of a contracted spirit beast giving away so many rare breakthrough materials, all for the sake of its baby. However, because the items were displayed openly in public, others quickly took notice and were easily tempted to steal them. Yet, because they were on a mission and couldn't risk being discovered by the Night Corps, they had no choice but to stand down. Meanwhile, Zuqian and Yun Yao were completely oblivious to these shady intentions and continued their conversation. And so Yun Yao mentioned how content she was to have such amazing items for her beast, acknowledging that she couldn't have found anything this good on her own, even if all of these combined might not be as rare as Zuqian's electric pair. Speaking of which, she can't help but be concerned about whether this pair would be enough for Doggo to evolve, but Zuqian assured her not to worry, as they had already accomplished the impossible, so this wouldn't be any different. And seeing his confidence, Yun Yao's worries quickly dissipated, showing how she fully believed in Zuqian's words, while offering her support. But unfortunately, this only intensified the greed of the ill-minded duo on the train, and they knew exactly how difficult it would be to obtain such treasures, and how much this item was worth, as it would take at least 1,000,000 points just to redeem one at various universities, making this opportunity too tempting to pass up. And they figured that if they could get their hands on that lightning pair, they'd have at least 5 years of worry-free food and clothing. And judging by Zuqian and Yun Yao's appearance, they looked like new students. At most, they're only low-level elites. And so the duo was confident they could handle them, even if one of them moved. With this in mind, they decided to keep a close eye on the pair and wait for the right moment to strike. But fortunately, Zuqian's eye of true vision had drastically improved, allowing him to notice the two ill-intentioned individuals. After that, he quickly informed Yun Yao, but they both knew that reacting now would only make the brothers more cautious. So they acted as if they hadn't noticed a thing, continuing to chat casually about the great time they had in the canyon. And their strategy worked, and so the brothers remained confident that they would easily defeat these unaware students with a surprise attack. And when the train stopped, both Zuqian and Yun Yao exited as if everything was normal, while the brothers quickly followed suit. But as they walked into a seemingly perfect alley, the brothers felt a brief moment of hesitation, suspecting it might be a trap. But with the treasure so close, they concluded it was worth the risk, so they went for it, summoning a Lord-level orangutan and an 8-star elite salamander. But Zuqian and Yun Yao were more than prepared, summoning their own beasts in response, which enraged the brothers. Realizing that the students had known they were being trailed and had made them look like fools. Even so, the brothers were determined to end the battle swiftly, knowing that if they took too long, they might attract the snowfield army, or worse, the Night Corps. And so the orangutan used its charge ability, but instead of being hindered by Yun Yao's ice cage, it leaped to avoid it and aimed directly at Doggo. But with their attention onto it, the salamander used its venom spray for a sneak attack. Thankfully, Yun Yao quickly activated her extreme ice cage again and blocked it, which Zuqian appreciated, but the venom had fire properties, making things more challenging. Meanwhile, Doggo used his soul claw to grab the orangutan mid-air, leading to a stalemate. But the brothers couldn't afford to waste time, so they activated their companion skill, Gigantification, breaking free from the soul claw. But this move only opened up an opportunity for Doggo to use another skill of his, the Flame Snake, which was directed to the salamander, and the venom ain't shit compared to the flame snake, and so they easily defeated the salamander, leaving the brothers completely shocked. But even before they could pull themselves together, Doggo unleashed his deterrent skill, and just like that, the orangutan was instantly deflated, left looking completely flaccid and powerless. Even Doggo had to pause, a bit surprised by how quickly it went limp. But the older brother wasn't about to give up. Being a professional tamer, he could use the skills of his beast himself. He activated Gigantification on himself and launched a direct attack on Zuqian. To his surprise, Zuqian revealed he still had a mech beast with him, and unfortunately for the brothers, they had overstayed their welcome, and the commotion had already caught the attention of the Night Corps. And so, they easily defeated the brothers, but when they turned to deal with their beasts, they were shocked to find the once violent creatures now looking up at them with puppy dog eyes. These kinds of beasts were notoriously aggressive, so seeing them behave this way was quite surprising. But what's even more astonishing was that Doggo's aura had risen to a much higher level within just a few days. And just when they thought things couldn't get any weirder, the owner of the Taming Palace appeared on his magical beast, It seems like he had caught wind that Zukian was being followed and had rushed to check on him, worried for his safety. But he arrived too late, as the perpetrators were already tied up. As expected of the Night Corps had done their job, or so the old man thought, as the Night Corps agent revealed that they hadn't done much, and this was all thanks to Zukian, which they shyly confirmed. But this was all more assuring to old G, knowing he didn't have to worry about Zukin anymore. And soon after, it was confirmed that these brothers were the poachers the Night Corps had been targeting all along. With this revelation, they assured Zukian and Yun Yao that they would handle the situation, and asked someone to escort the pair back home, promising to keep them informed about what would happen to these criminals, which they were grateful for the help, and so they left the scene. As they did, Ms. Night Traveler admitted that she never expected these cautious poachers, who had been eluding them for so long, to just fall right into their laps. But it seems like they had also brazenly decided to target novice tamers in broad daylight, and this arrogance made it clear that these guys were in dire need of severe punishment, and just by the looks of it, she could totally ruin them. And so the poachers clarified that they never wanted to harm the students, as they were simply drawn to the electric pair that Sukian possessed, which shocked everyone, as they wondered how an apprentice-ranked tamer like Sukian had managed to get his hands on something so precious, something that was heavily guarded by lord-level beasts. And the fact that the owner of the training palace had personally come meant that Sukian was indeed someone of great value, which old G couldn't help but agree, especially since he noticed that the Night Corps had taken an interest in Zukian as well. And the woman was proud to confirm this, stating that with Zukian's talent, he might not even have to wait until his second year to be eligible to join the Night Corps, a position usually reserved for spirit tamers who had reached the professional level by graduation. And naturally, they wouldn't let such an exceptional talent slip through their fingers, and she was certain that the owner of the training palace felt the same way about the boy. Old G couldn't deny her point and didn't intend to interfere with their selection process, but he reminded her that Zukian was still a student. But this only made Ms. Night Traveler laugh, as she believed that being a student didn't conflict with being a member of the Night Corps. No matter what he says, she wasn't about to let Zukian slip out of her sight. And since she was being so direct, old G decided to respond in kind, admitting that personally, he had hoped she wouldn't discover Zukian, so he could safely represent Linjiang City in the league, as he didn't want Zukian to experience the harsh realities of the soul-controlling world so early. That's why he had been protective of the boy. And to be frank, he doesn't believe she has the ability to be Zukian's mentor, as just 2 months ago, Zukian had contracted his first spirit beast, and now he was surprising not only her but everyone he encountered. And so if she had time, she should look into Zukian's background to truly grasp what he meant. And with no more to say, old G left, but his expression was more worried than before. After everything he had said, he couldn't help but admit to himself that even he didn't have the qualifications to hold Zukian back either, as the boy's growth rate was faster than anyone he had ever seen, even surpassing the legendary Zuo Ryu himself. Meanwhile, Ms. Night Traveler couldn't help but dwell on what old G had said, so as soon as she handled the criminals and returned to her office, she decided to look into Zukian's background. To her surprise, she discovered that he was the child of a martyr. The Snowfield army generally avoided recruiting those whose parents had died in the line of duty, knowing how easily this profession could put one's life in danger. And this quickly made her feel conflicted, as she realized she couldn't in good conscience let this kid follow his parents' path. It was also a matter of respecting the fallen. However, she knew that if Zukian wasn't absorbed into the Night Corps, she wouldn't be able to help him directly. But despite her desire to recruit him, she understood that letting go might be for the best. Still, she wanted to do whatever she could to assist him, considering it his reward for helping her catch the poachers. Fortunately, Zukian was at home, sorting through the things he had gathered from his expedition, so he quickly noticed her call, and, as promised, she informed him about the fate of the guys who had attacked them, detailing their punishment. Zukian was glad to hear it, but he didn't expect her to suddenly offer him a reward, as he felt he hadn't done anything beyond defending himself. So he was about to decline, but she insisted, explaining that it was a strict rule they had to follow. With that, Zukian accepted the offer and seized the opportunity to apply for qualification to enter the foreign lands again. His goal was to upgrade Doggo as quickly as possible, knowing that the experience gained there was vastly superior to the usual training. And this just surprised her, as she had expected him to ask for something tangible, like most teenagers would. With this, it became clear to her that Zukian was truly different. His focus on training and improvement set him apart from others, and perhaps this was why he was growing so much faster, and she knew exactly what would fit him well. So without hesitation, she quickly instructed her assistant to draft a document assigning Zukian as a quasi-knight member, which caught her assistant completely off guard, as bestowing this title would allow Zukian to succeed her in the future, which also meant she would eventually lose her privileges after. And there were only 1 or 2 positions available for each Knight member, so the assistant suggested that this decision might be a bit too hasty. But Ms. Night Traveler reminded her assistant that this title didn't belong to the Nightfield army, but was her personal title, which meant she could give it to whomever she wished, and whether or not Zukian chose to join the Night Corps was entirely up to him, and she wasn't worried about losing the title's privileges because, in her opinion, the title would soon be of no use to him anyway, as she believed Zukian's potential would far surpass the need for such a title. With that explanation, her assistant understood and promptly carried out her orders. A few hours later, someone appeared at Zukian's door, knocking politely, and so Zukian immediately checked who it was, and was surprised to find someone delivering a package from Ms. Night Traveler. Opening the package, he was astonished to find a badge with a letter with it, informing him that he had been chosen as the future successor of her title, which was far beyond what he had expected, as it seemed too significant a reward for simply dealing with the poachers. And seeing his expression, the messenger assured him not to worry, as this wasn't an actual medal of the Night Corps, but rather a quasi-badge that he could use to enter and exit the foreign world freely. And Ms. Night Traveler had made it clear in the letter that he wasn't allowed to return it, leaving Zuxian with no choice but to accept. But despite his initial surprise, he was extremely grateful for this honor, so he asked the messenger to thank Sister Night Traveler on his behalf. With this quasi-badge, Zukian knew they were 1 step closer to uncovering the truth of the foreign lands. But more importantly, it meant he could help Doggo find his way back home, a promise he had made when they first met. As for Doggo, he was feeling an immense amount of gratitude, not just for the opportunity to return home, but for every moment spent with Zukian, the bond they had formed, the adventures they had shared. Doggo cherished these memories deeply. In Zukian's care, he had experienced not only fun, but a profound sense of growth and belonging, making this journey the most meaningful one of his life. In the previous chapter, Zukian and Yun Yao returned, but was interrupted by some shady individuals targeting them. Fortunately, Zukian and Yun Yao were quick to notice the threat and managed to apprehend them, and it turned out that the Night Corps was already on their trail, and even Old G made an appearance at the scene, which quickly became clear that they were there because of Zukian. So as soon as Zukian left the scene, a heated argument broke out between Tang Jing and Old G, where Tang Jing wanted Zukian for herself, while Old G just wanted him to be free to make his own choices. But after she learned that Zukian was a child of a martyr, she quickly backed down, and just decided to support Zukian in whatever way she could, and since he just wanted to explore the foreign lands, Tang Jing decided to give him a quasi-Night Corps badge, allowing him to freely enter and exit the new world, something he was immensely grateful for, as he could get closer to achieving his goals, and more importantly, he could help Doggo return to his world. Now onto the next part. So as soon as the next day arrived, Zukian went straight to the army and presented his quasi-Knight badge. The soldiers were shocked to see someone so young with such a prestigious title, but their initial surprise quickly turned into skepticism, as they started to assume he must be a Nepo baby who didn't deserve the title. So as soon as Zukian met the others, they surrounded him with devious-looking eyes, as if he was about to get clapped or something, just to intimidate what they perceived to be a spoiled brat. If that ain't enough, they went straight to the point, telling him that this place wasn't meant for someone like him, as he must abide by their rules if he wants to stay with them, and they wouldn't give him any special treatment either. Furthermore, the only thing that could earn their respect was strength, the one thing that could keep someone alive in the foreign world. And lastly, he must be very careful, as there were far stronger beasts there than anything he had ever encountered before. Even professional tamers weren't completely safe, so it was recommended to be at least at the master rank to confidently expect a safe return. And judging by his appearance, he seemed to be at apprentice rank at best, so it is best to rethink his decision before joining. But they didn't want to force him either, as the foreign world itself would tell him when it was time to quit. After that rough introduction, they arrived at the center of the camp, where the captain was present. And just like the others, the captain was shocked by Zukian's appearance, so he quickly asked who had sent him. And although Zukian was getting tired of being belittled, he knew his place and answered the captain honestly, which shocked the captain once again, as he never expected the perfectionist Tang Jing to choose a successor. And there were only 2 possibilities for this. Either Zukian was a relative, or he truly had what it took to survive in the new world. But since the captain wasn't sure which was true, it was safer to assume the former. So he specifically ordered Zukian not to explore the new world without the soldiers' accompaniment, but he was allowed to train with them for the time being. And Zukian was fine with this arrangement and agreed. But just then, another soldier named Boliang arrived, preparing to register for an A-level dungeon. But he was momentarily distracted by Shuqian's presence, but became more intrigued upon learning that Shuqian was a successor to Tang Jing, a title he himself had never achieved, as she hadn't even considered choosing him back then, and therefore Boliang wondered if Shuqian might be stronger than him. But regardless of the answer, he wasn't too concerned. After all, he already had a badge and Zuqian was just a newcomer. Meanwhile, Shuqian began to reassess how he was being treated, especially after noticing that Boliang, who had the same badge as him, could come and go freely, unlike himself. The captain explained that this was because Boliang was already a professional tamer at the age of 20 and had the qualifications to enter an A-rank dungeon. Even the Snowfield army members were all late apprentice-level tamers with contracts to elite-level spirit beasts, so a newcomer like Zuqian couldn't yet compare to them. This realization made it clear that these people truly underestimated him. Just as the first guy had mentioned, the only way to change their minds was by proving his strength. Once he did that, he could enjoy the same freedom as Boliang and enter dungeons whenever he pleased. But, before moving forward, Zuqian asked the captain about the dungeon rankings in the New World. The captain was more than happy to explain that, like most ranking systems, the dungeons were divided into 4 levels to indicate how dangerous they were. Starting from C-rank dungeons, which are considered to be the safest, as there are only ordinary mutant beasts roam, and even the boss inside is nothing too worrisome. While B-rank dungeons, on the other hand, are more challenging with their peak ordinary to early elite rank beasts, and the boss is usually a mid-level elite. But the A-rank dungeons, however, present a much higher risk, with a spike in difficulty that is almost laughable, as the common monsters in these dungeons are usually high-level elite to lord level, and the boss is typically a high-level lord or even stronger. But none of these compare to the S-rank dungeons, where the minimum level of monsters is lord level, and the bosses are reportedly at monarch level. And the dark spider nest, which Boliang had just chosen, is one of the most dangerous among all the A-level dungeons. It's so tough that if a monarch-level boss were confirmed in the nest, it would have been designated as an S-rank dungeon long ago. But instead of being scared, this information only delighted Zuqian, as he had dealt with dark spiders before and was eager to prove himself. But these guys truly believe he was just a Nepo baby, so the captain quickly stopped Zuqian before he could even begin to brag, explaining that he wouldn't believe any story about surviving such a dungeon, even if it were C-rank, which immediately pissed Zuqian off, but he decided to let it slide, knowing he couldn't afford to mess up the opportunity that had been given to him by Jing. And fortunately, a sudden discovery of a new dungeon occurred, and since it was predicted to be only at B-rank difficulty, Zuqian found it easier to convince the captain to let him join the expedition, believing they could take care of Zuqian, even if something went wrong. With that, Zuqian and 4 other soldiers began their trek towards the newly discovered dungeon. But the skepticism among the group remained. Some of the soldiers even questioned whether bringing a newbie along was a good idea, suggesting that Zuqian would only be dead weight, but the leader thought otherwise, as he pointed out that not only had Zuqian been chosen by Tang Jing, but despite the long and grueling journey and harsh conditions, the kid hadn't complained once. He just kept going, which impressed the leader, which made him more favorable towards Zuqian than the others were. Still, the soldiers argued that Zuqian was only 18 and too young for such a mission, because when they were his age, they had only high-level ordinary rank beasts at best. With this, the leader reluctantly summoned his beast and activated a wind-proof barrier to protect Zuqian, hoping to ease the soldiers' worries. But this didn't sit well with Zuqian, as he didn't want to be babied or treated as a liability, so he asked the leader to unsummon his beast, assuring him that he could still hold on. But the leader insisted it was fine, explaining that they were nearing their destination and should focus on conserving their energy for the challenges ahead. And as expected, they arrived at the dungeon in no time. However, the place looked far more peculiar than other dungeons they had encountered before, as towering stone formations were riddled with countless holes, as if something or someone had intentionally carved them. Not only that, but there were also large underground caves beneath the surface, adding to the eerie atmosphere. But despite this unsettling environment, their mission was clear, and that is to identify the species of mutant beasts present and venture as deep as possible. They weren't here to exterminate, so at the first sign of danger, they were to retreat. And as for Zuqian, he was ordered to stay as close to the leader as possible, which he fully understood and agreed to. And as they ventured deeper into the dungeon, they encountered their first real challenge. A massive 8-star elite rock python emerged from the ground, trying to surprise them. But the team was prepared with a powerful lord-rank beast in their arsenal, specifically a mother-freaking fully armored bear, which made quick work of the python, tearing it down like it was nothing. After that, the soldiers zoomed in further the dungeon thinking this should be just a rock python's lair. while Zukian was impressed, not just by the ease with which the soldiers handled the beast, but by how they were coordinated. He finally got to see firsthand how professionals operated in these kinds of situations, and it was a valuable learning experience for him. Meanwhile, on Tangjing's side of things, she had been informed about Zukian's current mission, and given that it was predicted to be a B-grade dungeon, she wasn't particularly concerned. And even if it somehow turned out to be an A-rank dungeon, she believed Zukian could handle it. A few moments later, back in the dungeon, Zukian and the crew had ventured deeper, encountering mostly pythons along the way. One of the soldiers even suggested they head back and report that the dungeon was indeed B-rank, as there didn't seem to be anything more dangerous than the rock pythons they had already faced. And the leader agreed with this plan, so they were about to use their special communicator to inform the others to withdraw when something up ahead caught their attention. And it was a crying sand beast, a rare desert creature that had no business being in a place like this, which made the leader wondered if there was another entrance to the dungeon that they weren't aware of, one that the sand beast might have wandered through by mistake. To investigate, another soldier summoned his air rat that looked more like a squirrel than anything, flew to scout the area. But as the air rat flew above the sad-looking sand beast, a sudden bump appeared in the sand, and to everyone's surprise, a large mouth emerged from it, snapping at the air rat. Fortunately, the air rat was fast enough not to be an appetizer, as it turned out that the crying beast was nothing but a mimic rattlesnake, a mid-level lord beast, suddenly escalating the dungeon's difficulty to A rank. And this creature wasn't playing around, as it immediately used its skill to create a sinkhole, destabilizing the ground beneath them and catching Zukian by surprise. And the sudden shift in danger convinced the skeptical soldier that Zukian really was a burden, unlike Bolyang, who had a Night Corps badge like him. And so he used his squirrel to try and save Zukian, but because of his frustration, his focus wavered, leaving him vulnerable to a snake that was about to swallow him whole. Fortunately, the one he had underestimated had saved his ass with their own kind of snake, and at first the soldier thought it must have been Bolyang who came to his rescue. So he was shocked to realize it was Zukian all along, which left him stunned again. A stupid reaction to have, given the circumstances, and so the leader had to drag his ass out of danger. But their escape route was quickly blocked as more bumps appeared in the sand, where they didn't think twice to change direction. And as more mimic rattlesnakes emerged, it became clear that this dungeon was far more dangerous than they had initially thought. In fact, it was likely even more perilous than the spider nest that Bolyang had ventured into. So the team knew they had to retreat, but these snakes wouldn't even let them leave so easily, as it could use its tail to attack them with sand bullets, and even with the bear's claw storm, they couldn't fully block it. But just when they thought they were in a pinch, Zukian appeared to save them with his soul barrier, impressing the soldiers once again. But just when they thought they were in the clear, one of the rattlesnakes used its mouth like a sandworm, attempting to suck them all in one go. Pause. And unfortunately, the more they struggle, the deeper they sink. But since they were grateful for Zukian, who saved them countless of times already, they have used the flying squirrel to at least get Zukian away from danger. But my boy's pride is so high that he doesn't want to be rescued twice, so he ordered Doggo to get down there and knock some senses into that snake, sending a clear message that they don't want that limitless throat be used anywhere near them ever again. And even the leader was shocked to see he was able to defeat a lord-rank beast with one punch. But that wasn't enough for Zukian, as they need the kill for experience points. So they used their fire skill to incinerate the snake, and next was the avalanche to cover the pit and help them get out of the sand. But the commotion attracted another snake, which tried to sneak up for a surprise. But Doggo wasn't having any of it, and just bitch-slapped that motherfucker like it owed him rent. Meanwhile, Zukian and the others flew to safety with the help of the flying squirrel, and the soldiers, having witnessed Zukian's prowess, realized they had been wrong about him. He had truly earned his badge, but the fight was far from over, as several more snakes emerged, ready to jump the two beasts. But unfortunately for the snakes, Doggo and the bear were all about hands, so they beat them up to the pulp, where they couldn't do nothing but receive them fades like it was charity. And Doggo even used his signature choke to kill one snake, while simultaneously bitch-slapping another. And the reverse jumping was so brutal to the point that it made the snake think their life decisions, while also leaving the soldiers in shock. But still, the number of these snakes seemed endless, with more of them appearing as soon as one was defeated. And so Zukian asked the leader to recall his beast, explaining that he had a plan. And although confused, the leader trusted Zukian's judgment after everything he had shown so far and agreed to the proposal. And as soon as the bear retreated, Doggo unleashed his fire skill directly at the snow, creating a powerful thermal effect. And then he used an ice mist to block the snake's vision while also slowing them down. And this combination impressed the leader, Not only Zukian's strength surpassed the norm, but his battle IQ as well. But still, they knew they weren't in the clear yet, so they focused on escaping. And luckily the others hadn't encountered any mimic rattlesnake, so they are waiting for them near the exit. But as time passed with no sign of Zukian and his group, they began to grow concerned. And given that Zukian was with them, they speculated that their boss might have run into trouble because of him. And as their boss arrived back at camp, the soldiers were shocked to see him injured. But what surprised them even more was that Zukian looked perfectly fine, leading them to assume that their boss had protected the kid too well, taking the brunt of the danger himself. But they were caught off guard when the boss announced that the expedition was over and ordered a retreat. Unaware of the true situation, the soldiers were reluctant to leave, thinking they could fully clear the dungeon. But the leader wouldn't change his mind, leading them to believe that the decision to end the mission early was all because of Zukian, which only fueled their resentment. But the leader had enough, so he commanded them to shut up, which they quickly did as they were trained soldiers after all. But they couldn't help but sneak disses at Zukian as they made their way back, blaming him for the early retreat, which left Zukian speechless at how clueless they were. And if it weren't for their kind boss, he might have crashed out already. A few moments later they returned to the camp, and the captain immediately asked where Zukian was, which he stepped forward. After that, the captain inquired about the B-rank dungeon, prompting the leader to report on what they had encountered, explaining that the dungeon was at least A rank and possibly even S rank, as the common beasts they faced were roughly elite to mid-level lord beasts, and their numbers were practically endless, making it impossible to confirm the rank of the dungeon's boss. And based on the setup of the dungeon, there was a strong possibility that even more advanced beasts lay deeper within. And this revelation shocked everyone, especially the two soldiers who had taken a separate route and only encountered a few elite pythons on their side. And this also clarified why their boss was injured, but it left the captain confused. With only a 2-star lord bear in their group, it seemed impossible that they had escaped with only minor injuries if the dungeon was as dangerous as described, prompting the soldiers to quickly explain that it was all thanks to Zukian. Even if it was embarrassing to say, they admitted that Zukian had saved them several times, demonstrating skills that were comparable to Boliang's in terms of efficiency and power. And if it hadn't been for Zukian, not only would they have sustained massive injuries, but they might not have made it back at all. Speaking of which, the leader took this moment to personally thank Zukian for his actions, which caught Zukian by surprise. But he was more surprised the other soldiers followed suit. They even tried to shower him with praise to the point that it made Zukian uncomfortable, as these were the same guys who had tried to intimidate him when he first arrived. Meanwhile, the captain was just in awe of what he had learned. Now it was no wonder why Tangjing had chosen Shuqian, and seeing that Lao Wang the leader recognized Shuqian's abilities, the captain decided he would no longer reject Zukian's application to explore the underground palace, a decision that quickly invigorated Zukian, as this was what he had wanted from the start. And he already had a dungeon in mind, and that is the Ants' Nest. Known for their numbers and strength, the ants would provide an excellent opportunity for him to improve his fighting abilities and push his limits further. Unless... In the previous chapter, Zukian ventured with the soldier to the newly discovered B-rank dungeon, but it turned out to be an A rank after all, as they were met by countless lord-level rattlesnakes. Fortunately, with Zukian's presence, they managed to escape the dungeon alive, for which they were deeply grateful. As a result, Zukian was now permitted to freely explore any dungeon he wished, which greatly delighted him. Now, on to the next part. And since Zukian had already made up his mind before coming to the camp, he immediately approached the captain and requested to enter this A-rank dungeon. But just as he was about to finalize his application, another person arrived with the same intention. And the newcomer was none other than Boliang himself. And since both of them were headed to the same ant nest, the captain suggested they go together. A proposal which surprised Zukian, but he was more intrigued by the fact that Boliang also wanted to explore the ant nest. While on the other hand, Boliang was uncertain about teaming up with this new kid. So he quickly reminded the captain that his way of exploring was quite unique, but the captain just reminded Boliang of who had chosen Zukian, hinting that it might be worth giving him a chance. And although reluctant, Boliang agreed, hoping that Zukian wouldn't hold him back, while the captain just chuckled, knowing that Boliang was in for a surprise. After that, the captain informed Zukian that he would be going to the crazy ant nest with Boliang since they both happened to be holders of the Quasi-Knight Tour medal, while also encouraging him to seek advice from Boliang considering his experience. And Zukian was fine with this arrangement, as long as it didn't interfere with Doggo's promotion to lord level. With this, they ventured towards the dungeon. After a brief introduction, Boliang asked Shuqian if he truly understood the significance of the quasi-night tour medal, which Shuqian answered that it represented being the successor chosen by a night traveler. And Boliang agreed, but he emphasized that there was only one quasi-night tour medal for each night traveler. And it was at that moment Shuqian fully grasped the importance of the medal Sister Tang Jing had entrusted to him. With this now cleared up, Boliang made it clear that although he didn't know why Tang Jing had given the medal to Shuqian, it was a sign that she had high hopes for him. But if Shuqian failed to live up to her expectations, he wouldn't hesitate to take the medal back by force, even if it meant robbing him. This stern warning emphasized the seriousness of the responsibility Shuqian now carried. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, deep within a valley, a group discovered a new entrance to a foreign land, and its appearance was awe-inspiring to the short king of the group, who was known as Master Lan, and his underling proudly presented the discovery, revealing that it was the result of over 2 months of searching by their Bloodwolf mercenary group. And they briefly explored the entrance, so they can confirm that this led to the strange and mysterious land connected to Linjiang City. Master and Lan was extremely satisfied with the find, and so they quickly entered the portal. And as Master Lan and his minions entered the foreign land, one of the subordinates couldn't help but wonder why someone as talented as the young master, who had embarked on the path of becoming a spirit controller at the age of 12, would come to such a dangerous place. He was destined to soar high one day, so why risk everything in a foreign land full of dangers? To which Master Lan just smirked and replied that the atmosphere of decay in this place was intoxicating to him. And, of course, he had come to stir up a little trouble in their world, which had been peaceful for far too long, revealing that he was a true menace to society, and his subordinates echoed his sentiments. So they quickly informed him that the closest dungeon was the Crazy Ant Cave, to which Master Lan decided they would head there immediately. The same crazy ant nest where Shuqian and Boliang had already ventured. But as they looked at the horizon, it was clear that Boliang was on edge, as this A-rank dungeon was no joke and Lord-level beasts roamed freely. And even though these crazy ant nest was considered weak among A-rank dungeons, there was still at least a 7-star Lord-level underground palace boss lurking within. And with Shuqian with him, things were just a little harder. Still, he was curious about Shuqian's capabilities, so he asked what level his main spirit beast was, which he confidently replied that Doggo was on the verge of a breakthrough to Lord rank. But this didn't sit well with Boliang, as he began second-guessing his decision to bring Shuqian along, thinking he should have rejected the idea earlier. Still, there wasn't much he could do now, so Boliang shrugged it off and instructed Shuqian to follow closely, making it clear that they weren't here to kill the boss this time. Instead, Boliang planned to collect enough ant fangs and leave before things got too dangerous. And as they continued down the dungeon, Boliang started some small talk, curious about how Shuqian had gained Tang Jing's medal, and Shuqian answered casually, saying it might be because he helped Sister Tang Jing catch 2 poachers, which had completely dumbfounded Boliang, as it surely wasn't that easy to earn such a prestigious honor. But before their conversation could go any further, a beast appeared in front of them. It was a mid-level Lord-rank ant, its body surface covered with a hard carapace. But Boliang knew its weak point was the abdomen, so he sent out his 5-star Lord-rank ghost mantis to attack. And the crazy ant lived up to its name with unpredictable movement patterns. But the mantis was a true predator, as its eyes already locked in, meeting where the ant was going, and yeeting it into the air and then slicing it into pieces before it even hit the ground. A true master at work. But as Boliang was about to collect the ant's fangs, he realized something was off. He had been to this ant nest before, and typically the crazy ants would release pheromones before every battle to call for reinforcements. This time, however, the ant had rushed them alone, which was unusual. But still, seeing the ant in action, my boy Shuqian was eager to fight it himself. So he quickly asked Boliang if he could take on the next crazy ant that appeared, as these ants seemed much stronger than other beasts of the same level, making them perfect practice for him. And although skeptical, Boliang agreed and told Shuqian that he wouldn't intervene against the next ant no matter what. But despite his doubts, Boliang was confident that everything would be fine as long as he kept an eye on the situation. So as the moment appeared, Boliang subtly ordered his ghost mantis to be ready to save Shuqian if he appeared to be in grave danger. Meanwhile, Shuqian was enjoying the challenge, thrilled by the unpredictability and speed of the crazy ants. And so he commanded Doggo to activate the real Beast Awakening and Night Battle, enhancing their abilities to match the ant's speed, which left Boliang stunned, as he hadn't expected a snow-dire wolf to suddenly keep up with the rapid movements of the crazy ants. Although he had made it look so easy before, it was no easy feat, as these ants were notoriously difficult to deal with among mutant beasts. But matching the ant's speed wasn't enough. But Boliang watched in shock once again as Doggo executed a deterrent skill as soon as it got a hold of the ant. But just then, something unexpected happened, as the deterrent skill didn't seem to work on the ant. But Zukian and Doggo had a plan B ready. So, without missing a beat, Doggo yeeted the ant as hard as possible, then followed up with a lava snake attack to ensure the kill. A strategy that paid off, as Doggo leveled up to another rank, much to Zukian's delight, as they were now ready to rank up even further. But Zukian's excitement was interrupted by a system prompt, informing them that the crazy ant they had just killed had a violent status on it, which likely explained why the deterrent skill hadn't worked, and this just confirmed that something was wrong with the dungeon. Meanwhile, Boliang was still reeling from the shock of seeing Zukian actually take down the crazy ant, but before he could fully process what had just happened, Zukian approached him with a worried expression, explaining that the state of the crazy ants seemed off, as they were in an unusually aggressive and violent state, which Boliang immediately questioned how this could be possible, knowing that crazy ants typically only go berserk after their queen is killed. But as they pondered this mystery, the scene shifted to reveal the true cause, and it was Master Lan. He was responsible for the current chaos, but he was far from satisfied, as the queen ant he had killed was only a 7-star lord at best, which didn't impress him. Meanwhile, his underling was quick to glaze him with praise for single-handedly taking down the boss, and they were confident that the crazy ants outside had already gone berserk, and would likely cause significant trouble for the Snowfield army. A prospect that delighted Lan, who thrived on chaos. But feeling a bit bored after the easy victory, he decided to seek out an S-rank dungeon. Luckily for him, his underling was a know-it-all, and so he suggested to go to the ruins of the Machine God, an S-rank dungeon not far from their current location, as the ruins were known to be filled with wandering mechanical beasts, promising plenty of entertainment for Master Lan. But before they could leave, Lan suddenly stopped, and his demeanor shifting dramatically as he sensed the presence of others within the dungeon. Suspecting it might be the Snowfield army, he raised his fingers near his eyes, activating his mechanical beast, which quickly detected the other party. And there were only 2 of them, which assured Lan that they weren't part of the army, and likely weren't there for him. Despite this, Lan knew that 2 individuals brave enough to venture into an A-rank dungeon weren't to be underestimated. They might stumble upon Lan and his group, which could lead to complications. So one of his underlings, who was eager to please, offered to get rid of the intruders, but Lan dismissed the idea as stupid, as these people weren't as easy to handle as the underling thought. The fact that they could freely enter and exit an A-level underground dungeon indicated that they held a significant status, not just that of ordinary soldiers. If they were to die here with their own hands, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Snowfield army, and worse, the Night Corps might start investigating, which could put Lan's entire operation at risk. They didn't have the means to escape such scrutiny, and the underling, who is not the brightest, was puzzled by this, and didn't know how to deal with the intruders without drawing attention. And they couldn't allow the pair to delve deeper into the dungeon and risk discovery. But a direct confrontation was too risky. Lan, however, had a simple solution, explaining that if they wanted something to happen without getting their own hands dirty, they could use the chaos of the dungeon to their advantage. With so many mutant beasts roaming about, if one of them happened to take out the intruders, it would be impossible to trace it back to Lan or his group. The fact that the beasts in the dungeon were already going berserk worked in their favor, so Lan just needed to add a little more spice to the chaos to ensure the intruders wouldn't make it out alive. And that is by simply summoning his 6-star Lord Bewitching Demon, a creature with the innate skill of bewitching voice. At its level, the demon could freely echo its enchanting and maddening voice throughout the cave, reaching all the crazy ants within. And as Lan had planned, the ants immediately began swarming towards Zukian and Boliang's location, and since they were unaware of the true cause, Zukian and Boliang assumed that the ants were releasing pheromones to call for reinforcements. And seeing the rapidly approaching danger, Boliang suggested that if Zukian couldn't handle the situation, he should retreat while he still had the chance. But Zukian was determined to help Doggo break through to the Lord level, so he chose to press on. But his initial excitement quickly turned into concern as hundreds of ants emerged from the shadows, completely surrounding them from all sides, leaving no possible escape route. And as the ants began to rush toward them, it was clear that they were outnumbered and outmatched, and so Boliang urgently asked Zukian what his contracted beasts were, and whether he still had enough soul power to fight. And Zukian somewhat begrudgingly revealed that his second spiritual beast was a mechanical beast, capable of only providing a shield for him and Doggo. And as expected, Boliang was disappointed, as they were severely outmatched, and so he began to brace himself for the worst, thinking he would have to rely on his own strength to get them out of this situation. With this in mind, he summoned 2 more Lord-rank beasts from his arsenal. It was an undead skeleton and a sprite named Ruyi Boy. And the undead skeleton is a true beast in close combat, as it was equipped with the passive skill Tireless, which allowed it to fight endlessly without fatigue. It also had a unique passive that buffed its strength the longer it fought, while Ruyi Boy, on the other hand, was just a cute sprite, but possessed powerful debuff and buff skills that could turn the tide of battle. As they fight it out on the other side, Boliang's ghost mantis was efficiently cutting down ants left and right just like before. But he quickly realized that maintaining 3 spirit beasts was draining his soul power far too quickly. And so he admitted to Zhu Qian that he couldn't sustain this level of power for much longer. Despite this, he had already informed the others, and hoped they would be rescued soon. But they both knew that staying in the center of the ant swarm wasn't a viable option. So they decided to carve out a path to a narrower area where they could better defend themselves. But as they fought their way through, they gained some confidence, especially since the ants in their berserk state weren't using their usual skills. But just as they began to think they might make it out, a single ant attempted to sneak up on them. Thankfully, the undead skeleton came crashing down just in time, killing the ant before it could attack. But a new problem arose, and that Boliang was nearing his limits. Sustaining 3 powerful beasts was consuming too much soul power already. But with the tireless undead skeleton, it had drained nearly half of his reserves in an instant. But he knew he couldn't afford to stop now, as doing so would mean certain death for both of them. But surviving together was becoming a distant hope, and so Boliang urged Suqian to leave while he stayed behind to hold off the ants as best as he could, and hold them off he did. With every skill his beasts could muster, they fought without reserve, buying as much time as possible for Zhu Qian to escape. However, Zhu Qian wasn't willing to abandon Boliang. But the exhaustion was so overwhelming that Boliang didn't even notice Zhu Qian was still there fighting alongside him. And in those final moments, Boliang genuinely believed he had saved Zhu Qian. Even as he felt himself succumbing to the inevitable, he collapsed on the spot as his soul reserves was completely depleted, which also unsummoned his beast, and only the countless glowing eyes of the ants remaining in the darkness, signifying that the true challenge began. As the ants rushed in like a tidal wave, Suqian and Doggo fought back just like before, slapping the ants from side to side. But the sheer quantity of these beasts quickly became overwhelming, and so Doggo was knocked back against the dungeon walls, leaving Suqian momentarily vulnerable. But with no one around them, Suqian realized that they could practically go all out, and so he excitedly called out to Doggo, urging him to reveal his true self. And without hesitation, Doggo shed his usual form, revealing the mythical being he truly was. And damn, he looks fine as heck. With that galaxy-like aura all over him, he is nothing compared to any beast in here. And in Erha's true form, with a mere thought, he could easily conjure a black hole, warping the space around him and sucking in the ants that dared to approach. And although this move drained a significant amount of Zukian's soul power, the sheer awe of seeing Erha's full potential made him rush forward to hug his companion, marveling at how different and powerful he had become. But the fight was far from over. So Erha continued to throw hands like before, but this time his strength had increased exponentially, and so he effortlessly decapitated the ants with a flick of his power, and his attacks so potent that they seemed to ignore distance entirely, striking down foes without needing to touch them. But this process, as powerful as it was, felt too slow for Erha, and so Erha teleported to up above and used his void ability to conjure another black hole, this time intending to suck in all the ants completely. And the move worked perfectly, drawing in the entire horde and eradicating the threat in one massive pull. However, the toll on Suqian was immense. The black hole not only nearly swallowed him with the ants, but maintaining it nearly sucked him dry. So he reminded himself not to do that ever again as much as possible. Meanwhile, Master Lan and his minions took notice of the sudden commotion they had caused, and such a disturbance would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Snowfield army and the Night Corps, and so Lan decided it was time to leave. And therefore he and his followers swiftly made their exit, intent on creating trouble elsewhere. At the same time, Boliang was drifting in and out of consciousness, caught between wakefulness and sleep. In his disoriented state, he believed he might have died and was experiencing some sort of afterlife. As the sight before him was beyond comprehension, some godly creature that defied explanation. But his weakened state wouldn't allow him to remain conscious, and so he slipped back into sleep, unable to fully grasp what was happening. Meanwhile, Tang Jing and her team arrived at the scene, frantically searching for Suqian. But her assistant was the first to locate Suqian and Boliang, and he was relieved to report that they were both alive. But what he witnessed was just so unbelievable that he just urged everyone to better come down where he was and help him make sense out of this. Because who in their right mind can accept an apprentice and single professional tamer do something as devastating like this? In the previous chapter, Suqian and Boliang ventured into the ant nest, but due to Master Lan's actions, all of the ants swarmed around them, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. But as soon as Boliang fainted, Suqian didn't hesitate to unleash Doggo's true form, allowing Doggo to effortlessly conjure black holes that swallowed every ant that came near. But the strain of the skill took its toll on Suqian, causing him to faint as well. Fortunately, the Night Corps found them before anyone else did. Now, on to the next part. After some time, Boliang woke up from his slumber, disoriented and wondering if he was still alive. But after touching himself some more, it became evident that he was indeed alive. But he was left puzzled as to who had saved him. Was it Suqian or the folks from the Night Corps? He couldn't remember clearly, but he was certain that he had never seen the kind of spiritual beast that had appeared during the battle. Meanwhile, in another room, Yun Yao was delighted to see Suqian finally awake. And from his reaction, it seemed he didn't remember much of what had happened. And so Yun Yao filled him in, explaining that they were in City Hospital, and fortunately, he hadn't sustained any serious injuries. And although she couldn't say the same for the other guy as he had been more severely injured, but he was alive, which relieved Zuqian greatly. But his attention was quickly drawn to Doggo, who was looking all smug, proudly revealing that he had reached 9 stars. But what was even more surprising was the exponential increase in his soul power, which caught Zuqian off guard so much that even when they arrived back at his house, he couldn't stop wondering about the reason behind Doggo's sudden surge in power. And this increase doesn't seem to be because of his good hand skill. And so he asked Doggo directly, which he explained that all he did was devour the crazy ants. But this revelation just puzzled him even more. Could it be that they had discovered a new method to increase soul power? But that didn't make much sense, because if it were that simple, others would have figured it out long ago. And so Zuqian began to piece things together, considering that there must have been something specific about the situation that led to this outcome. One possibility was that Doggo had transformed into his original form during the battle. Speaking of which, although Doggo's level might not have changed, the gap between the combat power of his fake form and his true form was immense. And the fact that Doggo had managed to kill a Lord-level ant in mere seconds suggested that his power was potent enough to approach, if not reach, the Monarch level. And so he went ahead and asked Doggo himself. He first inquired if Doggo could now compare to the Witch Bearess, but Doggo shook his head. So he then asked if Doggo could match Sister Tang Jing's undead bull demon. And after thinking it through, Doggo howled, which made Zuqian ecstatic. As not only Doggo confirmed it, he is also saying that he is stronger than the undead bull. So it's safe to say that Doggo's true form was likely at the intersection of Lord level and Monarch level. But then again, although Doggo's black hole attack was incredibly destructive, it also drained his soul power completely. This meant that Doggo could only transform back into his true form to fight when absolutely necessary, and when no one else was around. So normally, Doggo would need to continue fighting in his snow dire wolf form, which made it all the more important to evolve him to the Thunder system first. With this plan in mind, Zuqian gave Doggo the purple lightning pear, which Doggo easily swallowed without any trouble. And almost immediately, lightning began to pour out of Doggo's body, and Zuqian could feel Doggo's soul power skyrocketing. The energy was so intense that Zuqian felt Doggo might not even need the help of his soul contract this time. And soon after, Doggo successfully evolved into a Lord-rank beast with a powerful lightning element. With this evolution, Doggo gained a new ability called Lightning Spear, and true to its name, Doggo could now conjure a lightning spear with incredible speed and high penetration power. And what's even more impressive is that there was a chance that any opponent hit by it would be paralyzed upon impact. But more importantly, Zuqian could finally make use of the Thunder Crystal he had been holding on to. It was just a pity that his toad hadn't returned yet, as he could have used the Midas Touch ability to strengthen the Thunder Energy Crystal before using it. Nevertheless, Zuqian decided to press on. And after Doggo consumed the crystal, lightning surged through his head, and he suddenly gained the skill Raikage Incarnation, allowing him to freely use this powerful new ability. But since he was just too happy to receive such a cool-looking skill, Doggo couldn't contain his excitement and tried to thank Zuqian with a cuddle, which electrocuted my poor boy to the point that we could see his bones through his skin. And therefore, Doggo received a well-deserved whooping for his painful stupidity. But fortunately, Zuqian was okay thanks to his recent promotion to the professional rank. So his physique had become more durable and stronger, allowing him to withstand the shock. Speaking of which, he could feel that his spirit domain had been strengthened. Not only its space has increased, but Doggo could freely enjoy his time there, as he could store inanimate objects, which also made it more convenient to collect materials in the future. And sure enough, After reaching the professional rank, he could now use the skills of his spirit beast. But now that he thinks of it, he also got awakening skill named Perfect Control, which allows him to perfectly use the specific skills of his beast. And currently the only available skills was the Thunder Spear, and so he quickly tries it out. And what do you know? He damn looks cool using it. With all the spark coming out of his hair, you know he's going to look majestic while electrocuting someone. And although he could only use one skill at a time for now, it was enough to give him the ability to protect himself, pointing his newly acquired Thunder Spear at Doggo, who played along, reacting scared as if electricity would do anything to him. But that's enough of fooling around, so he then asked Doggo to use his clone skill, which Doggo immediately activated, conjuring a clone by his side. And upon closer inspection, Zukian confirmed that the clone had about half of Doggo's maximum soul power. Despite this limitation, the clone was still powerful, and Zukian made a mental note to test it out in a real battle when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, back in the ant nest, where the corpse of the queen ant lay, a group of investigators had gathered to figure out what had happened, and Tang Jing was leading the investigation. And so she asked her subordinates what they had discovered so far, and one of them reported that they found it strange how quickly the queen ant had died. Even though the queen had no real fighting power, she was still a 9-star lord rank beast, so the fact that she didn't even have time to summon her soldiers for protection was highly unusual. But this just proves that those who can do this kind of thing are probably already at the monarch-level beast that has not been yet discovered by the Snowfield army. As the entrance to the foreign land is always guarded by the Snowfield army, it is impossible for anyone to sneak in unnoticed. And if someone really infiltrated, they must have some plans for the foreign land. Then why the hell would they let Zukian and Boliang go? And that huge crater near where they found them didn't serve anything but add more to the mystery. But her trains of thought were abruptly interrupted as Boliang arrived to meet her in person. And I didn't know he could even smile like that. Looks like our boy has got a thing for Tang Jing, but he isn't really here to flirt, as he just wants to share some important info to contribute to the investigation. And after reporting everything he could remember about the incident, a worried expression appeared on Tang Jing's face. The details Boliang shared suggested that the queen ant had already been killed by the time they arrived, which explained why they were besieged by the other ants. But if that was the case, Tang Jing wondered how on earth the two of them could have possibly survived such an onslaught. She knew from experience that even for someone of her caliber, surviving that encounter would have been extremely difficult. But Boliang wasn't sure how they survived. All he could recall was that something had cleared away the strange beasts surrounding them, which led Tang Jing to assume that a wandering monarch-level beast had indeed killed the queen and the other ants, rather than some unknown person. With that assumption in place, she shifted the conversation and asked Boliang what he thought about Zukian, to which Boliang admitted that, initially he doubted Zukian's worthiness of holding her badge, but after what they had been through, he recognized Zukian's strength and potential, and this delighted Tang Jing, who then asked Boliang to introduce Zukian to other prospective night travelers, in which Boliang was more than glad to do so, especially since he looked forward to seeing the horrified faces of those guys when they would inevitably be defeated by Zukian. Yet, beneath his outward demeanor, Boliang wasn't naive. He knows that the two of them had been the only ones present during that impossible situation, facing a massive swarm of crazy ants. The more he thought about it, the more he suspected that Zukian might have been the one who saved him. If that were true, Boliang understood why Zukian might want to keep his true strength hidden. Boliang couldn't help but admit to himself that Zukian's real strength was incomprehensibly large, perhaps even terrifying. Meanwhile, outside the nest, Master Lan and his minions stood near a cliff like a true villain that they were, but the minion was already tweaking, as he was concerned that the Night Corps might eventually find their traces, so he couldn't help but voice his worries. But realizing how it might sound disrespectful, he quickly clarified that he wasn't doubting his master's abilities, and that he just wanted to confirm their safety, that's all. And with a calm and almost dismissive tone, Master Lan reminded his underling that he had erased all traces of their presence. The only remaining uncertain factor was the entrance to the foreign land, which eased the mind of his minion, as he recalled that the entrance did not always exist, but would open at the bottom of the ant nest every once in a while. The only problem now was if the Snowfield army did not evacuate the ant nest in time, the entrance would inevitably be discovered. Once that happened, their escape route would be compromised, trapping them inside the foreign land. But instead of cowering, this only brought a devious smile to Master Lan's face, as he reveled in the idea that if such a scenario unfolded, they would have no choice but to turn everything upside down, and chaos wasn't something he feared. In fact, he craved it. Meanwhile, inside the training palace, Boliang confronted Zukian directly, asking if he still remembered what happened in the ant nest. And as expected, Zukian tried to play it off, acting as if he didn't remember anything. And his act was so convincing that Boliang started to believe him, thinking that Sister Jing's theory might be correct and that a monarch-level beast had intervened. But if that were true, then why on earth such a powerful beast would let them go? So it seems like there is still mysteries that he could uncover, but that would have to wait. Because of the incident, Sister Jing had asked Boliang to take Shuqian to meet the others who held badges like theirs. She also insisted that they could no longer venture into dungeons above A level alone, making this meetup crucial. But he must remind Zuqian that those who held badges tended to be a little arrogant and weren't easy to talk to. So it is advised not to argue with them, even though he had recently been promoted to the professional rank, since there were still many things Zuqian needed to learn. And this was a sound reasoning, so he agreed with Boliang. Meanwhile, inside the training room, two tamers were getting fired up as they honed their respective skills. One of them used a skill called Mental Blow, which had a galaxy-like aura that manifested a clone of himself, which then attacked with pinpoint accuracy like a homing strike. And the power of this skill reached 7,000, even though it was only at a 39% inheritance rate, meaning it could become much stronger once perfected. Meanwhile, the girl next to him just straight up transforms her whole arm into vines and whip it against the wall with a force of 7,300, and a skill inheritance rate of 51%, showing to the guy that she is still better than him as usual. But of course the guy is a sore loser and wouldn't admit that, arguing that her skill Mountain God's Descent was an A-level skill, so it was naturally stronger than his B-level spiritual attack, prompting the girl to quickly call out his bullshit, as they both know her level is lower than his, which only triggered the Short King further. But just as the tension between them was about to escalate, the two guys entered the room and Boliang immediately noticed something was off, so he asked if they were the only ones present today, to which they explained that the other member was on an expedition, and the girl admitted that she would have joined him but arrived too late, which clearly annoyed her. But that's enough of them, as they were more intrigued of who is the guy besides Boliang, and the Short King emphasized that he better not have taken a kid here without a badge, as only quasi-member are allowed here. But as soon as the two tamers heard that Zuqian was not only a badge holder like them, but also personally chosen by Tang Jing, they froze in shock. With this, it made it clear to Zuqian that Sister Tang Jing held a high reputation within the Night Corps. So after Zuqian introduced himself, the two tamers couldn't help but crowd around him, eager to know what his contracted beast was. But their enthusiasm quickly faded when they learned that Zuqian's beast was just a Lord-rank snow dire wolf. And it seems like he is not lying to them either. But they are not stupid also. They know a tamer chosen by Tang Jing isn't weak, so they try their best to have the same enthusiasm, gassing up Zuqian, though it was clear from their expressions that they weren't fully convinced of his abilities. While Boliang couldn't help but see a reflection of his past self in them, remembering how he had initially reacted when he first met Zuqian. And Zuqian noticed it as well, but just decided to divert the topic, asking what they had been doing before he arrived, which the two tamers were more than happy to explain. They pointed to the wall they had been striking and informed him that it was called a test wall, which could absorb the skill damage of all spiritual beasts below the monarch level and calculate the attack's strength. Additionally, it could calculate how much of their beast's abilities they had inherited after becoming professional tamers. And seeing that Zuqian seemed a bit clueless about what the inheritance rate was, the two tamers took the time to explain further, clarifying that the inheritance rate is a measurement of how well a tamer truly understands and connects with their spirit beast. Because becoming a professional tamer is where the real journey begins. This is the stage where a tamer's true potential is unlocked, and where their spirit beast skills start being graded as well. And similar to dungeon rankings, skills are graded from C rank up to S rank, and this classification reflects not only the skill's destructive power, but also the inheritance rate, the degree to which a tamer can fully harness and master their beast's abilities. In simpler terms, the higher the rate is, the greater its destructive power. But with that said, he noticed that the S-level inheritance rate was listed as only 60% to 80%, so he inquired what came after that, to which Ergi revealed that beyond the S-level are categorized special skills, often referred to as ultimate moves. These are rare and incredibly powerful skills that can only be achieved with a deep understanding and bond between the tamer and their beast. And with that explanation out of the way, the two tamers couldn't resist showing off a bit, in where the girl named Yang Shu made sure to emphasize that she was stronger than Ergui, which immediately triggered him. Meanwhile, Zuqian just stood there deep in thought as he experienced an epiphany. He finally understood what his new talent Perfect Control truly meant. It had to be 100% mastery. With this realization, he asked the others if he could give it a try on the test wall, which they didn't mind at all. And so Zuqian started by closing his eyes, focusing on channeling his skills. Meanwhile, The others took the opportunity to ask Bolyang if he truly believed Suqian was capable, in which he proudly claimed that he is, because this guy had somehow made his Snowdire Wolf master a fire skill. But as soon as they saw Suqian begin to conjure lightning, they were shocked. This was far from the fire skill Bolyang had mentioned, making them wonder if Suqian had contracted a new spirit beast. But not a moment passed. Suqian had fully conjured his lightning spear, and ducking hell he looks legendary as f***. He even got that plume extensions on his head like Wukong. But unfortunately, the others have a different opinion. As Thunder Spear are known to be just a C-rank skill, it looks good but not practical. While Bolyang was just wondering where the hell he got this skill from, because he is sure Suqian wouldn't have the time to contract other beast. But before he could further think, Suqian started his thing, blitzing towards the wall with lightning speed, and then hurled the lightning spear directly into it. And as expected, the attack was indeed flashy, even causing Ergui to begrudgingly admit that it looked impressive. Still, he estimated that the spear wouldn't score higher than 3,000, dismissing it as more style than substance. But when the wall revealed the score, it sent shockwaves through the room. The lightning spear had scored an astonishing 7,700, far surpassing anything the other tamers had achieved. But the surprises didn't stop there, as the wall also displayed an inheritance rate of 100%, a feat none of them had ever heard of before, which left them stunned, leading them to think that the wall might be malfunctioning. So to confirm, Yangshu quickly tested the wall with her own skill, but the equipment functioned perfectly. And so sweat started to form on their faces as they try to accept their new reality, and that they are just side characters in Suqian's world. In the previous chapter, Doggo had recently evolved into a lightning element beast, which also ranked Suqian up to a professional tamer. Now, he could wield Doggo's new skill, the lightning spear. And since Tang Jing had asked Bolyang to introduce Suqian to the other badge holders, he tagged along to meet them, and coincidentally, they were training by striking a special wall that could measure the strength of their skills and their inheritance levels, which was the perfect opportunity for Suqian to test his new ability. But when Suqian revealed his lightning spear, the others initially thought it was weak, as it was known to be only C-rank at best. But once the results came in, they were completely shocked. It turned out that Suqian was a different breed of tamer altogether, as he had a 100% inheritance rate and an overall power that surpassed all of them. And in that moment, they realized who the real main character was. Now on to the next part. And with their reaction, Suqian misunderstood, thinking they were disappointed. And so he tried to clarify to the others that his wolf had just learned Thunder Spear a short while ago, so he wasn't very proficient yet, however. That was still bragging rights in and of itself, leading them to ask how the heck his snow wolf even had a lightning skill. Even Bolyang straight up asked if this was the same wolf he saw a few days ago, and if so, he'd like to summon it, which Suqian didn't mind, casually summoning Doggo for them all to see. With this, there was no doubt it was indeed a thunder-type snow wolf, and Bolyang's expression was priceless, as he was completely dumbfounded. Not only had the wolf learned fire, but it had also mastered another element in just a few days, making him wonder how Suqian kept pulling off these impossible feats. Meanwhile, Ergi's curiosity got the best of him, and he decided to pet Doggo, naturally electrocuting himself in the process. Even Yangshu couldn't believe what she was seeing, thinking that kind of stupidity should probably be studied. But now, she realized that Suqian was indeed the right person to be Tang Jing's successor, and Bolyang, never missing a chance, took the opportunity to mock them, asking how it felt to be outdone by their junior. And they reacted just as he expected, as this was exactly how he had when he first saw it. But now that they knew Suqian was competent, Yangshu asked the two guys if they'd like to form a team, since Dashin and the others were teamed up and headed to the S-rank dungeon. And this seemed like the perfect opportunity for them, especially since Dashin was the only quasi-member among them with a high-level Lord-rank beast. In fact, Dashin already had the ability to travel at night like a true night corpse, so with him around, entering the S-rank dungeon would be no problem. And Yangshu pointed out that their numbers were perfect, since quasi-members needed to form a team of at least 4 people to apply for entry into an S-rank dungeon. But Bolyang had one issue, and he was freaking injured, which he reminded her if she hadn't noticed. But Yangshu was really eager to enter the dungeon, so she reasoned that he was injured, not his beast, so they should still be fine. And if push came to shove, she promised that both Ergui and she would protect him at all costs. Plus, they'd be fine as long as they didn't run into a wandering monarch-level beast, since with the strength of the 4 of them, they could pretty much stroll through any lord-level threats. Besides, Dashin and the others were headed to the ruins of the machine god, where rumors said you could find rare mechanical beasts, so they definitely needed to join. And Suqian, who had been thinking of upgrading his gloves since his shield's strength wasn't cutting it anymore, was quickly convinced. With that, He agreed to the plan, and fortunately, Bolyang did too, confident that with 8 of them total after joining Dashan's group, there wouldn't be any problems, which made Yangshu absolutely delighted, while Ergi seemed oddly drawn to something right in front of him. Meanwhile, inside the ruins of the machine god, where advanced structures now stood as mere reminders of how a once glorious culture fell, 2 individuals hid in the shadows trying to avoid confrontation, as they were there for a rescue mission, having received Awen's distress message. And a message like that could only mean something unexpected had happened, as they had explored the Mecha ruins many times before, and knew that as long as they avoided the Monarch-level bosses, they shouldn't be in any real danger given their strength. So if that was the case, Yun suggested Awen might have encountered the boss. But Dashan found that hard to believe since he had just come up from the lower ruins and the boss was still dormant, with no signs of activation. So maybe they had run into some other danger, but aside from the mechanical beasts, there wasn't much else here. More importantly, Awen was still sending messages on the communicator, and his location hadn't moved for a while, and he was supposed to be with Lin Feng. But now he was all alone, which meant they were his only hope for survival. So without hesitation, they rushed toward his location. As they ran, Yun informed Dashan that Yangshu and the others were on their way, in which Dashan immediately wanted to warn them to retreat. But unfortunately, the message had been sent an hour ago, so it was possible they were already at the entrance. So with no other options, he asked them to follow where they were headed. Meanwhile, where the others were, Yangshu's eyes gleamed with excitement as she looked forward to getting her hands on a powerful mechanical beast. But unfortunately for her, that would have to wait, as Yuan's message reached them, instructing them to head to their location and not scatter. And this wasn't a good sign, as it suggested something urgent, but the problem was that the message didn't give any details, meaning they were probably in a rush. Still, with Dashan on their side, they felt confident that everything would be fine. At the same time, Doggo remained cautious, sensing something eerily similar to the ant's nest, and that wasn't a good thing. But before he could warn the others, a mech beast detected their presence and attacked on sight, and just as expected of an S-rank dungeon, it was a Lord-level mech squid. But these guys weren't pushovers either, as Yangshu quickly sprouted a vine that penetrated right through the creature's mouth and out its head like it was nothing, proving that her promise to protect them wasn't just talk, which impressed Zukian, since using inherited skills to effortlessly kill a 3-star Lord beast wasn't an easy feat. But it was a shame they couldn't contract such a powerful beast, as these mechs had been eroded by the decaying power of the foreign world. So they had no choice but to keep moving, hoping to find a suitable one along the way. However, that wasn't going to be simple, as more mech beasts emerged to block their path. But knowing his spiritual attacks wouldn't affect these creatures, Ergui decided to let Yangshu handle the hard work. But that didn't seem hard at all, as she sprouted more vines, wiping them out rather quickly. And she was even laughing while doing it, which only served to annoy Ergi even more. But no matter how skilled Yangshu was, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, and a few managed to dodge her initial attacks. And they were about to retaliate, but was just struck down by Zukian's lightning spear, killing it in an instant. And so Yangshu quickly showed her appreciation with a playful wink, even though she knew full well that the mech beast never had a chance to hurt her in the first place. Meanwhile, Ergi couldn't help but notice how Zukian's thunder skills were particularly effective against the mechanical beasts. They were so effective, in fact, that he felt like he should stick close to Zukian for protection, but in reality, he just wanted to be as far away from Yangshu as possible, as he'd had enough of her constant showing off. But during this time, on Dashan's side, they had finally arrived at their destination, only to be shocked at the sight of Lin Feng all bloodied and beaten, and he looked completely disoriented. But despite his condition, they still asked where the others were, especially Awen, who had sent the message. And even in his grave state, coughing up blood, Lin Feng managed to respond, saying that he'd received the same message, which was why he was here in the first place. But then, his expression suddenly shifted, a maniacal smile spreading across his face as he informed them that Awen was right behind them, which sent a huge shiver down their spines as they immediately felt a presence behind them. So instinctively they turned around just in time to see Awen mid-swing, and bam! He knocked Yuan across the room with brute force. But it became clear that they weren't traitors, but were being controlled by a bewitching demon. And the only reason the demon made its presence known was because it was using a spirit seal that prevented them from summoning their beasts, a move orchestrated by Master Lan himself. But he seemed surprised, though, when Dashan resisted the seal. But before anything could happen, his minion offered to deal with them, but Master Lan urged him to stand down, saying it would be more entertaining to let the badge holders kill each other instead. And soon after, Dashan broke through the seal and summoned his beast, a 7-star Lord Swordsman lizard. And since the demon was behind Awen's strange behavior, Dashin didn't hesitate to have his beast slice the creature in half. But as it turned out, dealing with the demon wasn't going to be that easy, as physical attacks proved useless, and it still maintained control over Awen, even when separated from him. Meanwhile, Master Lan recognized that Dashin wasn't a simple opponent, so he commanded his minion to control the demon, while he focused on trying to wake the boss himself, which the minion was more than happy to comply. At the same time, Dashin noticed his friends moving unnaturally, making it obvious that they were now under the demon's control. But Dashin, being the straightforward guy he was, decided to wake them up the only way he knew, and that is with his fists. Just enough to keep them alive and intact. With this, his beast made the first move, creating some distance for Dashin to start his wake-up call. Meanwhile, over on Suqian's side, Yangshu was starting to get worried. Their sister Yuan hadn't responded to their messages, and her location hadn't moved for a while. It seemed like they needed to hurry and check things out for themselves, so they pressed on while letting Yangshu do her thing. However, she quickly realized she'd become their cleanup lady, which wasn't exactly her idea of fun, so she asked them to hold up. But just then, they noticed that Dashin and the others seemed to be crowded together in one spot, and they assumed they were waiting for them. This only made them rush even more. A few moments later, they entered the building where the signal was coming from, but there was no sign of anyone. With this, their senses heightened as they realized something was off, while Yangshu noticed a light just ahead, which seemed to be a tracker left by their seniors. But as soon as she got closer to check it out, a figure appeared behind her, in which the others immediately warned her, and thankfully, she passed the skill check, blocking the fiery attack just in time. But when they saw it was their senior who had attacked, they were left confused. So instead of retaliating, they tried to reason with her. But without a word, she abruptly dipped out of the place, adding to their confusion. But to their surprise, another one of their members appeared atop a platform. It was definitely Awen, and he appeared to greet them with a massive soul blade right into their effing skull, ready to send them to the afterlife. But obviously, they dodged it since he swung that shit from way too far. While the others were left wondering why they were being attacked, Zuqian couldn't shake the familiar feeling their auras gave off. But it seemed he wasn't the only one who noticed, as Boliang had picked up on it too. It was eerily similar to the crazed state of those ants they had encountered before. But the others didn't know that, so in their confused state, it was easy for them to get caught off guard. But just as Awen's blade was about to obliterate Yangshu, someone blocked it in the nick of time, and it was none other than Dashin himself, with Yuan slung over his back, which immediately relieved them, as his presence alone meant they could overcome whatever was going on. Still, they wanted answers. But instead of explaining, Dashin just tossed the unconscious Yuan to them and went straight into a fight with Awen. And in just a few swift blows, Dashin emerged victorious, finally getting a moment to clear things up. But of course, things weren't that simple. As it turned out, Dashin had been battling a demon inside him from the very start, and while his willpower had held strong for a while, it could only do so much. So when the demon went all out, it forced its way into control. And it was obvious as a third eye suddenly popped open on Dashin's forehead, and without any warning, he zoomed in and attacked Yangshu aggressively, leaving her struggling to comprehend what was happening. Thankfully, Ergi quickly realized something was wrong and didn't hesitate to retaliate. He immediately summoned his 5-star Lord Beast with an overall power of 54k and unleashed a mental blow aimed directly at Dashin. But Dashin dodged it just in time and rushed toward them again. But now that they understood he was being mind-controlled, the others jumped in. Yangshu summoned her 6-star Lord Beast, the Mountain God, boasting an overwhelming strength of 62k to block Dashin from getting any closer. And at first, it seemed like the vines were effective, but as soon as Dashin got a little room to move, he cut through them in a single wave of his sword. This was his god's full moon slash at display, an A-rank inherited skill. And this guy was truly built different, because even Boliang was grateful that Dashin had had the foresight to recall and seal his spirit beast before the demon fully took over. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stood a chance against him, and not even a magical unicorn could match Dashin, as it was sliced into 3 pieces with ease. Thankfully, it wasn't a spirit beast, just an illusion created by Ergi's conjuring skill. But this only confirmed something to Zuqian, and that despite Dashin being controlled, it seemed like he could only focus on those who provoked him, like a wild beast with no real tactics. With that in mind, Zuqian used Doggo's Raikage incarnation to divert Dashin's attention without risking getting killed. He was confident that even with Dashin's speed, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the speed of thunder. And as the clone approached Dashin, Ergi couldn't help but be amazed by Zuqian's abilities, as his wolf even had an S-level skill, and it was clear why it ranked S, as it managed to narrowly avoid Dashin's full moon strike and counterattack with Thunder Spear. Although Dashin dodged it easily, the clone successfully caught his attention. But even Dashin's mere aura was enough to make Yangshu hesitate, and just when they thought they had him, Dashin managed to dodge again at point-blank range. But this was expected from the top tamer among them, so their plan was to buy as much time as possible using the skeleton and the clone while they figured out a solution. During this, Ergi's beast managed to find the perfect skill to conjure. So, as soon as they confirmed Dashin was fully distracted, they conjured the skill from the book, binding him tightly with no chance to escape. Still, they couldn't take any risks, so Boliang's ghost mantis swiftly disarmed Dashin, taking away his sword. After that, Ergi used his god strike to sever the connection to whatever was controlling him. With that, they finally captured Dashin, but they knew this was mostly luck, given that he had already dealt with the others on his own, meaning he wasn't at full power when they fought him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. And thanks to Sukian's quick thinking, the whole process was made easier, but the mystery still lingered, and that who on earth had a beast powerful enough to control someone like Dashin, who was on the verge of being promoted to master level. But this wasn't the first time Sukian had encountered something like this, so it was clear this wasn't just a coincidence, and that someone was definitely disturbing the foreign lands. In the previous chapter, Zhuqian and the others decided to head to the ruins of the Mech Lord, where Dashin and their seniors were supposed to be. But instead of following their original plan, something had clearly gone wrong, forcing them to rush to the others. When they arrived, they were ambushed by their own seniors, but it didn't take long to realize their seniors were hypnotized and controlled by a strange beast. Thankfully, Dashin came around just in time to save their skins, defeating their seniors. However, it became clear that the demon beast was already in his system from the very start. The only reason Dashin had resisted for so long was because he was built different. But now, with Dashin as their enemy, the group had no choice but to throw everything they had at him to knock him out. It wasn't easy, but somehow they managed to pull it off. Even though they had overcome the immediate danger, the mystery remained, and so they tried to find out who had caused all of this. Now on to the next part. But before they could make sense of things, the entire place started shaking violently, leaving everyone confused. When a mech beast appeared behind them, talking about the annihilation program booting up, they knew exactly what was happening, and that the boss of the ruins had woken up. And this was bad news. Even though the mech boss didn't have the intelligence of a spirit beast, it was still monarch ranked, which was way beyond anything they could handle. But this confirmed what Zhuqian had suspected, and that the same individual causing them trouble recently was behind this. And he was right on the mark, as it was Master Lan who had orchestrated everything, but even he was in a bit of a bind, as his attempt to take the core of the boss had failed, which meant making a contract with it was no longer an option. And that meant going back empty-handed, which was definitely not in line with his personality. But suddenly something caught his eye. It was a portal appearing behind the boss's feet, and his mood instantly shifted to joy, realizing this trip wasn't a waste after all. As the portal indicated, he was getting closer to uncovering the secret of this foreign land, an opportunity he had no intention of letting slip away. With this, Master Lan clasped his hands together, channeling his energy, and summoned his 9-star Lord-rank beast. And without hesitation, he used its power to create a shadow cloak, not only boosting his stats but also granting him all of its abilities, as he knew they were about to venture into a place from which they might not return. So he made it clear to everyone that only those unafraid of death should follow him. And at first his minion was confused, as he definitely wasn't ready to die. But as soon as the monarch-ranked boss locked its eyes on him, he quickly realized his best shot at surviving was to follow Master Lan. And so he swore loyalty on the spot, and in return, he received a sick shadow cloak like Master Lan's. And without wasting a second, they disappeared from sight. But the Mech Lord was out for blood, so he started strutting to find the intruders himself. But he ain't called the Lord of the Machines for nothing, as his eyes were connected to all the mech beasts in the ruins, meaning whatever they saw, he could see. And right now they were locking onto Zhuqian and the others. And just like before, these beasts operated on sight, not giving Zhuqian and his crew a moment to breathe, with lasers raining down on them relentlessly. And even though Zhuqian had his shield up, he knew it wouldn't hold for long against such high-level enemies, so they decided to run. But these beasts weren't about to let them escape so easily and quickly gave chase. But psych! Those mech beasts didn't get far before they received a spear through their heads, instantly taking them out. But it seems that they were different from the ones outside, because if they were going down, they were taking everyone with them. And so they began self-destructing near Zhuqian, and the explosion was so intense that it shattered his shield into pieces. Luckily, the shield was just enough to absorb most of the damage, leaving Zhuqian unharmed. But unfortunately, that was just the appetizer, as a massive hand broke through the wall and ripped that she open like his side bitch, and heck, If that wasn't the most badass entrance they'd ever seen, I don't know what is. And immediately Zhuqian and his crew started tweaking, knowing they were nothing but ants to this massive boss. But with its eyes locked onto them, there wasn't much they could do but lock in themselves and try to survive. But the boss was just ruthless, and it wasn't playing at all, as it launched not 1 but 7 missiles directly at them. But Ergui wasn't about to let that happen, so he conjured up a wall to block the onslaught. But the sheer power of a monarch-level beast's attack was so intense that it even managed to damage his soul in the process. Still, it wasn't in vain, as Zhuqian had managed to position them right beneath the boss, and since his lightning skills worked well on the octopus mechs earlier, he bet they'd be effective on the mech lord too. And it was now or never, especially since the boss was about to slam its hand down on his team. And so Doggo leaped into the boss's blind spot and attacked that same hand, and just as Zhuqian had hoped, the left arm's circuitry got damaged, halting its attack. And so the others were getting a little hopeful, but Zhuqian knew it was only temporary, so he shouted for them to move. Unfortunately, it was a little too late, and the mech fully sent its attack right into them. Thankfully, Ergi came in clutch, managing to throw up his shield at point-blank range, saving them from being obliterated. And Yangshu was especially grateful for the save, so Ergi took the chance to remind her that if they made it out alive, she should thank him profusely. And while their asses were getting thoroughly handed to them, Dashin finally woke up, back in his right state of mind, which delighted Boliang. But there wasn't any time for explanations, so Boliang just showed Dashin the situation they were dealing with. And it was clear the group was struggling against the monarch-ranked beast, with some even willing to sacrifice themselves just to give Zhuqian, the youngest member, a chance to escape. But now that Dashin was awake, things were about to get interesting. He casually strolled up and told them to hang tight and give this boss a proper try. And if they couldn't handle it, well, they could easily bail now that he was around. And so Yangshu didn't waste no time calling Dashin crazy, saying he can't just pull the new kid into this mess and get him killed. But this is where they started to get heated up, because a powerful tamer like Dashin has an ego. He doesn't like to be told what to do, and so he get it straight with Yangshu, making it clear that her useless ass wouldn't be needed, so she better go back off and chill with the injured. And of course that hit a nerve, and so she was about ready to scrap with Dashin instead of the boss. Lucky for her though, Ergi slid in and stopped her. And he's really thinking he was slick with it too, but nah. We see you, bro. Meanwhile, Dashin decided to team up with Zhuqian, having learned about that paralyzing spear of his. He wanted to use it to his advantage, especially since he'd done some research on the mech lord beforehand. He knew the mech was powered by a core in its chest, and all he needed was for the paralysis to last long enough to destroy it. And Zhuqian fully understood the plan, but before they got started, Dashin made sure there wouldn't be any backstabbing after he got the core, which Zhuqian assured him there wouldn't be, and with that, they kicked off their battle. Meanwhile, over at Master Land's side, they had been trudging through this desolate land for what felt like ages, but there were still no signs of anything important. And it didn't help that the atmosphere of decline was so overwhelming that even the minion was feeling breathless. But it seemed like their search wouldn't take much longer, since up ahead, they finally spotted what Master Lan had been looking for. It was a flower-like structure that hadn't fully bloomed yet. Even so, it was already glowing with immense power, and with each step they took, the suffocating pressure thickened. But with just a few more steps, the once closed flower suddenly bloomed, revealing what lay inside. And oh boy, she looked like trouble. Even with that smile, she already making me think unwise. But Master Lan wasn't a simp, and he was just in shock to discover a mutant beast like her. But he already knows this beast was a menace, and there was no way he was going to let it get close. So he immediately activated his shadow cloak. But Musclehead, on the other hand, realized he messed up big time, as he couldn't summon his own shadow cloak. And so Master Lan urged him to get closer immediately, but it was too late, as the beast had already infected him with spores, which quickly turned his whole body into a tree, leading for Master Lan to take a few steps back, dodging the vines that tried to ensnare him. And in that moment he realized he was dealing with a sovereign rank beast. But instead of fear, this only made him smile, as this was the most special creature he had ever encountered. It might not even be a beast, but he was determined to conquer it and form a contract. Meanwhile, on Zhuqian's side of things, they decided to split up, as Dashin had learned that the mech lord prioritized high-risk targets, meaning Zhuqian should be safe as long as Dashin was present. But of course, things didn't go according to plan, as the mech still had its eyes locked on Zhuqian, which only meant it had calculated that Zhuqian and Doggo were more of a threat than Dashin. And this really pissed Dashin off, as it was the first time a beast had ever looked down on him. So as the mech focused on Zhuqian, Dashin let his beast charge straight into the mech's face. aiming for its weak spot just enough to throw it off balance, which caused the mech to miss its attack on Zhu Qian. But in doing so, it inadvertently redirected its strike near the others, which quickly made them realize the danger. So they decided it was time to get out of there with the wounded, as they believed fully now that Zhu Qian and Dashin could handle this boss on their own. And they were right, as these two were able to trip up the massive mech lord with just brute force, and Zhu Qian took this chance to thank Dashin as he had stopped the attack. But Dashin wasn't looking for appreciation right now, as stopping the mech wasn't enough. They still needed to destroy its core. So he shouted for Zhu Qian to hurry up and use his lightning skill, catching Zhu Qian off guard. But he realized that was indeed a stupid move of him. So Zhu Qian decided to make up for it by conjuring not just one, but as many lightning spears as he could manage. Even Dashin was shocked at the sheer number, realizing he'd better move or risk getting caught in the storm himself. While the mech lord also sensed the threat this spears posed, and so it quickly activated its defensive stance, creating a force field that blocked the barrage of spears. But that wasn't going to cut it, as Dashin ordered Zhu Qian to keep the pressure on while his beast broke through the shield. But still, the mech lord struggled to restore its force field, but it was too late, as Zhu Qian's spears were already raining down. And with Doggo and the clone boosting his power, there was no sign of these rains stopping anytime soon. And so the massive beast could do nothing but be paralyzed there, helplessly taking hit after hit. And it didn't take long before the mech was straight up busted. And the only thing left was the core, the source of its power, which they needed to destroy before it could bounce back. And even though this was a monarch-level beast, it couldn't do jack shit, as it sit there like a free target. With this, they smashed through the core's weak defenses, yanked it out. And that was it. The big dude went down for good. With this, they were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. But Zhu Qian won't lie. This was a close call. They were lucky the mech didn't have intelligence, or they would have been done for. It even forced him to use most of his soul reserve. And so it is better to just head back home and recover.